Section 1 of the Sikh Religion, Sacred Writings and Authors, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Sikh Religion, Sacred Writings and Authors, Volume 6, by Max Arthur Macauliffe. The Bhagats of the Granth Sahib. There have lived in India from time immemorial saints and thinkers who were dissatisfied with the superstitions and religious vagaries of the Hindus. They gradually evolved a belief in one God and preceded Guru Nanak as the dawn before sunrise. Abrupt indigenous alterations of religion have rarely, if ever, been presented to human experience. Some of the writings of the Guru's immediate precursors, called Bhagats or saints, are preserved in the Granth Sahib compiled by Guru Arjan. He selected for inclusion therein, with equal impartiality, the writings of both Hindus and Musalmans as they suited his purpose, and contributed to the great cause of religious reformation. We find in the sacred volume compositions of Jaidev, Namdev, Trilochan, Parmanand, Sadhna, Beni, Ramanand, Dhanna, Pipa, Sain, Kabir, Ravdas, Surdas, verses of at least two Musalman saints, Farid and Bhikan, and one recension of the sacred volume called Bano's Granth, preserved at Mangat in the Gujarat district of the Panjab, contains a hymn composed by Mirabai, Queen of Chittour. It is believed that Guru Arjan did not give it a place in his collection because the lady lived and died an idolater. The Hindu Bhagats, for the most part, began life as worshippers of idols, but by study and contemplation arrived at a system of monotheism which was appreciated by Guru Arjan. The Muhammadan Bhagats lived in Hindu centres and became largely imbued with Hindu modes of thought, while they at the same time retained their traditional belief in the divine unity. There is no account given of these saints in any of the classical Sikh writings, but we have, to the best of our power, collected materials for the lives of most of them in the various places where they were born or where they flourished in India. Some civil officers have kindly made inquiries and furnished us with details from their districts, and political officers have also assisted in procuring information from the annals of native states. The writings of Nabhaji, Uddhava, Chidgan, Mahapati, Ganesh Dattatreya, Maharaja Raghuraj, Sinha, Dayabhai, Gilabhai Pandit, and others in different Indian languages on the medieval saints of India have also been consulted. Nabhaji, the author of the Bhagat Mal, was born in the state of Gwalior. His original name is said to have been Narain Das. Everything relating to him is as wonderful as the legends he himself relates of his Vaishnav saints. He was born blind when he was about 5 years of age. There was a great famine in the land, and he was deserted by his parents in a forest, owing to their inability to maintain him. He was found by Agar Das and killed 2 Hindu pilgrims who were on their way to the Ganges. He told them his history, and they adopted him. Kil sprinkled some holy water from his gourd on the child's eyes, and he received his sight. He was employed to wait on the holy men, and in this capacity heard many legends of Indian saints of all epochs. These legends he recorded at the suggestion of Agar Das in a work called Sant Charitra, which formed the basis of the Bhagat Mal, a series of metrical chronicles in the Gwalior dialect, written about A.D. 1578. He was a contemporary of Raja Man Singh of Jaipur, and consequently lived during the reign of the Emperor Akbar. It is recorded that he had an interview with Tulsidas, the famous Hindu poet who flourished in the reign of Shah Jahan. If so, he must have lived to a very advanced age. Several additions and amplifications were made to Nabhaji's work by Priya Das and Pandit Lal Jai of Bindraban. It was subsequently written out in Hindu prose and translated into Urdu by different hands. Other writers in most of the great Indian dialects have written lives of the Vaishnav saints, but almost all are avowedly based on the work of Nabhaji. Nabhaji's Bhagat is in all versions painfully disappointing. It may be compared to the medieval legends of saints once current in Europe, but it has the additional defect of brevity, and, like Hindu works generally, shows a total contempt for chronology. When one great man is but an incarnation of another, who lived hundreds or thousands of years before, it seems superfluous to the Hindu biographer to consider such a trifle as the date of his successive appearances upon earth. Even the pious Hindus, who at different times expounded and translated Nabhaji's work, each and all pass by the dates of the Bhagats without a word of apology to the reader. We are therefore generally left to shreds of extraneous evidence for the epics of the Bhagats, whose writings are contained in the Bible of the Sikhs. Uddhava Chidgan was born in Darur in Khandesh. Once, when he was celebrating the anniversary of the birth of Rama and taking an image of that god into his house at Badar in the Barars, some bigoted Muhammadans stoned the procession. A fight arose between the Hindus and Muhammadans. It is said that Hanuman, the monkey god, espoused the cause of the Hindus and fought against the Muhammadans, as he had done thousands of years before against Rawan. By Hanuman's aid, Chidgan's party was victorious and succeeded in burning a mosque in which the Muhammadans had concealed themselves. The era in which Chidgan flourished has not been accurately ascertained. Mahapati was born in AD 1715 at Taharabad in the Rauri subdivision, about 35 miles from Ahmadnagar in the Bombay Presidency. He wrote the lives of saints in the Marathi language. His authorities were principally Nabhaji and Uddhava Chidgan. He has himself given the Shaka year 1696, AD 1774, as the date of the completion of his Bhakta Lilamrita. He died in AD 1790. Maharaja Raghuvaraj Singh, son of Maharaja Viswanath Singh of the Baghel dynasty, chief of the Rawat state, was born in AD 1823 and died in 1880. He inherited his literary talents from his father, who wrote a paraphrase of Kabir's Bijak and about 50 tracts on Hindu religion, philosophy, and literature. Maharaja Raghuvaraj Singh was one of the most renowned Hindi poets of his time, and he was also a most generous patron of the many Hindi and Sanskrit scholars who flocked to his court. In religion he was a strict adherent of Vaishnav tenets. We shall attempt to give the lives and writings of the Bhagats in chronological order. End of Section 1. Section 2 of the Sikh Religion, Sacred Writings and Authors, Volume 6 by Max Arthur Macauliffe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Jaidev. There were two distinguished men called Jaidev, whose lives and acts are frequently confounded in Indian chronicles and biographies. One was a metaphysician and scholar who is said to have lived at the court of Vikramaditya. It is related of him that when a boy at school he was able to learn in a day as much as his schoolfellows could in a fortnight. Hence he was called Pakshadhar Misra. It is not with him we are at present concerned. The Jaidev whose hymns are found in the Granth Sahib is the celebrated Sanskrit poet who wrote the Git Govind. His father was Boydev, a Brahmin of Kanauj, and his mother Bamdevi. He was born at Kanduli, about 20 miles from Suri, in the modern district of Birbhum in Lower Bengal. He became the most famous of the 5 distinguished poets who lived at the court of Lakshman Sen, king of Bengal, who dates from the year 1170 of the Christian era. The 5 poets were called the 5 jewels of Lakshman Sen's court, and so proud was the monarch of them that he erected a monument to preserve their names to succeeding ages. The specialties of the 5 poets are thus described by Jaidev himself. Uma Patidara excelleth in word painting. Jayadeva alone knoweth purity of style. Sarana is praised for extempore rendering of difficult passages. Govardhana surpasseth in description of love. No one is so famed as the king of poets, Doyi, for remembering what he hath once heard. Very little is known of Jaidev's early life. It is certain that from his youth he was a diligent student of Sanskrit literature and developed rare poetical talents. He is described by the author of the Bhagat Mal as an incarnation and treasury of melody, on which, however, he, owing to his ascetic habits, long preferred to feast his own soul rather than communicate to the world the splendid gifts he possessed. He wandered in several countries provided with only a water pot and dressed in the patched coat of a mendicant. Even pens, ink, and paper, generally so indispensable to literary men, were luxuries which he did not allow himself. Such was his determination to love nothing but God, that he would not sleep for 2 nights in succession under the same tree, lest he should conceive an undue preference for it and forget his Creator. It pleased God, with the object, it is stated, of saving the human race, to withdraw Jaidev from his ascetic life. For this purpose, the chronicler relates, God devised the following expedient. An Agnihotri Brahman of Jagannath, to whom a beautiful daughter named Padmavati had been born as the result of many offerings and prayers, brought her up with the object of dedicating her as a dancing girl to the local idol. Her father duly conducted her to the idol, and was ordered to take her away and bestow her on the great Saint Jaidev. On this she was taken to him, and he was informed of the divine decision in his favour. Jaidev reasoned with the Brahman and told him he ought to give his daughter to some more wealthy man, who would be more suitable for her than a homeless ascetic like himself. The Brahman replied that he could not disobey God's order. Jaidev rejoined, God is master and omnipotent. He may have thousands and tens of thousands of wives, but one for me is the same as 100,000. That is, he had no more need or ability to maintain one than he had 100,000. After further discussion, in which the Brahman failed, notwithstanding the exercise of all his powers of persuasion, he left his daughter with Jaidev. Before his departure, he told her it was impious to act in opposition to the will of God. She was to remain with Jaidev and obey him according to the instructions laid down for wives in the Hindu sacred writings. The tender girl remained with Jaidev and attended on him like his shadow. He is said to have represented to her the futility of living with him. Thou art wise, he said, endeavour to do something to improve thy position. I have no power to maintain and cherish thee. She replied, What power hath this poor creature? Thou canst do as thou pleasest. I am a sacrifice unto thee, and shall never leave thee. On this Jaidev believed that God was forcing him into the alliance, and he reconciled himself to the situation. As the first preparation for domestic life, he built a hut for his spouse, set up an idol in it, and applied himself to its worship. He then began the composition of the celebrated poem, the Git Govind. This is believed to have been his second composition, his first being a drama called Rasana Raghava. A third work attributed to him is Chandralok, an essay on the graces of style. The fact appears to be that the mantling fire of Jaidev's genius sought for an outlet, that with experience of life a change came over his religious opinions, that he resolved no longer to play the hermit, but accept the wife offered him, distinguish himself, and seek for worldly fame and its pleasures. God has been introduced ex machina into the narrative to save Jaidev from the charges of inconsistency and submission to human passion. The Git Govind is well known in both hemispheres. It has been translated into English prose and paraphrased in English verse. It is perhaps a solitary instance of a great popular poem composed in a dead language. In the 12th century of the Christian era, Sanskrit was, it is true, used as Latin was at the same time in Europe, but the great age had passed away when Sanskrit was a living language, the only recognized Indian vehicle of men's thoughts and aspirations. The Git Govind is still not only remembered but nightly chanted in the Carnatic countries and other parts of India, because it is ostensibly a love song, and its strains are sweet and find a responsive echo in the human heart. During the composition of the Git Govind, Jaidev represented Radhika, the heroine, as pouting because Krishan, the hero, had followed other loves. Krishan alters his ways and applies himself to the task of appeasing her and apologizing for his conduct. The poet was preparing to make Krishan address his lady love: "Adorn my head by putting on it the lotus leaves of thy feet, which are an antidote to the poison of Cupid," when he reflected that it would be a dishonor to his God if any woman were to put her feet on his head. While thus reflecting, the poet ceased to write, and went to bathe, intending subsequently to alter the sentence into more conformity with the relative positions of the hero and heroine. What was Jaidev's surprise, when on returning from his bath, he found the verse completed exactly as he had subsequently intended. He asked his wife how it had occurred. She told him he had returned himself, and having written the verse, gone away again. Upon this Jaidev knew that Krishan himself had written the verse, and thus hallowed the composition. The fame of the event and of the poem spread far and wide, and Jaidev obtained the high renown he had so earnestly sought. Satvika, king of Orissa, at the time, was also a poet and learned man. He had accidentally selected for a poem the same subject as Jaidev, and he appears to have produced a work of respectable merit, which he directed his Brahmans to copy and circulate. In reply, they showed him the composition of Jaidev. They meant by this that the Raja's poem was as nothing in comparison with Jaidev's. As well compare a lamp with the sun. The Raja, in his pride, could not accept the Brahman's criticism, but caused both poems to be placed in the temple of his capital, and promised to abide by the decision of the idol as to which was superior. The idol rejected the king's Git Govind and took to his heart that of Jaidev. Upon this the Raja, thinking himself greatly dishonoured, was overcome by shame and jealousy, and set out to drown himself. Krishan is said to have taken pity on him. He appeared to him and told him it would be a vain and foolish act to put an end to his life. It was very clear that his poetical merit did not equal that of Jaidev, but to compensate him for his disappointment, Krishan ordered that one of the Raja's verses should be inserted in each of the 12 cantos of Jaidev's poem, and both compositions should thus go forth to the world and down to distant ages. This was accordingly done. The estimation in which the Git Govind was held may be gathered from the following anecdote. A gardener's daughter, while one day gathering eggplants, was singing with great zest the following verse from the 5th canto of the poem: "The zephyr gently bloweth on the banks of the Yamuna, while Krishan tarrieth in the grove." On this, it is said, the idol of Jagannath followed her wherever she went, with the object of feasting his heart on the dulcet strains. The idol wore only a thin jacket, which was torn by the brambles. When the king went to worship and saw the condition of the idol's dress, he in astonishment asked the priest the cause. When the Raja learned what had occurred, he was perfectly satisfied of the superiority of the product of Jaidev's genius, and issued a proclamation that the Git Govind should only be read in a clean and purified place, as Jagannath, the Lord of the world himself, was in the habit of going to listen to it. Not only Hindus, but men of all creeds were enchanted with the composition. It is related that a Mughal, on hearing of the divine honours paid to the work, used to peruse it with the greatest delight. One day, while writing, he was singing its verses, when he fell into an ecstasy of pleasure, and thought that, though a Moslem, he felt communion with Krishan. Oriental chroniclers are enthusiastic in their praises of Jaidev. All other poets are compared to petty kings, while he is the great Chakravarti, or poetical monarch of the world. As the moon cannot be concealed by the stars, as the eagle cannot be surpassed by any bird in flight, as Indar attracts notice in the midst of the gods, so is Jaidev's fame conspicuous in the world. It may be added that Jaidev himself does not appear to have been insensible of his own merits. At the conclusion of the Git Govind he writes, "Whatever is delightful in the modes of music, whatever is exquisite in the sweet art of love, let the happy and wise learn from the song of Jaidev." Notwithstanding the lusciousness and sensuous beauty of several parts of the Git Govind, there can be no doubt that Jaidev intended the poem as an elaborate religious allegory. This, too, is insisted on by the author of the Bhagat Mal, who states that the love scenes and rhetorical graces of the poet are not to be understood in the sense that persons of evil minds and dispositions attach to them. Radhika, the heroine, is heavenly wisdom. The milkmaids who divert Krishan from his allegiance to her are the senses of smell, sight, touch, taste, and hearing. Krishan, represented as pursuing them, is the human soul which attaches itself to earthly pleasures. The return of Krishan to his first love is the return of the repentant sinner to God, which gives joy in heaven. After the completion of the poem, Jaidev went to travel and visited Bindraban and Jaipur. To the latter place its king had given him a pressing invitation. While on those travels, it is related that he met a party of Thags. He knew what they were from their ready offer to accompany him on his journey. Without more ado, he pulled out his purse and gave them all the money and valuables he possessed, thus reasoning, "Wealth is the basis of sin. Gluttony produceth disease, and the love of the world purchaseth pain. So it is proper to discard all three." The Thags at once suspected him. They had not been accustomed to obtain men's wealth without a struggle, or without at least having made a request for it, and they concluded from Jaidev's readiness to part with his money that he merely designed to have them arrested on their return to the city. One of them proposed to put him to death, but another said that that would be a meaningless act. They only required his wealth, and that they had obtained. It was at last decided that they should cut off his hands and throw him into a narrow and dark well, and this was accordingly done. Jaidev, it is said, meekly accepted the treatment he had received as a fate predestined for him, and applied himself to divine contemplation and the utterance of God's name. It chanced that Karanch, the king of Utkal, passed that way, and hearing that Jaidev was in the well, caused him to be extricated. Jaidev was so little revengeful for the injuries he had sustained, that in reply to the king's inquiries as to the cause of his mutilation, he told him he had been born so. The king became convinced that Jaidev was a saint, and congratulated himself on his good fortune in meeting such a man. The king had him conveyed to his capital, where he was treated with all honour and respect, and a house set apart for him. He was, moreover, provided with food and every article of comfort. The king himself offered to become his servant, and with hands clasped in the oriental attitude of supplication, begged Jaidev to say what duty he could render him. Jaidev had one request to make, and that was that the king should serve holy men and not him. In happy faith and with open heart the king obeyed, and performed menial service for the saints of God who were waiting at his gate. The fact that the king was performing such services was noised abroad, and the Thags, among others, heard of it. They assumed the guise of religious men and proceeded to the monarch's gate. This led to an interview with Jaidev. He recognized them and told the king that they were his brethren and very holy persons. Fortunate was the king in having been favoured with a sight of them, and devoutly ought he to serve and minister unto them. The king took them into his palace and lavished on them every honor that Oriental politeness and hospitality could suggest. The Thags, however, recognizing Jaidev, were troubled for their safety and applied for permission to depart. This was finally granted, and Jaidev dismissed them with a large present of money and a convoy of soldiers for their protection. On the way the soldiers fell into conversation with their charge. They remarked that they had never before seen visitors to the king so heartily and kindly treated, and they inquired in what relationship the men they were escorting stood to Jaidev. The Thags replied, "What shall we say? It is not a fit thing to tell." The soldiers promised them perfect secrecy. The Thags then proceeded to exercise their inventive faculties developed by long practice. They said that Jaidev and they had been servants of a king. For some offense Jaidev had been condemned to death, and they had been appointed his executioners. They merely, however, cut off his hands and thus saved his life. Through gratitude for that favor, Jaidev induced the king to pay them such extraordinary attention. It is said that God could no longer endure the fabrication of false charges against his saint. The ground opened beneath the feet of the Thags, and they sank into the pit of hell. The soldiers in amazement returned to Jaidev and told him what had occurred. He began to tremble with pity for the Thags, and made a gesture as if rubbing his hands, the Oriental attitude expressive of grief, whereupon, it is related, new hands sprouted from his body. The soldiers went and informed the king of the two miracles their eyes had beheld. The king proceeded to Jaidev and performed before him the prostration due to saints. He begged Jaidev to explain how the incidents had occurred. The saint for a long time refused, but when greatly pressed by the king, gave him a detailed account of all the circumstances. The king's faith in Jaidev had now reached its utmost limit, and he knew that the man before him, in the guise of a saint, was really a divine incarnation. It is the usual custom of saints, when they receive evil, always to return good, even as bad men return evil for evil. So the king deemed his conclusion warranted by the forgiving conduct of Jaidev. Jaidev felt a longing for home, and told the king of his determination to take his leave. The king put his head on the saint's feet, and represented to him that his country had turned to God and the practice of virtue, since it had been trodden by his holy feet. If the saint were to depart, the king's subjects would turn away from their faith. He therefore implored him to defer his departure. As a further inducement to Jaidev to abide with him, he went himself and brought Padmavati, so that the saint's happiness might be complete, and his distant home forgotten. Padmavati was installed in the royal palace, and the queen received stringent orders to perform all menial offices for her. While Padmavati resided at the court, the queen's brother died, and his wife was burned with him on the funeral pyre. One day, when the queen was boasting of the wonderful devotion of her sister-in-law, Padmavati smiled. When asked the reason, she replied, "To burn oneself alive with one's husband's corpse is far from being the acme of affection. True affection and love require a woman to sacrifice herself directly she even heareth of her husband's death." "In the present age," replied the queen, "thou alone art such a sati, a word defined by the author of the Bhagat Mal as a woman who considereth her husband a god, and hath no concern with any other deity." Not feeling flattered by the well-nigh unapproachable standard of conjugal devotion, which alone Padmavati considered as worthy of admiration, the queen determined to put her to the test at the first opportunity. One day, when Jaidev was absent from home, the queen arranged that one of the royal servants in pretended haste was to come to her when with Padmavati, and inform the latter that Jaidev had been attacked and killed in the forest by a tiger. On the servant coming to where they were seated and repeating this carefully tutored story, Padmavati swooned and fell lifeless to the ground. The queen, who had brought about this disaster, turned pale and became distracted at the unexpected turn of events. She was severely rebuked by the king when he heard of the occurrence. Life became bitter to her, and she made preparations for death on a funeral pyre which she had constructed. When the circumstances were communicated to Jaidev, he appeared in time to hinder the immolation of the queen, and approaching the dead Padmavati, sang his well-known Ashtapadis. To the surprise and joy of all, she was restored to life, it is said, and joined her husband in his song. Jaidev and his wife by this time had had sufficient experience of regal life. They were glad to abandon all state and return to their lowly home at Kanduli, where they enjoyed the society of saints and transferred their idolatrous devotion to the love and homage of the one true God. On the anniversary of Jaidev's birth, a religious fair is held at Kanduli, the poet's birthplace, and is attended by thousands of Vaishnavas, who celebrate the occasion by assembling round his cenotaph for worship and singing the most sublime portions of his immortal songs. The following hymns of Jaidev, in far other style and manner, and written in the popular language of his time, are found in the Granth Sahib. Hymns of Jaidev, Gujari. God's attributes, moral injunctions, and the inutility of Hindu forms of worship. Before all things was the being who is unrivalled and endued with permanence and similar attributes, who is supremely wonderful, distinct from nature, incomprehensible, and pervadeth creation. Repeat only the beloved God's name, which is ambrosia and the essence of all things. By remembering him, the fear of birth, old age, and death afflicteth us not. If thou desire the defeat of the god of death and his train, praise and bless God and do good works. God is equally in the present, past, and future, imperishable, and supremely happy. O man, if thou seek to do good acts, renounce greed and the coveting of another's house, together with all evil deeds and evil inclinations, and seek the protection of God. Embrace the service of God alone in thought, deed, and word. What availeth the practice of Jog, sacrifice, alms, and penance? O man, utter the name of God, the bestower of all supernatural power. Jaidev hath come openly into the asylum of him who is in the present and the past, who is contained in all things. Maru. The following hymn, which in the original is perhaps one of the most difficult of human compositions, is given to illustrate the practice of Jog. I drew up my breath by the left nostril. I fixed it between both nostrils, and I drew it down by the right, repeating Om 16 times at each process. My strength I broke, and I have become weak. My unstable mind I fixed and made stable. My unfashioned mind I fashioned, and then I quaffed nectar. In that state I sang of him who preceded the soul and the three qualities. The idea that thou and I are distinct hath been removed. What was worthy of worship I worshipped. What was worthy of trust I trusted, and I have become blended with God as water with water. Saith Jaidev, I have repeated God's name, and becoming absorbed in his love, have obtained him who liveth undisturbed. End of section 2. Section 3 of the Sikh Religion, Sacred Writings and Authors, Volume 6 by Max Arthur Macauliffe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 3. Namdev. Namdev was the son of Dhamma Shetty, a tailor who resided at Narsi Bamani, a village near Karhad in the Satara district of the Bombay Presidency. Namdev's mother was Ganabai, daughter of a tailor at Kalyan in the same district. Both Namdev's father and mother, and probably their ancestors for some generations, possessed great devotional enthusiasm. Outside the village of Narsi Bamani stood the temple of Kesharaj, Shiv, of whom Dhamma Shetty was a devout worshipper. He never omitted to pay a daily visit to the temple and make an offering to his god. Namdev's mother, when pregnant, used to request everybody she met to repeat the name of her favorite god. Namdev was born on Sunday, the 11th day of the light half of the month of Kartik in the Shaka year 1192, AD 1270. At the age of 3 years, the young saint used to ejaculate the name of the local god of his devotion. At the age of 5 years, he was sent to school, but he made no progress in learning. Whenever he found an opportunity, either in the absence of his teachers or otherwise, he set his schoolfellows singing songs to his favorite god, in which he joined both with voice and cymbal accompaniment. It is said that he loved God even from the day of his birth, and his divine love and devotion increased with his years. At the age of 8 years, Namdev was betrothed to Rajabai, daughter of Govind Shetty. By her he ultimately had 4 sons, Narayan, Mahadev, Govind, and Vithal, and one daughter named Limba Bai. His father, finding that he made no progress in learning, apprenticed him to his own trade. It very soon became manifest that Namdev paid no attention to practical business, but spent his time consorting with religious mendicants, visiting the temple of his god, and performing the devotions usual in such cases. It was then decided to put him to commerce. To this he consented, but represented that he possessed no capital. This was procured from a friendly banker. When Namdev found himself in the possession of funds, he gave a great feast to Brahmans, which exhausted all his money. At this both his parents and the money lender were greatly distressed. His mother bitterly reproached him for his recklessness and extravagance. "Was it for this I carried thee about for 9 months? Was this misery kept in store for my old age? Oh, why did I not rather remain a barren woman than give birth to such a son? Art thou not ashamed of thyself? People laugh at thee for thy madness. Have some respect for thy mother. Look at my gray hairs. Think of the miseries of thine aged father. What wilt thou gain by this madness? There are also other worshippers of Kshauraj. Why canst thou not act like them? What merits wilt thou obtain from this god? All who cared for him were ruined." Namdev's mother, finding her remonstrances and objurgations useless, appealed to the priests of the temple to remonstrate with her son and lead him to a right understanding of his worldly position. From them, too, no hope was received of the youth's amendment. They urged in reply to her representations that she was a fortunate mother, and that the good deeds of her previous births had ripened, and she had obtained a saint for a son. One day when Namdev's father was absent, the son took the daily offering of the family to the temple. It consisted of milk, which the youth had just milked from his cow. He thought that the god would freely partake of the offering on which he had lavished so much care. The stony idol, however, would not vouchsafe to do so. Upon this Namdev began to cry, threw himself down at the god's feet, and uttered passionate supplications. In due time the god relented and accepted the boy's offering. He celebrated the event in the following hymn in the Bairo measure: Nama, having milked his brown cow, took a cup of milk and a jug of water for the idol. Drink milk and my mind will be at ease, otherwise my father will be angry. A golden cup filled with milk Nama took and placed before the idol. The saints alone abide in my heart. On seeing Nama, the god smiled. On giving milk to the idol, the worshipper Nama went home, and God appeared unto him. With reference to this miracle, the author of the Bhagat Mal, in a paroxysm of devotion, remarks: "Congratulations to God who loveth his saints and is pleased with their devotion. Thou whom the Veds call endless, and to attain whom Shiv and the other demigods performed every form of penance, art so much in the power of the saints and their love that thou performest everything according to their desires." It appears that Namdev, on arriving at man's estate, for a time grew weary of saintship. He records of himself that through evil destiny he began to associate with Dacoits, or Indian highwaymen and plunder travellers. He and his gang killed several Brahmans, pilgrims, and innocent men. His father and other elderly persons remonstrated with him, but he heeded not their censures. At last the Emperor dispatched a squadron of cavalry to arrest the offenders. They refused to submit, and in the skirmish which ensued 84 of the troopers were slain, whereupon the remainder decamped. Namdev possessed a large and excellent mare, on which he used to scour the country and visit distant places. Whether as the result of habit or repentance, he made a vow, which he religiously kept, to behold daily the idol of Nagnath in the village of Aundi, about 16 miles to the east of Pandharpur. There is another temple of Nagnath in the village of Vadval, and thither went Namdev to behold the great saint Vishoba Kuchar. Vishoba, in order to make a trial of Namdev, resolved to assume the appearance of a leper. He thought that in this way, if Namdev's faith were not strong, he would incontinently run away. Namdev, in his search for Vishoba, went into the neighbouring temple. There he saw a leper lying on the ground, resting his shodden feet on a lingam, the emblem of Shiv. On beholding the insult to the idol, Namdev chid the leper and asked him to leave the sacred edifice. Vishoba replied that he was an old man who could not attend to nice formalities of worship, but Namdev might turn his feet in whatever direction he pleased. Upon this Namdev raised the old man's feet and turned them in a different direction. There too, it is said, Namdev again saw a lingam under Vishoba's feet. He was astonished, as well he might be, on beholding this extraordinary circumstance, and asked the leper where Vishoba was. The leper replied, "I am Vishoba." Namdev then asked how a man reputed to be a saint could be guilty of placing his feet on a lingam and thus outraging the god. Vishoba replied that he found no place which was not filled with God. Namdev bowed to him and expressed a desire to become his disciple. Vishoba then proposed to Namdev to take him outside the temple. When Vishoba was deposited there, he said he would accept Namdev as a disciple and bade him close his eyes. Namdev did so, and on opening them saw no longer a leper, but a priest in vigorous health and manly beauty. Namdev abode for several months with Vishoba Kuchar and received instruction from him as recorded in a work called Namdev Gatha, principally in the Marathi language, but containing also 110 Hindi stanzas from which Namdev's hymns in the Granth Sahib have been selected. On one occasion, when Namdev went to behold his god in the temple, he was not allowed to enter because a Brahman who had brought cooked food to offer to the god would not suffer persons of Namdev's degraded caste to stand under the same roof with him. Namdev, while detained outside the temple, saw approach a very needy low caste woman with a child on her hip. The child was crying pitifully for a morsel of the food brought by wealthy persons as offerings to the god. The mother tried to restrain the child's cries and longings. The child refused to be comforted and only cried and coveted the more. The woman then began to beat the child. Namdev's heart melted at the sight, and he remonstrated with the mother for her behaviour. She replied, "The child is very hungry and wishes me to give her the god's food, which is impossible. I have nothing myself. I am totally without means. My husband was one of the 84 horsemen recently cut down by the inhuman Dakaits. Being thus helpless myself, what can I give the child? I only possess the bones in my body. Dost thou, by thy chiding and harsh words, desire me to feed her with them?" Her words pierced Namdev's heart, and he began to reflect how many families had been ruined through his reckless and lawless career. On leaving the temple precincts, he bestowed his mare and whatever clothes he could dispense with on the Brahmans, and, to use his own words, made a friend of repentance. He took up a knife, entered the temple in anguish, and began to pray to his God. "O Shiv, O Mahadev, I have committed many crimes and shall have to suffer the torments of hell. How shall I find salvation?" In his agony of remorse, he thrust the knife into his head, upon which blood spurted from it and fell on the idol. The ministrants of the temple ran up, snatched the knife from his hand, tied him hand and foot, and threw him outside the edifice. A crowd gathered around him and began to revile and spurn him, not for his attempt at suicide, but for having defiled the god. When left alone, he thought he saw Nagnath in a vision, who thus addressed him: "Namdev, thou hadst better proceed to Pandharpur at once. Its patron god, Vithal, will purge thee of thy sins, and thou shalt not only obtain salvation, but renown as one of God's saints in the world." Namdev tied up the wound in his head and started for Pandharpur in the company of pilgrims who were proceeding thither. On the way he was tormented physically by flies, which sought to settle on his wound, and mentally by the curses and reproaches of his companions. Pandarik, who lived in the present district of Sholapur, was a saint celebrated for his devotion to his parents. It is said the god Krishan went with his cows and herdsmen all the way from Dwaraka on the margin of the Arabian Sea to behold the possessor of such filial piety. Krishan left his belongings at Gopalpur on the margin of the Bhima river and proceeded to the dwelling of Pandarik. Pandarik, by way of hospitality, threw him a brick to stand on. The god accepted the offer in the hope of friendly converse with the saint, but the latter was so much engaged in the service of his parents that he had not leisure to speak to him. Krishan, disdaining to return to Dwaraka without effecting his object, remained standing on the brick and was named Vithal. Long afterwards the place was the scene of the depredations of a famous robber. The renowned Emperor Salibahan, whose capital was at Python, south of Aurangabad, and who gave his name to an era which preceded the Christian by 57 years, sent in the 5th year of his reign an officer to rid the land of the freebooter. The officer found the god still standing in the same posture as when he had been last seen by Pandarik. The place was named Pandarikpur, shortened into Pandarpur, in memory of the saint, and it gradually rose to considerable importance and became the most important place of worship in Maharashtra. The roof of Namdev's hut was blown away by a storm while the inmates were asleep. A devout friend whom Namdev recognized as God incarnate at once proceeded to re-roof the building. This incident was versified by Namdev in the Sorath measure as follows: A near neighbor asked Nama, "By whom didst thou have this hut rebuilt?" "If thou show me the carpenter, I will pay him twice the wages thou didst." "O my sister, my carpenter cannot be given thee." "Lo, my carpenter pervadeth all things." "My carpenter is the support of the soul. If any one want such a hut to be built, the carpenter will require love for his wages. When man breaketh with his family and all his friends, then the carpenter of his own accord cometh to him. I cannot describe such a carpenter. He is contained in everything and in every place. As when a dumb man tasteth the great flavor of nectar, if thou ask him, he cannot describe it. Hear the praises of the carpenter, my sister. He restrained the ocean and fixed Dhru as the polar star. Nama's lord recovered Sita and bestowed Lanka on Baki Khan. The house in which Namdev and his family lived, and in which in early years he plied his trade, is pointed out to the visitor. It has been greatly enlarged and modified since the saint made it his residence. The roof of the large hall is now supported by pillars. It is said that Namdev buried many of his voluminous works within the house and forbade their exhumation under a solemn malediction. A girl called Janabai went with her parents to visit the temple of Pandharpur. She there obtained such an access of devotion that she refused to return home, and her parents returned without her. Namdev happened to see her, and taking an interest in her, made inquiries regarding her parents and place of residence. She replied that she had no parents but God, and no residence save his temple at Pandharpur. Namdev was moved to take compassion on her, and entrusted her to his mother. Janabai developed poetical talents, and several of her compositions are extant. She has given some particulars of Namdev's life. The Hindus desired to test the reality of Namdev's fast on the 11th days of the light and dark halves of the month. They sent him a lean Brahman who asked for some food. Namdev refused as it was the 11th day. He was fasting himself, and he thought others ought to fast also. The pretended Brahman said that he was at his last gasp through hunger. "Bring me something at once." In short, such was the insistence of the Brahman in asking, and of Namdev in refusing, that a serious difference resulted between them. Several people assembled on hearing the uproar, and advised Namdev to give something from his kitchen for the sake of peace, and dismiss the Brahman. Namdev refused, as he deemed fasting on the 11th day the most important form of devotion. The Brahman insisted on not taking his departure till he had received something to eat. He accordingly fell down at Namdev's door, and pretended to die of hunger the same evening. Persons unacquainted with the strict rules for the 11th day's fast began to charge Namdev with the heinous crime of having caused a Brahman's death. Namdev neither feared nor heeded their censure. He prepared a funeral pyre, and seating himself on it beside the Brahman, ordered it to be lighted. The Brahman had no wish to immolate himself, and promptly rose from the pyre and decamped. Thus was Namdev rescued from the death which he had courted. The bystanders, on seeing what had occurred, became believers, and accepted as a fact that Namdev was under the special protection of heaven. A Brahman called Parisa Bhagwat lived in Pandharpur. He had a philosopher's stone, Paras, the word from which his name was apparently derived. His wife, Kamalja, one day went to the adjacent Bhima river and there met Rajabai, Namdev's wife. The latter complained that her husband Namdev would do no work, and that in consequence the family was in very straitened circumstances. Kamalja said she possessed a philosopher's stone which she would lend her. It would convert everything into gold, and she would no longer be indigent. Rajabai, it is said, took the philosopher's stone and produced much gold by its agency. When Namdev heard of this, he took the stone and threw it into the river. When Kamalja remonstrated with him, he dived into the water and brought up 2 handfuls of gravel, which he threw in front of her. On looking, she fancied that every bit of the gravel was a philosopher's stone. On this she left her home and became a disciple of Namdev. Gyandev, a disciple of Vishoba Kachar, hearing of the fame of Namdev, went to Pandharpur to visit him. Gyandev was a Vedantist and pantheistic philosopher who relied on knowledge, while Namdev was thoroughly convinced of the superiority of devotion or spiritual love to one God. The Brahmins deem Vedantism more orthodox, as having been originally propounded in works which they accept as divine revelation. When a man becomes a Vedantist, he rejects religious observances and believes himself saved during life. Namdev now totally repudiated this belief. At the same time, there was nothing to hinder a pantheist from consorting with a monotheist, and both saints became fast friends. Gyandev proposed to him that they should go together to visit holy places. Namdev replied that he was in the hands of Vital, and his permission must first be obtained. This preliminary having been arranged, Namdev fainted at the thought of leaving his God. Gyandev tried to console him and said that as he was an incarnation of Vital, the God could have no cause for regret. In the course of their conversation, Gyandev asked him to indicate the way of devotion and explain how man could make Vital his own. Namdev replied, the strength of contempt of the world should be in the body as an unchanging companion. Man should lay aside the difference between himself and others and feel no anxiety for things of this world. The object of the saints was most probably rather a thirst for information than a desire to make a religious pilgrimage. Had the latter been their object, they would have gone first to Benares and endeavored to obtain the hallmark of orthodoxy and the favor of the great Hindu priests who resided there. The 2 saints set out from Pandharpur for Hastinapur, the name by which Dihli was then known. The Emperor Muhammad bin Tughlaq, hearing of Namdev's influence with the people and suspecting that it would lead to an insurrection, resolved to arrest his career. The following hymn in the Bairo measure gives the result. The Emperor said, Ho, you Nama, let me see the deeds of your God. The Emperor had Nama arrested. Let me see your God Vital. Restore to life this slaughtered cow. Otherwise I will strike off thy head on the spot. Your Majesty, how can that be? No man can reanimate what is slaughtered. All I could do would be of no avail. What God doeth taketh place. The Emperor fell into a passion and set a huge elephant at Nama. Nama's mother began to cry, Why dost thou not abandon the God of the Hindus and worship the God of the Mussulmans? Namdev, I am not thy son, nor art thou my mother. Even though I perish, I will sing God's praises. The elephant struck him with his trunk, but Nama was saved by the protection of God. The king said, The Qazis and the Mullahs salute me, but this Hindu trampleth on mine honour. The Hindus said, O king, hear our prayer. Take Nama's weight in gold. If I take a bribe, I shall go to hell. Shall I amass wealth by abandoning my faith? While Nama's feet were being chained, he sang the praises of God and beat time with his hands. The Ganges and the Jamna may flow backwards, but Nama will repeat God's name. When 7 Gauris were heard to strike, the Lord of the 3 worlds had not yet arrived. God afterwards came mounted on his Garur, which beat the air with its wings. He took compassion on his saint and came mounted on his Garur. Say but the word, and I will turn the earth on its side. Say but the word, and I will upturn it altogether. Say but the word, and I will restore the dead cow to life, so that every one may behold and be convinced." Nama said, "Spancel the cow." They put the calf to her and milked her. When the pitcher was filled with the milk the cow gave, Nama took and placed it before the Emperor, and the time of trouble came on him. He implored Namdev through the qazis and the mullahs, "Pardon me, O Hindu, I am thy cow." Nama said, "Hear, O monarch, hath this credential been exhibited by me? The object of this miracle is that thou, O Emperor, shouldst walk in the paths of truth and humility." Namdev, God is contained in everything. The Hindus went in procession to Nama, and said, "If the cow had not been restored to life, people would have lost faith in thee." The fame of Namdev remained in the world. He took saints with him to salvation. All trouble and sorrow befell the revilers. Between Nama and God there is no difference. Namdev continued to preach that God and his idol were one, as holy water and ordinary water have the same appearance, as a lamp and its light, as a flower and its fragrance, as the sun and its rays, as the cloud and water, as sweetmeats and their taste, as a musical instrument and its melody, as an object and its shadow are all inseparable. His teaching again involved Namdev in serious difficulty, and he had to hastily retreat to save himself from the indignation and violence of the Muhammadans. Namdev and Gyandev next proceeded to Kashi, Banaras, where they met the renowned Sanskrit scholars of the age. Thence they travelled to Prayag. Thence they went to Gaya, where Buddha in days long past performed his heroic penance and renunciation. Thence the two saints proceeded to Ajodhya, the birthplace of the god Ram Chandar. Then they went to Mathura, the birthplace of the god Sri Krishan, thence to Gokal and Bindraban, thence to Jagannath, the temple of the Lord of the world, on the shore of the Bay of Bengal. From there they made the long journey to Dwaraka, by the shore of the Arabian Sea, the scene of Krishan's retreat from the battle in which he was defeated by King Jarasandh. The two saints, having thus proceeded to the utmost limit of India, resolved to begin their homeward journey, and in due time reached Marwar. They tarried for a night in Kolad, probably the modern Koilath, near Bikaner. Here occurred an incident which is related by the Marathi chronicler. Namdev and Gyandev both felt thirsty. There was a well in the neighbourhood, but it was very deep, and they had not the means of drawing water. It is said that Gyandev, by the aid of Yog science, assumed a minute body, descended into the well, and quenched his thirst. He then challenged Namdev either to assume a minute body and descend into the well, or drink water from his hands. Namdev, who was no believer in the efficacy of Yog, declined the challenge, and said that if his god Vishobha were there, he would supply him with water. Upon this, it is said, the well filled to the brim with sweet water, and Namdev's desires were in every way gratified. Namdev and Gyandev then departed for Rameshwar, in the extreme south of India, memorable as the place whence Ram Chandar set out on his expedition to Ceylon. After seeing the temple of Oamkar, the two saints proceeded to Kaladhara and thence to Dara. In the latter place they visited the temple of Adhaya Nagnath. When Namdev arrived at the temple, he began to sing hymns with a loud voice. This attracted a crowd of people, so that the Brahman ministrants could not gain entrance without suffering the pollution of being touched by men of lower caste, deemed unworthy of salvation. Upon this they asked Namdev to cease singing and retire to a spot at the rear of the temple, where he might continue his minstrelsy if he chose. Namdev told them that in God's temple there were no higher or lower castes, and that no one's touch could soil those who performed heartfelt worship. The Brahmins were not convinced. They struck Namdev, deprived him of his symbols, and insisted that he should leave the temple. He went and sat down behind it, and thus addressed God: "I have no asylum but in thee, and I want nothing. If thou show thyself to others and not to me, lend thine ear at least to my songs." He then began to sing verses full of self-reproach and abasement. It is said that God, on hearing Namdev's tuneful worship, was moved with kindness and compassion, and caused the temple to turn round, so that the door remained opposite his saint. Namdev has versified the incident in the following hymn in the Rag Malar: I went, O Lord, with laughter and gladness to thy temple, but while Nama was worshipping, the Brahmins forced him away. A lowly caste is mine, O king of the Yadav. Why was I born a calico printer? I took up my blanket, went back, and sat behind the temple. As Nama repeated the praises of God, the temple turned towards his saint. Namdev returned to the subject in the following hymn in the Bairo measure: Forget me not, forget me not, forget me not, O God. Those misled Brahmans of the temple were all furious with me, calling me a Sudar. They beat me and turned me out. What shall I do, Father Vital? If thou give me salvation when I am dead, nobody will be aware of it. Save me now. If these pandits call me low, then, O God, thine honour will be in the background. Thou who art called the compassionate and the merciful, altogether unrivalled is thine arm. God turned round the front of the temple towards Nama and his back towards the pandits. From Adaya Nagnath the party proceeded to Python, Salavahan's capital, on the margin of the Godavari in the present state of Hyderabad, and thence to Diaguri, once the capital of the Maratha kingdom, in the vicinity of the famous caves of Ellora, where they met Sadhna, who hospitably entertained them, and then joined them in their peregrinations. They visited several places in the neighbourhood of Nasik, and thence proceeded to Junagarh in the province of Kathiawar. No very important incidents are recorded relating to the saint's homeward journey. On arriving at Pandharpur, Namdev applied himself to the composition of his Abhangs. His fame rapidly extended, and his compositions flew from mouth to mouth. Many accepted the incidents related in them, but others entertained doubts regarding Namdev's accuracy. On being pressed to explain the miracles he recorded, and give a clear reply as to whether he himself believed in them, he asked his interrogator if he had ever heard bells ringing in his ears, and if the ringing were real or imaginary. The interrogator replied that he had heard ringing in his ears, but no material bells were actually ringing. Namdev practically admitted that his record of miracles was the result of similar deception and of excessive and childlike faith. He believed in the miracles himself, and gave poetical expression to his belief as his vivid imagination prompted him. Namdev once met an old friend who questioned him on his spiritual progress. Namdev unbosomed himself and described his mission to Vadval. His friend wondered that a man from whose hands his God had taken food could put himself under a human guru inferior beyond comparison to the much worshipped and much beloved Vital. Namdev replied as follows: Gods made of stone never speak. How can they heal worldly sorrows? People suppose that idols of stone are God, but he is a real divinity and altogether different. If gods of stone can fulfill man's desires, why should he suffer sorrow and affliction? They who worship gods of stone are absolute idiots. Both they who preach and they who believe that gods of stone hold converse with saints have perverted intellects. They who call such gods great beings and style their priests saints are really degraded creatures unworthy of credence. Let not their words enter thine ears. How can men be saved who cause gods to be carved out of stone, and reverently regard them during the years of their mortal lives? Hast thou never reflected on this? Thou hast no gods except water and stones. Go visit all the places of pilgrimage, small and great, and see for thyself. I have learned in Vadval that God is everywhere contained. Keshar conferred the favour on me of showing me God in my own heart. The Marathi chronicles show that Namdev died on the 13th day of the dark half of the month Asu, A.D. 1350, at the age of 80 years, and that he was buried in Pandharpur, where his head, moulded in brass on the lower step of the temple of Vishoba, is now worshipped by the populace. He has left several abhangs in which he prayed Sri Vital to give him a last resting place at his feet. He was accordingly buried at the entrance of the temple of Vishoba, under the lowest step of the stairs by which pilgrims ascend. He desired that his head should be trodden on by holy men, and that he should acquire spiritual advantage from the dust of their feet. The idea is that when a man prostrates himself at the foot of a saint, the dust of the saint's feet purifies him. The climax of beatitude is attained when the dust of the soles of the saint's feet falls on the worshipper's head. Opposite Namdev's grave was buried one Chokia, a Mahar of the lowest grade of Sudars, a grade so socially spurned that they might not even be touched by the higher classes. They were not allowed, even in the time of Bajairo, the last Peshwa, 1796 to 1817, to travel by the same road as Brahmins. And it is believed that they are still not allowed to do so in certain places in southern India. To the right of the visitor is seen a representation of Ganesh, the elephant-headed god of learning, carved in relief out of a rock and painted red. Near Ganesh is a shapeless block of stone said to represent Hanuman, the monkey god and ally of Ram Chandar in his expedition to Ceylon. The temple extends far inwards and contains several apartments supported by pillars. Through these the pilgrims pass in batches controlled by police officials. Over the apartments are vent holes to prevent the pilgrims from being suffocated as they pass in large numbers. From the roof of the temple is seen a chapel sacred to Rukmani, the consort of Krishan, at which principally women worship. The temple was called Raul by Bhagat Namdev. It now contains many and various jewels of great value, the offerings of pious pilgrims for the decoration and glory of Vishobha. In the necklaces are seen gold coins of Spain, Portugal, and other European countries. All Namdev's compositions bear convincing testimony to the love he bore his favourite deity. Accordingly, the local tradition that he spent his old age at Pandharpur in the immediate vicinity of Vishobha's temple, and that he was buried there, must be implicitly accepted. The Sikhs and Punjabi followers of Namdev say that he was cremated at Guman in the Gurdaspur district of the Panjab. This belief is founded on legends current in the north of India and the records at a shrine bearing the saint's name in Guman, but it is resolutely denied by his followers in Pandharpur, who assert that owing to the fame of his sanctity, possession of his remains was claimed by many provinces of India in the same way as the god Ram was claimed by the Buddhists as one of their gurus. The following account of Namdev and Nabhaji's Bhagat Mal is accepted by his followers in the Panjab, though it probably refers to a different person who assumed his name. Bamdev was a calico printer of Gopalpur near Pandharpur. He had a daughter, a virgin widow, whom he very much loved. Bamdev was himself a God-fearing man. When his daughter attained the age of 12 years, he instructed her to serve and worship God under the name of Vithalnath, informing her at the same time that by hearty love and devotion to him all her wishes should be fulfilled. She then applied herself with such zeal to the worship of God that in a short time, it is said, he even gratified her desire for a son, and she became pregnant. This became known all over the city and to the whole tribe wherever dispersed. Evil persons rejoiced at the opportunity afforded them of defaming Bamdev. The matter eventually came to his ears, and he asked his daughter to explain her lapse of virtue. She replied, "Thou toldest me that by hearty love and devotion to God he would satisfy all my wishes and desires. Whatever hath occurred hath been the work of God." Bamdev, on hearing this, was so overjoyed that he could hardly contain himself. When in due time a son was born to his daughter, he gave all he had in alms as a thanksgiving for the happy event. He called the child Namdev and loved him more than his own life. To remove the objections of evil and slanderous people to the child's birth, the Purans and other sacred books were consulted, and the words of God in the second chapter of the Bhagavat were explained to the people. There God says that if a man worship him with constant love, he will fulfill his desires, whether for temporal or spiritual objects. In the 11th chapter of the Bhagavat, it is written that God bestoweth even salvation on his saints. So why not the fulfillment of their worldly desires? It would be nothing strange if he fulfilled the desires of a saint of his who prayed to him with love. There used to be a vigil held in Namdev's house on the 11th night of the light and dark halves of the month. On one occasion, on a dark night, the assembled saints were thirsty, but there was no water for them to drink. No one would go to draw from the adjacent well, which was haunted. Namdev himself took a pitcher and proceeded thither with the object of satisfying his guests. A terrible and frightful ghost appeared to him. For the object of exorcism, Namdev extemporized a stanza which he sang to the accompaniment of cymbals. The first lines of the stanza are as follows: "My long-legged sir, I see thy form arise, thy feet on earth, thy forehead in the skies. Thine arms are long as Jojans to mine eyes." It is said that God revealed himself in the ghost, and the latter, through the favour of Namdev, was translated to heaven. The following parable is given by some of Namdev's biographers. There was a banker whose riches were so great that he had himself weighed with gold, which he distributed among his poor fellow citizens. He sent for Namdev at somebody's suggestion. Namdev twice sent him word that he wanted nothing, but on the third invitation decided on going to meet him. The banker said that he had distributed a large amount of money through the city, and asked Namdev also to take some, so that he himself might reap some advantage from the benefaction. Namdev replied, "Why should I refuse anything that would be for thy benefit?" At the same time he reflected that when the banker abandoned the pride of wealth, it would be well for him. He therefore wrote the letter R, being half of God's name, on a sprig of sweet basil, and told the banker to weigh gold against it. The banker asked if he were laughing at him, and said, "Having regard for thy holiness and kindness in visiting me, ask for what thou desirest." Namdev replied that laughter and pleasantry were out of place. He only required gold of the weight of the sprig of basil. Upon this the banker sent for small scales and began to weigh the basil with a little gold. The gold was not sufficient to weigh down the sprig. The banker sent for larger scales, and finding the sprig weighed more than 5 or 7 seers, put in 6 or 7 mans of gold. But still the scale with the basil remained on the ground, while the scale with the gold kicked the beam. He then borrowed more gold from his tribesmen, but all would not suffice to lift the basil. At this the banker and his dependents were sore distressed. Namdev then saw that the banker had parted with his pride of wealth, but that he was still proud of the good acts he had done during his life, and it was necessary to dispel that pride also. Namdev told him to add the offering of the good acts of his life, and perhaps the scale with the sprig of basil would rise. The banker did so, but still the scale refused to move. The banker's good acts possessed no weight. Upon this he told Namdev to take away all the gold. Namdev inquired what use it would be to him. He wanted the wealth of God's service, to whom all the deities and the powers of both worlds were subservient. The banker grew ashamed, and inspired with faith became a saint of God. The following are given as specimens of the preaching of Namdev. If a man greet another outwardly and inwardly, remember his demerits, he doeth not well. It is like eating a fly in sweets. The mind is made steady by the knowledge that God is all-pervading. That is the true form of meditation. As loose women, though in the arms of their husbands, think of their lovers, as the chatrik, while resting on the earth, thinketh of the clouds which will give it acceptable raindrops, as the lotuses in the lake think of the sun, as a cow, while grazing in the field, thinketh of her calf, as a miser, while walking in the streets, thinketh of his wealth, as a goldsmith, while making ornaments, thinketh of stealing the gold given him for the purpose, as the chakar thinketh of the moonlight, as a woman returning from her wealth thinketh of her pitcher while conversing with her friends, as the bee while flitting in the glade thinketh of the flower, so should man while following the ways of the world think of God in his heart. Namdev visited the present district of Gurdaspur in the Panjab when 55 years of age. He first went to Batawal and dwelt beside a tank there, which is called Namiana in memory of him. He had 2 disciples, Lada and Jala, a carpenter, who settled down with followers of their own in the villages of Sukhawal and Dariwal, respectively. Namdev removed from Batawal and took up his abode near another tank in a lonely forest, where he hoped for more leisure for prayer and meditation on God. His presence there soon attracted cultivators, and the village of Guman gradually sprang up over the spot where he is supposed to have been cremated. A fine dome building was erected to his memory by Sardar Jassa Singh Bamgaria, and the tank was repaired by Mai Sada Kaur, the mother-in-law of Maharaja Ranjit Singh. Since then, the yearly religious fair at the Saint Shrine on the 2nd of Magh, about the 13th of January, has assumed considerable proportions. His followers in the Gurdaspur district are the same caste and occupation as himself, reverence the Granth Sahib, and in many respects resemble the Sikhs in their usages. The following hymns of Namdev are found in the Granth Sahib. They belong to 3 periods of his life: boyhood, when he was an idolater; manhood, when he was emancipating himself from Hindu superstitions; and old age, when his hymns became conformable to the ideas of religious reformers at the time, and to the subsequent teaching of the Sikh Gurus. It is on account of his later and more matured opinions that his writings have been incorporated in the sacred book of the Sikhs. End of Section 3. Section 4 of the Sikh Religion, Sacred Writings and Authors, Volume 6, by Max Arthur Macauliffe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 4. Namdev's Hymns. Gauri. The saving influence of God's name. O God, thou didst cause stones to float. Why should not man float over by repeating thy name? Thou didst save the courtesan, the shapeless hunchback, the huntsman, and Ajmal. Even the murderer who shot Krishan in the foot was saved. I am a sacrifice to those who utter God's name. Vidur, the son of a handmaiden, Sudama, and Ugar Sen, who obtained regal state. Men without devotion, without penance, without family, and without good works were saved by Nama's Lord. Asa, the omnipresence of God. In the Hindu system, there is no teleological purpose assigned for the creation of the world. It is the sport of Maya, who proceeded from God. Maya still practices every art to bewitch and deceive mankind. Namdev's creed is the unity of God, who is contained in everything and fills all creation. 1. There is one God of various manifestations, contained in and filling everything. Whithersoever I look, there is He. Maya's variegated picture has so bewitched the world that few know God. Everything is God, everything is God, there is nothing but God. One string holdeth hundreds and thousands of beads. God is the warp and woof. Waves and foam and bubbles cannot be distinct from water. This illusion, the world, is the play of the supreme God. On reflection thou shalt not find it different from Him. Fleeting phantoms, illusions of dreams, man deemeth real advantages. My Guru instilled in me right ideas, and when I awoke to reason, my mind accepted them. Saith Namdev, behold the creation of God and reflect on it in thy mind. In every heart and in all things uninterruptedly there is only the one God. The futility of idolatry. 2. If I bring a pitcher and fill it with water to bathe the idol, 42 lakhs of animal species are in the water. God is contained in them. Why should I bathe Him? Wherever I go, there God is contained. God supremely happy ever sporteth. If I bring flowers and weave a garland to worship the idol, the bee hath first smelled the flowers. God is contained in the bee. Why should I weave him a garland? If I bring milk and cook it with cur to feed the idol, the calf hath first defiled the milk by tasting it. God is contained in the calf. Why should I feed him? In this world is God, in the next world is God. There is no part of the world without Him. Thou art, O God, in every place. Nama representeth, thou fillest the whole earth. Namdev had renounced his secular duties, and it was represented to him that he ought to embrace them again. He here gives substitutes for the tools of his trade. 3. My heart is a yard measure, my tongue a shears. With it I measure and cut off death's noose. What care I for caste? What care I for lineage? I repeat the name of God day and night. I die what ought to be died, and I sow what ought to be sowed. I cannot live for a Gauri without God's name. I perform worship and sing God's praises. During the 8 watches of the day, I meditate on my Lord. My needle is of gold, my thread of silver. Nama's soul is attached to God. The following hymn was addressed to a reputed holy man who had stolen a merchant's money and falsely imputed the offence to Namdev. The merchant had gone to bathe, and while doing so, the hypocrite, seated in a religious attitude, stole his purse. The merchant missed it on returning. He could not think of attributing the theft to the man in the religious garb, so he charged Namdev with it. The merchant would not accept Namdev's denial and had him flogged. While Namdev was being punished, a storm rose which lifted the cloth on which the reputed holy man sat. The missing purse was then found under the cloth. Upon that Namdev addressed the following verses to the hypocrite. 4. The serpent casteth its slough, but not its poison. Since thy heart is not pure, why perform mock meditation and repetition of God's name? Thou art as the crane watching for fish in the water. The man who eateth the food of lions is called the god of thieves. Nama's Lord hath settled the quarrel. Drink God's elixir, O double-faced one. Devotion to God is sufficient for human happiness. 5. If thou see the supreme God, thou shalt have no other desire. If thou think of the worship of God, thou shalt keep thy mind free from care. O my soul, how shalt thou cross over the world's ocean filled with the water of evil passions? O my soul, thou hast been led astray on seeing the deceitful world. A calico printer's house gave me birth, yet I became saturated with the Guru's instruction. Through the favour of holy men, Nama hath met God. Gujari, Namdev worships the true God and is prepared to accept whatever he sends. 1. If thou give me an empire, what glory shall it be to me? If thou cause me to beg, how shall it degrade me? Worship God, O my soul, and thou shalt obtain the dignity of salvation, and no more transmigration shall await thee. O God, thou didst create all men, and lead them astray in error. He to whom thou givest understanding knoweth thee. When I meet the true Guru, my doubts shall depart. Whom shall I then worship? None other would be seen but thee. One stone is adored, another is trodden under foot. If one is a god, the other is also a god. Saith Namdev, I worship the true God. God's presence is felt, though he cannot be described. 2. He who hath no trace of impurity, who is beyond impurity, and who is perfumed as with sandal, hath taken his seat in my heart. No one saw him coming. Who knoweth him, O sister? Who can describe? Who can understand the all-pervading and unknowable? As the trace of a bird is not perceived in the sky, as the path of a fish is not seen in the water, as a vessel is not filled with the mirage water of the sky, such is God, Nama's Lord, in whom these three qualities are blended. His coming or going is not seen. Sorath, Namdev advises to accept divine instruction so that man may be contented and happy. 1. When I sing of God, then I behold him. Then I, his slave, obtain contentment. Accept divine instruction, O man. The true Guru shall cause thee to meet God. Where the heavenly light shineth, there playeth spontaneous music. God's light is all-pervading. By the Guru's favour I know that. In the chamber of the heart are jewels, which glitter there like lightning. God is near, not distant, and his spirit completely filleth mine. Where the inextinguishable sun of God's word shineth, there earthly lamps grow pale. Through the Guru's favour I have known this. God's slave Nama hath been easily absorbed in him. The whole of the following hymn relates to the Yog philosophy and the exaltation of mind produced by its practice. 3. Without covering it with leather, the drum of the brain playeth. Without waiting for the month of Sawan, the thunder roareth, and it raineth without clouds. If any one consider the real state of things, I have met my dear Lord. By meeting him, my body hath become perfect. Having touched the philosopher's stone, I have become gold. In word and thought I have strung the gems of God's name. I feel real love for God, my doubts are dispelled. On questioning the Guru, my mind is satisfied. As the pitcher is filled with water, I know that the world is filled with the one God. When the disciple's mind accepted the Guru, the slave Nama recognized God. However great man may be, he should reflect that death is his fate at last. Dhanasari 1. Men dig deep foundations and build palaces thereon. Was any one longer lived than Markand, who put grass on his head and thus whiled away his days? Only God the Creator is dear to me. O man, why art thou proud? This unsubstantial body shall be destroyed. The Kauravs, Duryodhana, and his brothers used to say, everything is ours. Their umbrellas extended over a space of 12 yojans, yet the vultures devoured their bodies. Lanka was all gold. Was any one greater than Rawan? What availed him the elephants tethered at his gate? In a moment they became the property of others. The Yadavs practiced deception on Durbasa and obtained the fruit thereof. God showed mercy to his slave. Namdev singeth his praises. The following hymn was addressed to a yogi who endeavoured to induce Namdev to embrace his religion. 2. I have restrained the 10 organs of sense. The very name of the 5 evil passions I have erased. Having extracted the poison from the 72 tanks of the heart, I have filled them with ambrosia. I shall not allow the poison to return again. The ambrosial word I utter from my heart. My spirit I instruct not to attach itself to worldly things. I have destroyed worldly love with an axe of adamant. I touch the Guru's feet and implore him. Turning away from the world, I have become a servant of the saints, and I fear them. I shall be safe from this world the moment I cease to be entangled by Maya. Maya is the name of the power which placeth man in the womb. Abandoning it I shall obtain a sight of God. The man who worshippeth in this way shall be freed from all fear. Saith Namdev, O man, why wander abroad? Obtain God in the way I have told thee. Namdev tells by familiar examples how dear God is to him. 3. As water is dear to the traveller in Marwar, and the creeper to the camel, as the huntsman's bell at night is dear to the hind, so is God to my soul. Thy name is beautiful, thy form is beautiful, very beautiful thy color, O my God. As rain is dear to the earth, as the odor of flowers is dear to the bumblebee, as the mango is dear to the cockle, so is God to my soul. As the sun is dear to the sheldrake, as the lake of Mansarovar is dear to the swan, as the husband is dear to the wife, so is God to my soul. As milk is dear to the child, as a torrent of rain to the mouth of the chatrik, as water is dear to the fish, so is God to my soul. All penitents, Siddhs, and Munis seek God, but few have seen Him. As thy name is dear to all creation, so is Vital to Nama's heart. Namdev asked his Guru how the world had been created. The Guru replied, 4. Before the world a lotus was formed. From it proceeded Brahma, and from Brahma all men. Know that everything else was produced from Maya, who leadeth the world a dance. Namdev then inquired how Maya was produced. The Guru replied, first a voice proceeded from God, afterwards Maya proceeded from God. Through that voice the parts of this Maya and of that God blended, and the world was produced. In this garden of God, men dance like water in the pots of a well. Women and men dance. There is no God but God. Argue not on this point. If thou have doubts, God saith, consider in thy heart that this world and I are one. The world is like water pots, sometimes above, sometimes below. Wandering about, I have come to thy gate. God, who art thou? Nama, I am Nama, sire. O Lord, save me from the world which bringeth death. The above hymn is also translated so as to give different versions of creation. 1. First a lotus was made by the all-pervading God. From it proceeded Brahma, and from him all human beings. 2. Others say, know that everything was produced by Maya, who maketh men dance various dances. 3. A third version is this. First a voice proceeded from God. Through that voice Maya and God united, whence God's garden, in which men dance like water in water pots. Namdev gives his own opinion. Women and men dance. There is nothing but God. Dispute not this. If thou have doubts, pray. O God, be merciful. Come and save me. Thou art mine only support. The world is like water pots, now high, now low. Wandering and wandering, I have come to thy door. God, who art thou? I am Sire Namdev. Save me from the world which bringeth death. Namdev is happier than demigods and worldly men who profess religion. 5. O Lord, the purification of sinners is thy daily work. Hail to those saints who have meditated on my God. On my forehead is the dust of God's feet, which is far from even demigods, worldly men, munis, and saints. Compassionate to the poor, O God, destroyer of pride, Nama hath found the asylum of thy feet and is a sacrifice unto thee. It is said that Namdev composed the following on hearing two Pandits disputing whether God was far or near. Todi. 1. Some say God is near, other that he is far away. To say he is near or far is as it were to say that a fish could climb a date tree. Why, sir, talkest thou nonsense? They who have found God have concealed the fact. Men who are Pandits shout the Veds, but the ignorant Namdev only knoweth God. On the 11th day of every half-lunar month the Hindus fast. Namdev relinquished the practice and also ceased to go on pilgrimages. A visitor to his house reproached him with his neglect of both these religious duties. The following is his reply. 2. Who that uttereth God's name retaineth the stain of sin. Sinners have become pure by uttering his name. In the company of God, his slave Namdev hath acquired ocular evidence. He hath ceased to fast on the 11th day, and why should he go on pilgrimages? Saith Namdev, my acts and thoughts have become good. Who hath not gone to heaven by uttering the name of God under the Guru's instruction? Namdev is satisfied with God as his portion. 3. There is a play on three sets of words. There is a pot in a potter's house, an elephant in a king's house. A widow in a Brahman's house sing Randi, Sandi, Handi, O. Asafatita. in a banya's house, horns on a buffalo's forehead, a lingam in a temple of Shiv, sing ling o. Oil in an oilman's house, creepers in a forest, plantains in a gardener's house, sing kel bel tel o. Gobind in the company of the saints, Krishan in Gokul, and God in Nama, sing Ram Sayam Gobind o. Talan. Namdev feels his dependence on God, whom he magnifies. One of me who am blind, thy name, O king, is the prop. I am poor, I am miserable, thy name is my support. Bounteous and merciful Allah, thou art generous. I believe that thou art present before me. Thou art a river of bounty, thou art the giver, thou art exceeding wealthy. Thou alone givest and takest, there is none other. Thou art wise, thou art far-sighted. What conception can I form of thee? O Nama's Lord, thou art the pardoner, O God. Namdev, on the way to Dwaraka, was seized by a Mughal official and made a forced laborer. In his devotion, he appears to have recognized the Mughal as God and to have believed that his degradation was God's will. He composed the following on the occasion. 2. Halu, my friend, how art thou? I am a sacrifice unto thee. I am a sacrifice unto thee. Good is thy forced labor, exalted thy name. Whence hast thou come? Where hast thou been? And whither art thou going? This is the city of Dwaraka. Tell the truth. Handsome is thy turban, sweet thy discourse. But why should there be a Mughal in the city of Dwaraka? Among several thousands of people, thou art the only Mughal seen. Thou art the very picture of the king of sable hue. Thou art the lord of the horse, the lord of the elephant, and the ruler of men. Thou art Nama's Lord, the king of all, and the giver of salvation. Bilawal, through his Guru, Namdev has obtained discernment and rendered his life profitable. The Guru hath made my life profitable. I have forgotten sorrow and obtained joy within me. The Guru hath granted me the eye salve of divine knowledge. O my soul, without God's name man's life is vain. Namdev knoweth God by keeping Him in mind. My soul is absorbed in Him who giveth life to the world. To sing God's praises and remember Him is infinitely superior to all Hindu forms of devotion. Gond 1. Were I to perform the horse sacrifice, give my weight in gold as alms, bathe at Prayag, it would not be equal, O Nama, to singing God's praises. O listless man, worship thy God. Were I to offer rice balls at Gaya, dwell at Banaras, recite the 4 Veds, fulfill all religious offices, restrain my senses under the Guru's instruction, perform the 6 duties of Brahmans, read the conversations between Shiv and his consort, all these different occupations would be useless. O my soul, lay them aside, and remember God's name. Worship Him, Nama, and thou shalt swim across the world's ocean. Namdev, by familiar examples, describes his love for God. 2. As the deer followeth the huntsman's bell, and giveth up its own life rather than cease its attention, in the same way I gaze on God. I do not leave Him to turn my mind in another direction, as the kingfisher gazeth on the fish, as the goldsmith meditateth stealing gold while fashioning it, as the lustful man gazeth on the wife of another, as the gambler meditateth cheating while playing kauris. So Nama ever meditateth on God's feet. Wherever I gaze, there is God. A prayer for salvation. 3. Float me over, O God, float me over. I am unskillful and know not how to swim. O God, my Father, give me thine arm. He to whom the true Guru hath taught knowledge is changed in a moment from a man into a demigod. I have obtained the medicine by which, though begotten by man, I have conquered heaven. Place me even for a short time where thou hast placed Dhru and Narad. By the support of thy name many have been saved. This is Nama's private opinion. By other familiar examples, Namdev describes his ardent longing for God. 4. I am ardently longing for the Friend. Without her calf a cow is lonely. Without water a fish writheth. So without God's name doth poor Nama. As the calf, when let loose, sucketh his dam's teats and swalloweth her milk, so Namdev hath obtained God. When man meeteth the Guru, he showeth the unseen. As the wicked man loveth another man's wife, so Nama loveth God. As man's body burneth in the bright sunshine, so doth poor Nama without the name of God. The advantages of repeating God's name. 5. By repeating the name of God, all doubts are dispelled. Repeating the name of God is the highest religious exercise. By repeating the name of God, caste and lineage are effaced. That God is the staff of the blind man. I bow before God, I bow before God. By repeating God's name, death tortureth not. God took the life of Harnakhas and made for Ajamal a dwelling in heaven. The courtesan who taught her parrot to repeat God's name was saved. That God is the apple of mine eye. By repeating the name of God, Putana, full of deceit, the destroyer of children, was saved. By remembering the name of God, the daughter of Drupad was saved. Gautam's wife, though turned into a stone, was saved. God destroyed Kesi and Khans and conferred the gift of life on Kalinag. Nama representeth, by repeating the name of such a God, fear and trouble depart. The fate of worshippers of false gods. 7. They who worship Bhairav shall become sprites. They who worship Satala shall ride on donkeys and scatter dust. For myself, I take the name of the one God. I would give all other gods in exchange for it. They who repeat the name of Shiv and worship him shall ride on an ox and play the drum. They who worship the great mother Durga shall be born as women instead of men. Thou callest thyself, O Durga, the primal Bhavani. When it came to my turn to be saved, where didst thou hide thyself? Under the instruction of the Guru, O my friend, cling to God's name. Nama representeth, thus saith the Gita. Namdev admonishes an idolatrous Brahman. 8. Today I, Nama, saw God. I now admonish the fool. O Pandit, thy Gayatri used to graze on the boar's field. He took a stick and broke her leg. Since then she hath walked lame. O Pandit, I have seen thy great god Shiv going along on a white bullock. In his consort Parbati's house a banquet for him was prepared. He killed her son. O Pandit, thy Ram Chandar have seen him too going along. Having lost his wife, he fought with Rawan. The Hindus are blind, the Musalmans purblind. The man who knoweth God is wiser than either. The Hindus worship their temple, the Musalmans their mosque. Nama worshipeth him who hath neither temple nor mosque. The saint Trilochan once twitted Namdev with being always engaged in his trade. Namdev made him the following reply. Ramkali. 1. A boy taketh paper, cutteth it into a kite, and flieth it in the sky. While conversing with his companions, he keepeth his attention on the string. I have pierced my soul with God's name, as the goldsmith's attention is engrossed in his work. The queen's female servant taketh her pitcher, filleth it with water, converseth laughingly and pleasantly, yet keepeth her attention on the pitcher. If the cows of a city with 10 gates be let loose to graze, and they go grazing for even 5 miles, they will remember their young, and return each by her own gate. Saith Namdev, hear, O Trilochan, when a child is laid in its cradle, its mother, whether engaged at home or abroad, keepeth her thoughts on her child. The following hymn, embodying Namdev's resolutions, is also believed to have been addressed to Trilochan. 2. The endless songs and poetry of the Veds, Purans, and Shastars I will not sing. I will play unbeaten music in the imperishable region of God. Ceasing to love the world, I will sing of God. Imbued with Him who is beyond expression and indestructible, I shall go to the abode of the Inscrutable One. I will cease to hold my breath in the right or left nostril, or between them both. I deem the left and right nostril the same. I shall be blended with the light of God. I will not go to see places of pilgrimages, nor enter their waters. I will not annoy men or lower animals. The Guru showed me the 68 places of pilgrimage in my heart where I will bathe. I will not have myself glorified and congratulated by my select friends. Nama saith, my heart is dyed with God, and I shall be absorbed in Him. God preceded all creation, all religious books, and all karma. 3. When there was no mother, no father, no karma, and nobody, when we were not and you were not, who was there, and whence did He come? O God, no one hath any relation. Man's dwelling in this world is like the perching of a bird on a tree. When there was no moon, no sun, when there was only water and air blended together, when there were no Shastars and no Veds, whence did karma come? I have, by the favour of the Guru, obtained God, for whom the Yogis suspend their breath and fix their attention on the bridges of their noses, and the Bairagis wear necklaces of sweet basil. Nama representeth, God is the primal essence. When there is a true Guru, He showeth Him. The repetition of God's name is superior to all other forms of worship. 4. If one perform penance with body reversed at Banaras, and die at a place of pilgrimage, if one burn one's body with fire, or strive to make it survive for a kalpa, if one perform the horse sacrifice, or offer secret presents of gold, all that would not be equal to the name of God. O hypocritical man, renounce deception, practice it not, ever and ever take God's name. Wert thou to go to the Ganges and the Godavari every 12th year, bathe at Kedarnath, and make offerings of thousands of cows at the Gomti, wert thou to perform millions of pilgrimages, freeze thy body in the Himalayas, all would not be equal to the name of God. Wert thou to offer horses, elephants, women with their couches, lands, and make such gifts continually to Brahmans, wert thou to purify thy body and offer its weight in gold, all would not be equal to the name of God. Look for the pure dignity of Nirvan, and be not afterwards angry with thyself, or attribute blame to the god of death. Nama representeth, drink the real nectareous elixir of my king Ram Chandar, the son of Jasarath Rai. Mali Gara, the following glorification of Krishan, was composed after Namdev had embraced his worship. 1. Happy, happy that flute which Krishan played, a very sweet unbeaten sound issueth from it. Happy, happy that blanket which Krishan wore. Happy, happy that ram and his fleece it was made from. Hail, hail to thee, Mother Devaki, in whose house God, the Lord of Lakshmi, was born. Bless, bless the forest glades of Bindraban, where Nama's God Narayan sported, played his flute, herded his cows, and was happy. 2. God my Father, hail to thee, dark complexioned Vital, with the long hair. Holding in thy hand the discus, thou didst come from heaven and save the life of the great elephant. Thou didst save Draupadi when her clothes were being torn off her in Dusasan's court. Thou didst save Alhalya, the wife of Gautam. How many hast thou purified and saved? Thus the lowly Namdev without caste hath entered thy sanctuary. God is in everything, and Namdev has become absorbed in him. The following marks a stage in Namdev's progress to divine unity. 3. In every heart God speaketh, God speaketh. Doth any one speak independently of him? There is the same earth in the elephant and the ant. Vessels of many kinds are made from earth. In mobile and immobile things, in worms and moths, and in every heart God is contained. Think of the one God who is endless. Abandon all other hope. Nama representeth, I have become free from desires, and in this state who is Lord and who is slave? Maru, God has showered his favors on Namdev as he did on other saints. When I entered the asylum of God, the bridegroom, I obtained the 4 stages of salvation and the 4 supernatural powers. I have been saved, I have become famous through the 4 ages, and I have put the umbrella of praise and fame over my head. Who hath not been saved by repeating the name of the sovereign God? They who listen to the Guru's instruction and associate with holy men are called saints. On beholding the effulgence of the Guru, who is conspicuous with his shell, discus, necklace, and sacrificial mark, death becometh afraid. Man then becometh fearless, and by the power of God thundereth forth that he hath escaped the pain of transmigration. God gave King Ambarik the gift of salvation and aggrandized Babhikan with sovereignty. The Lord gave the 9 treasures to Sadhna and made Dhru immovable in the North Pole, where he is fixed to the present day. God, having assumed the body of Narsin, the man-lion, killed Harnakas for the sake of his saint Prahlad. Nama saith Vishnu is in the power of the saints and is till now standing at the door of Bali. Bhairo. Namdev enjoins his tongue under severest penalty to utter God's name. 1. O my tongue, if thou utter not God's name, I will break thee into 100 pieces. O tongue, dye thyself with God's name. Meditating on God's name, dye thyself with a good dye. False, O my tongue, are all other occupations. The dignity of Nirvana is only obtained through the name of God. Wert thou to worship countless millions of other gods, it would not be equal to repeating God's name alone. Namdev representeth this. Do, O my tongue, and say, O God, thy forms are endless. A man may in other respects be perfect, but he is lost if he repeat not God's name. 2. God dwelleth near him who coveteth not another's wealth or another's wife. I will not look at him who repeateth not God's name. As a beast is that man whose heart is estranged from God. Namdev representeth, a man without a nose doth not look well even with the other 32 marks of beauty. When Namdev gave up trade and devoted himself exclusively to the worship of God and attendance on his saints, people began to slander him. The following is his apology. 4. I am a mad woman, and God is my spouse. It is for him I decorate myself elaborately. Abuse me well, abuse me well, abuse me well, O people. My body and soul are for my beloved God. I hold no idle discussion with any one. I sip with my tongue the elixir of God. Now I know in my heart that such an arrangement hath been made, by which I shall meet God with banners and music. Whether any one give me praise or blame, Nama hath met God. Man ought to be satisfied with his lot. He will be saved by devotion. 5. Sometimes man is not satisfied even with milk, molasses, and clarified butter. Sometimes he beggeth morsels from house to house. Sometimes he picketh up pulse sweepings. Remain as God hath placed thee, O brother. The greatness of God cannot be described. Sometimes man rideth on prancing steeds. Sometimes he hath not shoes for his feet. Sometimes he putteth himself to sleep on a couch with a clean coverlet. Sometimes he cannot get straw to sleep upon. Saith Namdev, the name alone saveth. He who hath found a spiritual guide shall be delivered. Namdev describes by familiar examples how dear God is to him. 7. As food is dear to the hungry, as the thirsty need water, as the fool is attached to his family, so God is dear to Nama. Nama's love is devoted to God, and he hath easily severed himself from the world. As a woman is smitten with a strange man, as a greedy man loveth wealth, as woman is dear to the lustful, such is Nama's love for God. That is real love, by which God attacheth man to him, and by which through the Guru's favour duality departeth. Love for him who filleth my heart shall never be sundered. Nama hath applied his heart to the true name, as the love between a child and its mother. So is my soul imbued with God. Namdev representeth I love God. He dwelleth in my heart. Man should rather seek the Guru's protection than devote himself to sinful pleasures. 8. As a fool leaveth the wife of his home, hath intercourse with a strange woman, and is ruined. As the parrot is pleased on seeing the simile, but at last dieth clinging to it, so the home of the sinner shall be in hell fire. He shall continue to burn, and never have respite. He never goeth to see where God is worshipped. He leaveth the right path, and goeth the wrong one. He forgetteth God, and suffereth transmigration. He rejecteth ambrosia, and eateth a load of poison. When a dancing girl arriveth on the dancing floor, she putteth on rich dresses, adorneth herself, danceth to measure, and modulateth her voice, while death's noose is on her neck. He on whose forehead such destiny hath been written, quickly entereth the protection of the Guru. Saith Namdev, this is my decision, O saints, thus shall you obtain salvation. The fate of Harnakas, who objected to his son Prahlad's devotion. 9. Sanda and Marka went and complained to Harnakas, thy son Prahlad will not study, and we are tired of teaching him. He singeth God's praises, beateth time with his hands, and corrupteth all the other pupils. He repeateth the name of God. In his heart he remembereth God. The queen represented to her son, the king hath reduced the whole earth to subjection. My son Prahlad, thou doest not his bidding. He hath some design on thee. A council of his enemies met and passed a resolution. We will lengthen his life. They terrified him by throwing him from a height, by putting him into water and fire, but God changed for him the properties of matter. Harnakas, enraged, drew his sword and threatened him with death, saying, show me who will save thee. Prahlad replied, God who weareth yellow clothes, the Lord of the three worlds, is in the pillar. Upon this God tore Harnakas with his nails, and rendered demigods and men happy. Saith Namdev, I meditate on that God who bestoweth salvation. The advantages of a Guru. 11. When one hath a Guru, he meeteth God. When one hath a Guru, he is saved. When one hath a Guru, he goeth to heaven. When one hath a Guru, while he liveth, he is dead. True, 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 true is the Guru. False, 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 false is all other service than his. When one hath a Guru, he inculcateth the Name. When one hath a Guru, he runneth not in the 10 directions. When one hath a Guru, he is far removed from the 5 evil passions. When one hath a Guru, he dieth not of grief. When one hath a Guru, he obtaineth the ambrosial word. When one hath a Guru, he heareth the story of the ineffable. When one hath a Guru, his body becometh immortal. When one hath a Guru, he uttereth the Name. When one hath a Guru, he seeth the 3 worlds. When one hath a Guru, he knoweth how to reach the exalted position. When one hath a Guru, his head toucheth heaven. When one hath a Guru, he is ever congratulated. When one hath a Guru, he is ever estranged from the world. When one hath a Guru, he abandoneth slander. When one hath a Guru, he deemeth evil and good the same. When one hath a Guru, good destiny is written on his forehead. When one hath a Guru, evil passions seduce not his body. When one hath a Guru, the temple turneth towards him. When one hath a Guru, his hut is rebuilt for him. When one hath a Guru, his bed cometh forth from the river. When one hath a Guru, he batheth in the 68 places of pilgrimage. When one hath a Guru, the koi of Vishnu is impressed on his body. When one hath a Guru, he performeth the 12 adorations. When one hath a Guru, all poisons become wholesome. When one hath a Guru, doubts are dispelled. When one hath a Guru, he escapeth from death. When one hath a Guru, he crosseth over the terrible ocean. When one hath a Guru, he suffereth not transmigration. When one hath a Guru, he obtaineth the advantages of the 18 Purans. When one hath a Guru, he obtaineth the 18 loads of vegetables. Without the Guru, there is no resting place. Namdev hath entered the Guru's protection. Namdev once fell into a trance and thought he was playing cymbals in God's honour. God is said to have appeared before him as a Kalandar and taken his cymbals from him. Namdev on awaking composed the following in God's praise. 12. Come God, the Kalandar, wearing the dress of an Abdali. The firmament is the hat on thy head, the 7 nether regions thy slippers. All animals with skins are thy temples, thus art thou decked out, O God. The 56 millions of clouds are thy robes, and the 16,000 queens of Krishan thy waistbands. The 18 loads of vegetables are thy clubs, the whole world is thy salver. Nama's body is thy mosque, his heart thy priest, who tranquilly prayeth. O thou with and without form, thou who art wedded to Lady Lakshmi. While I was worshipping, thou hadst thy symbols taken from me. To whom shall I complain? Nama's Lord is the searcher of all hearts, and wandereth in every land. Basant, man ought not to abandon God's service, even though it be irksome. 1. If a servant run away when his master is in trouble, the servant shall not be long lived. He shall bring shame on his father and mother's family. I will not abandon thy service, O Lord, even though men scoff at me. Thy lotus feet dwell in my heart. As man accepteth death to secure wealth, so the saints relinquish not God's name. Pilgrimages to the Ganges, Gaya, and Godavari are worldly acts. If God be pleased, Nama shall be his worshipper. Namdev's prayer when in danger of drowning in the stormy ocean of worldly love. 2. The waves of covetousness sound like a cataract. My body is drowning therein, O God. Float me over the ocean of the world, O God. Float me over, Father Vital. In this gale I cannot steer my boat. I cannot reach thine opposite shore, O God. Be compassionate and cause me to meet a true Guru. Take me across, O God. Nama saith, I do not even know how to swim. Give me thine arm, O God. Man slowly grows up. He then becomes the sport of the world and commits sin, but his soul can be washed pure by the Guru. 3. As an ant draggeth along a bit of cow dung, so this cart, fashioned from dust and seed, at first moveth slowly, but afterwards the world driveth it with a rod. My darling soul goeth to the wash tank. The washerman, dyed with love, washeth it with the water of God's name. My heart is fascinated with God's feet. Saith Nama, Thou, O God, who art everywhere diffused, have compassion on thy worshipper. Sarang, man is intoxicated with worldly love, but what he amasses will not go with him, wherefore he ought to prepare for hereafter. 1. O man, why hast thou gone into a forest of evil passions? Thou hast partaken of the thieves' plant and gone astray. A fish abideth in water, and taketh no notice of the deadly net. It swalloweth the bait to gratify its palate. So man is bound by the love of gold and woman. When the bees hoard up a great store of honey, man taketh the honey and throweth dirt on the bees. The cow storeth up milk for a calf, but the milkman tieth the calf up by the neck and milketh the cow. For wealth man maketh great endeavours. That wealth he taketh and buryeth in the ground. He amasseth a great deal, but the fool understandeth not that his riches shall remain on the earth and his body become dust. He burneth with great lust, wrath, and avarice. He never joineth the company of holy men. Saith Namdev, seek God's protection, become fearless, and worship God. God is contained in everything. 2. Why layest thou not a wager with me, O God, that there is nothing but thee? The servant is known from his master, and the master from his servant. This is my game with thee. Thou art God in thine own temple. Thou worshippest thyself. From water proceed waves, from waves water, though both have different names in conversation. Thou art the singer, thou art the dancer, thou art the trumpet player. Saith Namdev, Thou art my Lord. Thy servant is imperfect, thou art perfect. In the following, God is supposed to address Namdev. 3. The man who worshippeth none but me is in mine own image. The sight of him, even for a moment, removeth man's 3 fevers, and his touch extricateth man from the pit of family life. A saint can release one bound by me, but I cannot release one bound by a saint. If a saint seize and bind me at any time, I can say naught to him. I am bound by men's merits. I am the life of all things, but my slave is my life. O Namdev, my love shall shine over him whose heart hath such faith. Malar, the extent and greatness of God's palace, in which the demigods and all created things are servants. 1. Serve God, who is unknowable and stainless. Give me, O God, the gift of service for which saints beg. God's palace hath pavilions on every side. In heaven is his gorgeous dwelling and mansion. He filleth equally the 7 regions of the world. In his palace dwelleth the ever youthful Lakshmi. The moon and sun are his lamps. The wretched mountebank Death, who levieth a tax on all, is his judge. Such a monarch is God. In his mansion Brahma, with the 4 faces, who created the whole world, is the fashioning potter. In his mansion enthusiast Shiv, the world's teacher, preacheth pure divine knowledge. At his gate are the mace bearers, evil and good, and the accountants, Chitter and Gupt. Dharmaraj, the destroyer, is his porter. Such a monarch is God. In his mansion are the heralds, the heavenly dancers, the rikis, and the poor minstrels who melodiously sing. All the Shastars are his actors. His theatre is stupendous. Kings sweetly sing his praises. The winds are his waving charis. His handmaiden is Maya, who hath vanquished the world. His fireplace is the blind pit of hell fire. Such a monarch is the Lord of the 3 worlds. In his mansion the tortoise is a bed, Vasuki with its 1,000 hoods, the cords to bind it. His flower girl is the 18 loads of vegetables. His water carrier, the 96 millions of clouds. The Ganges is the perspiration of his feet. The 7 seas his water stands. All living things his vessels. Such a monarch is the Lord of the 3 worlds. At his mansion wait Arjan, Dhru, Prahlad, Ambarik, Narad, Najai, the Siddhs, the Buddhas, the heralds, and the heavenly dancers who extol him and play before him. In God's mansion are so many living beings, within all of whom he is diffused. Namdev representeth, seek God's protection, whose standard all his saints bear. Kanra, God compared to reflection in a mirror. God, the searcher of hearts, like a body reflected in a mirror, dwelleth in every heart. Nothing produceth an effect or impression on him. He is free from all entanglements and devoid of caste. When one looketh at one's own face in the water can produce no impression on it. So nothing can produce an impression on the tall, Nama's Lord. Prabhati, everything is unreal, God alone is real. 1. Only the heart knoweth its own state. Either keep thy secret to thyself, or tell it to a man of understanding. Since I repeat the name of God, the searcher of hearts, why should I be afraid? God, the Lord of the earth, hath penetrated me. My God is diffused in every place. Shops are only phantoms. Shopkeepers are only phantoms. Cities are only phantoms. The different grades of men who inhabit the earth are phantoms, and the world wandereth in error. When the heart is imbued with the Guru's instruction, duality is easily effaced. All things are subject to the commander's order. He is fearless and regardeth all alike. He who knoweth and worshippeth the Supreme Being uttereth words of divine knowledge. Nama saith, I have obtained the life of the world in my heart. He is invisible and wonderful. God communicates to man the perfume of holiness and changes him to gold. 2. God was in the beginning before the ages, and in every age. His end is not known. God is contained in everything uninterruptedly. Thus is his form described. The unbeaten strain resoundeth for him who repeateth God's name. Happy is my God. The sandal tree by its perfume is pleasant to the other trees of the forest. Through God, who was before all things, and who perfumeth like sandal, common wood becometh sandal. Thou, O God, art as the philosopher's stone. I am as the iron. In thine association I have become gold. Thou art compassionate. Thou art the jewel and the ruby. Nama hath been absorbed in the True One. Man cannot hope to obtain bliss until he has learnt to know God who is within him. 3. The inscrutable being invented a play. God is concealed in every heart. No one knoweth the nature of the soul's light. What we ourselves have done, thou knowest. As an earthen vessel is produced from clay, so Vital created the world. The soul's entanglements depend on its acts. It is itself responsible for what it hath done. Namdev representeth, the soul obtaineth the result of its thoughts. The soul which always remaineth fixed on the inscrutable one becometh immortal. End of section 4. Section 5 of the Sikh Religion, Sacred Writings and Authors, Volume 6, by Max Arthur Macauliffe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 5. Trilochan. Trilochan, a name which literally means three-eyed, that is, seer of the present, past, and future, was a celebrated saint of the Vaisya caste. His birth is said to have taken place in the year A.D. 1267. He either lived at or visited Pandharpur in the Sholapur district of the Bombay Presidency, and was a contemporary of Namdev, who mentioned or addressed him in his hymns. Inquiries at Pandharpur and the neighbouring city of Barsai have, however, failed to furnish any information regarding Trilochan. The following legend passes for history among his admirers. He had a perfect faith in and love for saints, but they visited him in inconveniently large numbers, and there were only he and his wife to attend and wait on them. He thought that they were not served as he could have wished, so he resolved on engaging a servant, if he could find one who was accustomed to minister to holy men. He continued to search for such an attendant, but not finding one, became sad at heart. It is said that God was not pleased at the sorrow of his saint, and sent him a candidate for service. Trilochan asked the candidate who he was, whence he had come, and whether he had parents and a house and home. The man replied that he had no parents or home. He had merely come to be engaged as a servant. He could wait on the saints of God without assistance from others, as his life had been spent in such service. He gave his name as Antarjami, which interpreted means searcher of hearts. Trilochan was highly pleased, and ordered his wife to engage him and cheerfully supply all his wants. She was cautioned to consider his pleasure as her first duty. Antarjami performed menial services for the saints, such as cooking, drawing water, washing their feet, shampooing and bathing them, in such a manner that Trilochan's house became famous for its hospitality, and a large crowd of saints began to live with him and consume his substance. 13 months passed in this way, until one day Trilochan's wife went to visit a female neighbour. The latter inquired why she was so dirty and looked so miserable. She replied that her lord had taken into his employ a servant who required so much attention that she had to spend all her days grinding corn and cooking for him. This was reported to Antarjami, and he promptly disappeared. When the time came to wait on the saints, Antarjami could not be found. Trilochan became very much grieved, and rebuking his wife, told her that it was through her indiscretion Antarjami had left their service. When Trilochan's grief had lasted for 3 days, it is said that he was comforted by divine interposition. He consequently applied himself to the praise and contemplation of the one true God. His sorrow was then dispelled. The following hymns of Trilochan are found in the Granth Sahib. Sri Rag. Trilochan admonishes mortals. The heart feeleth great worldly love, O mortal, through which man forgetteth old age and the fear of death. O fool, thou art pleased on beholding thy family, like a thief on espying his neighbour's house. When the powerful myrmidons of death come with a rush, I cannot withstand them. May some friend come and speak to me. Come to me, my God, throw thine arms around me. Come to me, my God, and rescue me. In various pleasures and royal state, O mortal, hast thou forgotten God, and deemest thyself the only immortal one in this world. Deceived by mammon, thou hast not thought of God, and hast lost thy life, O heedless man. Mortal, thou must tread a difficult and terrible path, where neither sun nor moon hath entrance. When man hath abandoned the world, he forgetteth his worldly love. Today it hath become clear to mine understanding that Dharmraj will keep his eye on man. There his very powerful myrmidons will rub men between their hands, and none may withstand them. If any one give me instruction, let it be this, that God is contained in every place. O God, saith Trilochan, thou knowest everything. Gujari, a hermit, a sannyasi, a Brahman called Jai Chand, a yogi, and a Kapriya held a religious discussion in which each maintained the superiority of his own sect. They came in the heat of their arguments to Trilochan, and he, knowing that they were all hypocrites, address them each in turn as follows: To the hermit: thou hast not cleansed thy heart from filth, although thou wearest the dress of a hermit. To the Sanyasi: in the lotus of thy heart thou hast not recognized God, why hast thou become a Sanyasi? To the Brahman: thou hast gone astray in error, O Jai Chand, and not recognized God, the primal joy. To the Jogi: eating in every house thou hast fattened thy body, thou wearest a patched coat and beggar's earrings for gain. Thou hast rubbed on thyself the ashes of the cremation ground, but being without a spiritual guide, thou hast not found the real thing. Why mutter spells? Why practice austerities? Why churn water? Remember God, the dweller at ease, who hath created the 84 lakhs of existences. To the Kapriya: O Kapriya, why carriest thou a water pot? Why wanderest thou to the 68 places of pilgrimage? Saith Trilochan: Hear, O mortal, having no corn, why layest thou a threshing floor? Last thoughts determine man's future state. At the last moment he who thinketh upon his wealth and dieth in that thought shall be born again and again as a serpent. O my friend, forget not God's name. At the last moment he who thinketh of a woman and dieth in that thought shall be born again and again as a prostitute. At the last moment he who thinketh upon a boy and dieth in that thought shall be born again and again as a hog. At the last moment he who thinketh of a mansion and dieth in that thought shall be born again and again as a sprite. At the last moment he who thinketh upon God and dieth in that thought, saith Trilochan, shall obtain salvation, and God shall dwell in his heart. Dhanasari: Trilochan, engaged in his devotions, neglected his worldly calling, and this led to his straitened domestic circumstances. Thereupon his wife became discontented and upbraided God. The following is Trilochan's remonstrance. He endeavoured to console her by telling her that her distress was the result of her sins. Why slander God, O erring and ignorant woman? Thy woe and weal are according to thine acts. Though the moon is attached to Shiv's forehead and daily batheth in the Ganges, though Krishan, the avatar of Vishnu, became incarnate in the moon's family, yet the stain contracted on account of his misdeeds is ineffaceable from his head. Aaron, the charioteer, whose lord is the sun, the lamp of the earth, whose brother was Garur, the king of birds, was born without feet on account of his sins. Shiv, the remover of many sins, the lord of the 3 worlds, wandered to many places of pilgrimage, but never reached the end of them. The act of cutting off Brahma's head was never effaced from his person. Although Ambrosia, the moon, the all-yielding cow, Lakshmi, the miraculous tree, the steed with 7 faces, and the physician arose from the ocean, the lord of rivers, yet on account of its deed the brackishness of the ocean departed not. Although Hanuman, who burnt the fortress of Lanka and uprooted the park of Rawan, took the wound-healing plant to Ram Chandar and made him happy, yet on account of his act of theft the curse that he should never have more than a loincloth was not effaced from his person. The result of past acts is never effaced, O wife of my house. Wherefore repeat for me the name of God. Trilochan repeateth God's name. End of Section 5. Section 6 of the Sikh Religion, Sacred Writings and Authors, Volume 6 by Max Arthur Macauliffe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 6. Parmanand. Parmanand resided at Barsi, north of Pandharpur. His era and history are not known. It is said that he had the same love and affection for God as the milkmaids had for Krishan. In his riper years he used to sing the praises of God with the zest of a boy of 12 or 14 years of age, and he thus largely contributed to the magnification of God's name. The beauty and deeds of Krishan's external and internal body were ever present to him, so it is no wonder that he sang the graces, the splendour, the loveliness, and the pastoral and sylvan sports of that great king with all the enthusiasm of earnest faith and devotion. Parmanand used to be so absorbed in the love and contemplation of God that tears, it is said, flowed continually from his eyes, and times without number he experienced an alteration and stoppage of his voice during his paroxysms of ecstasy. He used to make 700 protestations to God daily, often on the muddy road. A merchant once offered him a silken cloth to protect his knees. He declined the offer and told him to give it to a more needy person, as he himself would be satisfied with an old cloth instead. This the merchant granted him. Parmanand defended the utterance of God's name as a devotional exercise by saying that prayers are often not felt because while repeating them men's minds are apt to wander, but the continual utterance of God's name must ever result in heartfelt devotion. In his hymns Parmanand called himself Sarang, by which he meant that he longed for God as the sarang or chatrik longs for its yearly raindrops. Parmanand's writings are believed to excessively increase men's love for God. It is said to be impossible for one to read them without contemplating God or bearing an image of Him in the mind. A list of Parmanand's works is given in the Asht Chap, or the 8 marks of the followers of Vishnu. The following hymn of Parmanand's composition is found in the Granth Sahib. Sarang, O man, what hast thou done by hearing the Purans? Thou hast performed no steady worship, and not given alms to the hungry. Lust hast thou not forgotten, wrath hast thou not forgotten, covetousness hath not left thee. Slander hath not left thy lips, and fruitless hath been all thy devotion. O sinful man, by highway robbery and housebreaking hast thou filled thy belly. Thou hast committed the folly from which on thy departure to the next world infamy will result. The desire for the destruction of life did not leave thy heart, and thou didst not cherish mercy for living things. Parmanand, thou hast not, in the company of holy men, made current God's pure word. End of section 6. Section 7 of the Sikh Religion, Sacred Writings and Authors, Volume 6, by Max Arthur Macauliffe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 7. Sadhna. Sadhna is believed to have been born in Sawan in Sindh and to have been a butcher by trade. He was a contemporary of Namdev. He embraced a religious life by listening to the instructions of holy men. Sadhna never killed animals himself, but purchased those killed by others and then retailed their flesh. He wiped out the sins of previous births and became purified like fine gold which resists the touchstone. His idol was the salagram, or ammonite stone, worshipped by Hindus. With this he weighed out meat to his customers. However much or little they required, they received the weight of the salagram. A sadhu, or holy man, on seeing the use to which the salagram was applied, thought it ought no longer to remain with a butcher, and resolved to take possession of it. Sadhna gave it up without hesitation. After some time, however, the sadhu took back the salagram to Sadhna and told him that though he had bathed it in the 5 ambrosias, worshipped it with sandal, sweet basil, and so forth, his worship was unacceptable. The salagram is pleased with thee, said the sadhu, and I have sinned by taking it. By this time, however, Sadhna's thoughts took a different turn. He became wrapped up in the love of God, abandoned everything he possessed, and bent his steps towards the forest to enjoy the uninterrupted worship of God. On the way he saw some of his relations at a distance. He concealed himself and avoided them by taking another route, lest any of them should put pressure on him to return. On arriving in the evening at a village, he went into the house of a married man and asked for something to eat. The lady of the house, on seeing Sadhna young and handsome, fell in love with him. She prepared exquisite food for his repast and induced him to stay. At night she proposed to elope with him. Sadhna spurned her and said he would not do such a thing, even though she were to cut his throat for refusing. Understanding by this that if her husband's throat were cut, Sadhna would be ready to accede to her wishes, she forthwith went and killed her husband. On returning to Sadhna, she told him what she had done and repeated her immoral proposal. Sadhna replied, "O unworthy woman, thou hast lost thy reason. How can I agree to what thou proposest?" In her despair she raised loud cries and invented a false accusation against him. "I believed this person to be a holy man, and accordingly entertained him. He hath now killed my husband and made improper overtures to me." Sadhna was arrested and taken before a magistrate. When asked what he had to say, he, with the meekness and unwillingness to throw blame on others, which have characterized so many Hindu saints, pleaded guilty to the charge. He thought to himself, "Since God hath placed me in this position, no one will accept my denial." He then composed the following hymn: "Even though thou, O God, consign me to hell, I shall not dispute it or turn away from it. Even though thou bestow heaven on me, I shall not rejoice or praise it. If thou reject me, I cannot constrain thee. If thou accept me, I shall not be puffed up with excessive joy. He by whom thou standest shoulder to shoulder is dyed with thee. Let him whom thou orderest cheerfully burn his body. My mind desireth not death, yet thou mayest, if it please thee, put me in the fire. What the Beloved desireth ought to be the heart's desire also." The judge sentenced Sadhna to have his hands cut off. The punishment was duly carried out, and Sadhna was then discharged. He set out without a frown on his forehead, notwithstanding his barbarous mutilation. There is a tradition, which however is not found in the Bhagat Mal, that the woman who had brought the false accusation against Sadhna of having killed her husband with the object of abducting her, burned herself on her husband's funeral pyre. On seeing this, Sadhna said, "No one knoweth the way of a woman. She killeth her husband and becometh a sati." However this expression originated, it has passed into a proverb. Sadhna's devotions proved so successful that, it is said, new hands then sprouted from his body, and he was released from all pain of future birth. So efficacious, says the author of the Bhagat Mal, is the love of God. In the Mahabharat it is stated that even were a man to study the four Veds, it would not avail him unless he loved God. And God said, "Even though a man be the lowest social outcast, yet if he be a saint of mine, he is dear to me and worthy of worship." There is a legend to the effect that Sadhna became the object of further persecution. A king who was probably incensed against him on the account of his religious opinions ordered him to procure meat for him at an unusual hour of night. Sadhna was unable to do so, and the king thereupon ordered that he should be put to death by being built alive into a wall. While the wall was closing round him, Sadhna is said to have composed the following hymn in the Balawal measure: On account of a king's daughter, a man assumed the disguise of Vishnu, for love of her and for his own object, but his honour was saved. What merit hast thou, O Guru of the world, if my sins be not erased? What availeth it to enter the asylum of the lion, if he allow the jackal to clutch me? For want of a drop of rain the Shatrik suffereth agony. When its life is gone, even were an ocean at hand, it would be of no avail. Now that my life is weary and abideth no longer, how shall I be patient? When a man is drowned, even if a boat be obtained, say, whom shall you put into it? I am nothing, and I have nothing. At this conjuncture thy slave Sadhna prayeth thee to protect his honour. Sadhna's tomb is at Sarhind in the Panjab, but the sadhu in charge of it can give no information regarding him. End of section 7. Section 8 of the Sikh Religion, Sacred Writings and Authors, Volume 6 by Max Arthur Macauliffe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 8. Beni. Beni briefly traces the progress of man's spiritual degeneration from the time of birth. Owing to the great difficulty of his writings, it is believed that he is of comparatively ancient date. Unfortunately, no account of him is accessible. Srirag, O man, when thou wast in the pit of the womb, and didst meditate and fix thine earnest attention on God, not proud of the dignity of thy mortal body, thou wast day and night free from the pride which is ignorance. Recall the travail and great suffering of those days. Now thou hast too much extended thy thoughts to worldly things. When thou didst leave the womb and enter this perishable world, thou forgottest God. Thou shalt afterwards repent, O fool, through what mental perversity hath superstition attached to thee. Remember God, otherwise thou shalt go to the abode of death. Stray not in other worship. A child is anxious for play and sweets. By degrees its worldly love increaseth. Under the pretext of its being a sacrifice, man tasteth meat as if it were ambrosia, though it is a poison. Then the 5 evil passions appear and torture him. He abandoneth devotion, penance, self-restraint, and good works, and in his heart he worshippeth not God's name. His lust overfloweth, blackness attaches to his heart, and he embraceth the strange woman. In the ardour of youth he stareth at another's wife, and distinguisheth not good from evil. In the intoxication of lust and the other great sins he goeth astray, and distinguisheth not vice from virtue. Beholding his children and his wealth, he is proud, and forgetteth God in his heart. He weigheth in his heart the wealth of some one who is dead, then ruineth his life by women and banquets. When his hair groweth grey, greyer than the jasmine, and his voice becometh feeble, when his eyes water, and his intellect and strength depart, then his desires are in a whirl. His mind is defiled by evil passions, and therefore his body withereth away like the lotus in the rainy season. He who renounceth God's name in this perishable world shall afterwards repent. Beholding his near relations, he muttereth something, and is proud of them, but they heed him not. He desireth the distinction of long life, though his eyes see not. The fire of his body is spent, the bird of his soul hath fled, and his corpse is disagreeable, whether in the house or the courtyard. Saith Beni, hear me, O saints, who hath obtained salvation after death. Divine instruction is communicated under the allegory of Hatha Yog, the most difficult and painful form of a yogi's practice. Ramkali, unite the breath of the Ira, Pingla, and Sukhmana together in one place. There is the Beni and Prayag, where the 3 rivers meet. Let the soul lave therein. O saints, there is the pure God. A few understand this when they go to the Guru. There in the brain the pure one is. What are the signs of God's abode? There is played the unbeaten music of the Word. There nor moon, nor sun, nor wind, nor water is worshipped. He whose conscience is awakened by the Guru's instruction knoweth this. Through him divine knowledge is produced, evil inclinations depart, and ambrosial juice trickleth from the brain. He who knoweth the secret of this science shall meet the primal divine Guru. The 10th gate is the abode of the inaccessible and unequalled Supreme Being. Over the body and on the body is a chamber, and within the chamber is the treasure. He who watcheth over this shall never fall asleep. The 3 qualities and the 3 worlds shall vanish for him in contemplation. He shall hold the source of all spells in his heart, and turning back his mind from the world, fix it on heaven. He shall be wakeful and not utter a lie, and shall keep the five organs of perception in subjection. He shall treasure the Guru's instruction in his heart, and devote his soul and body to God's love. He shall meditate on the leaves and branches of his body, and not lose his life in gambling. He shall tie up the sphincter ani, turn his breath towards his back, and raise it to the brain. When he restraineth his breath, difficult of restraint, nectar trickleth forth, and he converseth with the Lord of the world. In the 10th gate is the light of a four-faced lamp to behold all things. There are endless petals of the lotus, and its cup is in the center. God dwelleth there with all his power. Let man string the precious jewel of God's name within him. He hath a lotus in his brain, and gems around it. In the center is the spotless one, the Lord of the three worlds. The five species of musical instruments are clearly heard. Chauris appear to wave, and a shell to reverberate like thunder. The pious by divine knowledge trample on their evil passions. Beni beggeth thy name, O Lord, since the practice of Jog is profitless. Prabhati, the following was addressed to a hypocritical Brahman. Thou rubbest sandal on thy body, and puttest leaves on thy forehead, but thou hast a murderous knife in thy heart. Thou lookest on people like a thag, and watchest them like a crane looking for fish. The life of the Vaishnav, when he seeth thee, escapeth through his mouth. Thou bowest daily to the beautiful idol of Vishnu for a long time. With the evil eye art thou affected, and at night thou quarrelest. Thou ever bathest thy body. Thou hast two doties. Thou ostensibly performest thy religious duties, and livest on milk alone. But in thy heart thou hast a knife to stab with. It is thy custom to plunder the property of others. Thou adorest a stone, and in the worship of Kali makest a circle for Ganesh. Thou watchest at night, so that men may think thou hast entered on God's service. With thy feet dost thou dance, but thy heart meditateth evil. O sinner, thy dancing is wicked. Thou sittest on a deerskin, and carriest a rosary of sweet basil. Thou puttest a showy tilak on thy forehead. In thy heart is falsehood, though thou wearest a necklace on thy neck. O sinner, thou repeatest not God's name. All that man's worship is vain, and he is blind who hath not recognized the Supreme God. Saith Beni, meditate on God by the Guru's instruction. Without a true Guru the way is not found. End of section 8. Section 9 of the Sikh Religion, Sacred Writings and Authors, Volume 6 by Max Arthur Macauliffe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 9. Ramanand. A short account of Ramanand appears to be necessary to explain the doctrines of Ramanand and the progress of Hindu religious reform in India. Swami Ramanand flourished in the 11th century of the Christian era. He was born in the village of Bhootnagari, also called Parambudur, southeast of Kanchipur, the modern Kanjivaram, in the Madras Presidency in the year AD 1017, during the reign of Bedawardhan, king of Dwar Samudra, in the Mysore state. The date of his birth is attested by the Sanskrit chronogram Durlabha, a word which yields the date 939 of the Sakka era, and means that men received patience or consolation at his birth. Ramanuj's father was Keshav Jajwa, a Brahmin said to be of the illustrious race of Harit, the spiritual and literary king of the Rikis. His mother was called Kantimati. For a long time she was childless. Her husband prayed to heaven for a son, when it is said a god appeared to him and told him his desire should be granted. To effect this, it is related that Sheshnag, the wise serpent, which according to the Hindus supports the earth, became incarnate as Ramanuj. On the mother's side also, Ramanuj belonged to an intellectual family, for it was his mother's brother, Yadav Acharya, who was Ramanuj's first preceptor, and taught him the principles of the Hindu religion as expounded in the Simritis. Ramanuj became an apt pupil, and at a very early age mastered the Veds and the Shastars. While pursuing his studies, he delighted to sit under a tamarind tree near Parambudur, which is still worshipped by his followers. Ramanuj propounded new opinions with reference to the relation between the Creator and his creatures. He refuted the theories of the famous Shankar Acharya, who was a Vedantist, and he began to inculcate the superiority of the worship of Vishnu to that of Shiv, the principal object of worship in southern India. Ramanuj exorcised an evil spirit of which the daughter of the king of Kanchipur had become possessed. The king was well pleased and gave him munificent remuneration. Finding the king in a mood to listen to his teaching, he preached to him the advantages of the Vaishnav doctrines. His superior intellectual attainments and his success in everything to which he turned his attention excited the jealousy of his preceptor, who formed a plot to take him on a pilgrimage to Banaras and secretly drown him in the Ganges. Ramanuj was saved from this fate by the timely information received from his aunt's son. Ramanuj for a considerable time worshipped an idol called Bhardraj, the tutelary deity of Kanchipur. Desirous to extend his theological studies, and thoroughly distrustful of his uncle, he went to Sri Rangnath, the modern Srirangam, at the parting of the rivers Kavari and Kalaran near Trichinopoly, to visit Yaman Acharya, the great representative of the Sri sect, and obtain initiation from him and adoption as his disciple. Unfortunately, Yaman Acharya had died before the arrival of Ramanuj. The latter then put himself under the tutelage of Mahapuran, Yaman Acharya's disciple and successor. He subsequently became the disciple of Gashtipuran, who sent him back 18 times before he was satisfied of his fitness for initiation. Nabhaji, writing from a Vaishnav standpoint, enumerates 4 great sects of Hindus: the Sri, the Shiv, the Brahma, and the Sankadik. The members of the Sri sect worship Vishnu under the form of his energy or consort Lakshmi. Indeed, it is said that Vishnu himself taught the proper form of his worship to Lakshmi, and she handed it down in a direct line to Ramanuj. Ramanuj continued his studies with ardor at Sri Rangnath, and there composed his commentaries on the Sutras of Vyas and other Vedic works. When past 50 years of age, he left his family and devoted himself to the salvation of his fellow men. Mahapuran had communicated to him the spell by which God's protection might be obtained, and told him that whoever heard it should be saved from the pain of transmigration. At the same time, he informed Ramanuj that he was never to disclose the secret. Ramanuj pondered on the prohibition, and came to the conclusion that it was on every account proper to divulge to men the secret of salvation, even though he were to suffer eternal punishment for the disclosure. He accordingly went from place to place, repeating with a loud voice the spell of human deliverance. He made pilgrimages to Tripadi and Jagannath and Banaras, and having successfully preached the Vaishnav doctrines at these holy places, erected buildings for worship at them all. From Banaras he proceeded to Badrinath in the Himalayas, where he did homage to Vishnu under his dual form of Nar Narayan. He is said to have made converts by thousands and tens of thousands. In the Prapan Amrit, a Sanskrit work devoted to Ramanuj and his doctrines, it is stated that in the month of Po, in the year 1012 of the Salavahana era, corresponding to 1090 of the Christian era, he dedicated an idol to God under the name of Narayan at a place called Yada Vachala. The chroniclers disclose the extent to which religious zeal and its allies, religious bigotry and persecution, even then prevailed in India. The Chola king Karakala, called Krimi Kantha on account of some infection of the throat from which he suffered, was a bigoted worshipper of Shiv and held the doctrines of the Sri sect in devout abhorrence. He engaged in controversy with Mahapuran, Ramanuj's religious guide, and Kruresh, a disciple of Ramanuj. The monarch, on being vanquished in argument, resorted to physical force for revenge and put out the eyes of his antagonists. Mahapuran died in a few days, but Kruresh survived and subsequently rendered Ramanuj invaluable service in the dissemination of his doctrines. Ramanuj himself, in order to escape from the fury of Krimi Kantha, took shelter in the court of Bidda or Vitala Deva, the Jain monarch of Dwar Samudra in the Mysore state, who reigned from A.D. 1104 to 1141. After a controversy with Ramanuj, the king changed his faith and sought the protection of God in his teachings. Filled with new zeal, he changed his name also to Vishnu Vardhana and set to work to convert his numerous subjects, who are stated to have been all of the Jain religion. Most of them were converted, but some fled, and the rest the monarch piously put to the sword. In A.D. 1117 the king erected the Belur temple in commemoration of his conversion to Vaishnavism by Ramanuj. Ramanuj, fearing for his own safety in his native country and pleased with the holy zeal, friendship, and protection of the Mysore king, resided at his capital for 12 years, during which time he induced him to erect a temple to Krishan at Mail Kot. Here Ramanuj continued to preach his doctrines and made numerous converts among the Brahmins, whom he withdrew from their allegiance to Shiv. Ramanuj's religious teachings began to be adopted at Purushottam-puri, the modern Jagannath, then, as now, one of the greatest strongholds of the Hindu religion. His rules for daily life, however, were of a very exclusive character, and such as could hardly have been expected from a man who fearlessly disclosed to the world the secrets of salvation. He enjoined the utmost attention to cleanliness in cooking and eating, an injunction which must be commended on sanitary grounds, but he made regulations concerning dress, salutation, and sacrificial marks of too strict a character for general observance. For instance, his followers cooked for themselves and ate in the greatest privacy after bathing. On one point in particular he laid the greatest stress. If the sight or shadow of any person fell upon the food of a follower of his, it was to be immediately rejected. He believed that purity of thought could only be obtained by eating food not seen by others. Nabhaji states that the strict culinary rules of Ramanuj were not made for caste purposes, but for the glory of God and purity of worship. Such teaching naturally met with opposition. It can easily be gathered that Jagannath became too dangerous to a place for Ramanuj to permanently reside in, and he escaped at night to pursue his missionary career in other lands. He is said to have had 10,000 followers, 74 of whom were especially devoted to their teacher. These 74, however, each put a different interpretation on his doctrines, and accordingly established as many sects of their own. Ramanuj died at Sriranganath at the age of 120 years. The chronogram Dharmanashta, or the destruction of religion, gives the date of his death as 1059 of the Shaka era, corresponding to AD 1137. The mantra, or words of initiation, of the sect consists of 8 letters and is communicated in a secret whisper by the teacher to his disciple. The proclamation of the mantra was made by Ramanuj from the loftiest Gopura, known as the White Gopura, or ornamental gateway of the temple at Srirangam. The motto of members of their order is Ramanuj Asaya Daso Asmi. I am a slave of Ramanuj. The head is slightly inclined, and the hands are joined and applied to the forehead for the purposes of salutation. The sacrificial marks of the sect are several. On the forehead there are two vertical streaks made with a calcareous clay called Gopi Chandan. Within them is a vertical red streak made of turmeric and lime. The white streaks are connected over the nose by a transverse streak which admits of several varieties. The usual marks on the forehead are as follows: to denote that body, tongue, and mind should be kept under subjection. On the breast and upper arms, Ramanujis make white patches in which they enclose red streaks. The several marks represent the shell, quoit, club, and lotus carried in the four hands of Vishnu, and the central streak of red represents his consort or energy Lakshmi. It is piously believed that persons, no matter of what caste, who apply these marks to their foreheads, are after their departure from this life not molested by death's ministers. The sect besides venerate the salagram stone and the sweet basil flower as indispensable adjuncts of worship. The followers of Ramanuj believe that Vishnu is the supreme being, that he existed before all worlds, and was the creator of all things. Creation originated in his desire to multiply himself and was formed from his material essence. This essence, however manifested, is pervaded by a portion of his vitality, which again is distinct from his spiritual essence, as God, the spirit, and matter are all distinct. Like the propounders of other religious systems, Ramanuj found himself in a difficulty between pantheism and anthropomorphism. Vishnu pervades all creation. Vishnu and the universe are one, but at the same time Vishnu is not devoid of form, and he is endowed with all good qualities. Vishnu has manifested himself to men in several human and other incarnations. He is present in objects of worship, and may be adored by the purification of temples and idols, by the presentation of flowers and perfumes, by counting rosaries and repeating his name and that of his energy or consort Lakshmi, and finally by the practice of Yog. The reward of such devotion is release from all transmigration throughout eternity. Several temples were erected in Ramanuj's honor, the principal of which are at Jadari, Galata, Ahobal, and Rawasa. In the famous fort of Srirangapatam also a temple sacred to Ramanuj is pointed out to visitors. Ramanuj wrote several works, the principal of which are the Sri Ramanuj Bhashaya, the Gita Bhashaya, the Vedartha Sangraha, the Vedanta Deepa, the Vedanta Sar, and the Dharma Sanhita. Ramanand, a Gaur Brahmin, was born at Malkot, where Ramanuj had set up an idol of Vishnu and induced the Brahmins to renounce their devotion to Shiv. Very little is known of Ramanand's life. Only a page and a half is devoted to it in Nabhaji's Bhagat Mal, where he is compared to Ram and made an incarnation of God come down from heaven to save the world. The Ramanandis make it a special point to keep all details of their sect and its founder a profound secret. All the works that we have been able to obtain relating to Ramanand have been for the most part devoted to his praise. We give here such details of his life as have been gleaned from accessible sources. Nabhaji makes Ramanand the fourth in spiritual descent from Ramanuj, allowing a third of a century as an average period of incumbency for each religious teacher. Ramanand must have flourished in the end of the 14th and the first half of the 15th century. This corresponds too with another reckoning which may be employed as a chronological test. The great religious reformer Kabir, of whom we shall presently have much to say, was, according to all documentary and traditional evidence, a disciple of Ramanand. Now the followers of Kabir say that the year AD 1908 is the 510th of his era. His birth, therefore, according to them, took place in the year AD 1398, a date which may be unhesitatingly accepted. We are thus able to fix Ramanand's approximate epoch. Ramanand, like Ramanuj, originally imbibed the Hindu doctrines enunciated in the Samritas, in which he had been instructed by a hermit. He subsequently adopted the reformed principles of Ramanuj and became a prominent member of the Sri sect. It is related that Ramanand, while still a worshipper according to the Simritis, was one day gathering flowers in a garden when he saw Swami Raghuvanand, a follower of Ramanuj. Raghuvanand asked him if he knew anything of his own state, but before he had time to answer, told him that he had reached the end of his life and exhorted him to seek the protection of God at the last hour. Ramanand went and informed his hermit tutor of the message he had received. The hermit and his pupil proceeded to Raghuvanand and besought his divine intercession. The great Swami took compassion on Ramanand, and by his skill in the arduous practice of Yog, suspended at the critical moment Ramanand's life breath in the 10th gate of his body. The time fixed by destiny for Ramanand's death having thus passed, Raghuvanand bestowed on him the coveted boon of a protracted life. Ramanand served the Swami for some time and then went on a pilgrimage to Badrikashram, the modern Badri Narain in the Himalayas, and other places. In the course of his wanderings he visited Banaras and lived at the ghat called Panch Ganga, where his sandals were preserved at the time of the composition of Nabhaji's Bhagat Mal. It is certain that Ramanand came in contact at Banaras with learned Musalmans, for by that time there had been several conquests of India under the flag of the Prophet of Makkah. It is natural to suppose that there should have been held at the ancient sacred city of the Hindus heated controversies between mullahs and Brahmins, and that the better informed classes of Hindus, who had already shown a predilection for monotheism, should have formed a just conception of the divine unity. We shall afterwards see how some of the followers of Ramanand at Banaras became fervent monotheists, and at the same time ridiculed the priestcraft of the mullahs and the Brahmins. Being far from members of his own religious persuasion, Ramanand was now free to form his own ideas and speculations on religion, and he laid aside, among other previous articles of belief, several of the cumbrous social and caste observances of the Sri sect. When he returned after long absence to Raghuvanand, his co-religionists and those who had previously lived with him interrogated him as to his observance of caste rules since his departure from them. It was found that his theological belief had altered in some respects, and that he had relaxed the severe culinary rules of Ramanuj. It is an ordinary practice of Hindu priests, when they lay food before an idol, to draw a screen over both the idol and the food. When sufficient time, according to human ideas, is allowed the idol for its consumption, the screen is withdrawn. The followers of Ramanuj observe the same practice, but have added to it a stern injunction that if any one but the person cooking see the idol's food, it must be immediately rejected. The followers of Ramanuj considered attention to such matters one of the most important elements of divine worship. Ramanand did not adopt this view. Like another great teacher, he could not understand what concern culinary rules had with the worship of God, and he must have freely given vent to his feelings, though his expressions have not been preserved. His sect promptly expelled him, but his religious guide, Raghuvanand, appears to have felt some sympathy with him, for he authorized him to found a sect of his own, which he accordingly did. The theological tenets of the new faith corresponded to some extent with those of Ramanuj, except that Sita and Ram, instead of Lakshmi and Narayan, became special objects of Ramanand's worship, and the culinary and kindred rules of the Ramanujis were generously relaxed. Ramanand then applied himself to prove from the Shastars that the observance of caste rules was unnecessary for any one who sought the protection of God and embraced his service. He laid it down as a rule that all persons of any caste who accepted the tenets and principles of his sect might eat and drink together, irrespective of birth. All men who serve God in the same way are brothers and of the same social position. Contrary to the practice of Ramanuj, who had enforced a discipline too strict for ordinary mortals, Ramanand, threw his spiritual door wide open, admitted disciples of all castes, and boldly announced that
Gyan, or knowledge of God, emancipated man from all social bondage. It is written in Nabhaji's Bhagat Mal that even a low caste man who loves God is superior to a Brahman who, although irreproachable in his acts, possesses no love for the Creator. An instance of this is cited at the great feast given by Yudhishthar to commemorate the victory of the Pandavs over the Kauravas. The festal bell would not ring spontaneously at the appointed time. Krishan, who attended the banquet, inquired if any person had failed to receive his share of the viands. He was informed that food had not been served to Valmik because he was a Chandal and as a huntsman destroyer of life. Krishan then ordered that Valmik should be seated in the midst of the assemblage, and that Draupadi, the fractional wife of Yudhishthar, should feed him with her own hands. This she accordingly did, and the festal bell pealed forth, struck by no earthly hands. Ramanand was distinguished for his kindness to others and his love of God. He pointed out the way of the Lord to men of the four castes and the four conditions of life. He deemed forms of adoration superfluous, and held that the supreme reward of devotion was to be obtained by incessantly uttering God's name. He called his disciples the liberated when he allowed them, and they accepted a liberal interpretation of the Hindu social rules sanctioned by religion. At the same time, he vehemently opposed atheists and those who boasted that they existed independently of God. He vanquished in argument the Jains, the Buddhists, and the followers of the left way, whose devotions were not addressed to the Supreme Lord of the world. Ramanand, having forsaken the cares of the world, gave himself up to vairag, or renunciation of all worldly things, and thus became the first Bairagi. He had four disciples, from each of whom arose four sects composed of Nagas, who are purely ascetic and practice seclusion, and some yogis who carry and lead domestic lives. Both orders may eat together. They mostly belong to the Sudar class, but some wear the triple cord of the twice-born Hindus and style themselves Gaur Brahmins, who had their origin in the north of India. It is said that Ramanand at Ganga Sagar, at the mouth of the Hooghly branch of the Ganges, discovered a temple sacred to Kapila, an incarnation of Vishnu and author of the Sankhya Shastars. A fair is annually held there at the time of the winter solstice. The disciples of Ramanand were, according to Nabhaji, Anantanand, Sureshwaranand, Sukhanand, Bhawanand, Pipa, Sain, Dhanna, Ravdas, Kabir, and others. Ramanand died at Benares at an advanced age. Most of the present followers of Ramanand appear to have completely fallen away from his teaching, and observe caste rules with the utmost strictness, and as far as their tenets were concerned, they appear to have become hopelessly confused with the Ramanujis, and to differ only in their sectarial marks and their preference for Sita and Ram to Lakshmi and Narayan as objects of worship. The following is the hymn of Ramanand found in the Granth Sahib. An invitation has been given him to attend a religious service of Vishnu, to which he replied, Basant, whither shall I go, sir? I am happy at home. My heart will not go with me, it hath become a cripple. One day I did have an inclination to go. I ground sandal, took distilled aloe wood and many perfumes, and was proceeding to worship God in a temple, when my spiritual guide showed me God in my heart. Wherever I go, I find only water or stones. But thou, O God, art equally contained in everything. The Veds and the Purans, all have I seen and searched. Go thou thither, if God be not here. O true Guru, I am a sacrifice unto thee, who hast cut away all my perplexities and doubts. Ramanand's Lord is the all-pervading God. The Guru's word cutteth away millions of sins. End of Section 9. Section 10 of the Sikh Religion, Sacred Writings and Authors, Volume 6 by Max Arthur Macauliffe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 10. Dhanna. Dhanna, generally known as Dhanna Yat, is said to have been born in the year AD 1415. He lived in the village of Duan in Tank territory, about 20 miles from the Deoli cantonments of Rajputana. A religious bent was given to his genius from his earliest years. A Brahmin went to his parents' house to worship. On seeing the ceremonials, Dhanna asked for an idol so that he too might worship on his own account, in imitation of the Brahmin. The Brahmin at first put him off with excuses, but when Dhanna further importuned, he handed him a small black stone for his youthful devotion. Dhanna took it up, applied it to his eyes and head, and began to worship it in imitation of the Brahmin. The ceremony observed was this: Dhanna first bathed himself, then bathed the stone, and put on it a tilak or patch made from the mud of a neighbouring tank. He had no sweet basil dear to gods and idols, but he offered green leaves instead, and then performed the customary devotional homage and prostration. When Dhanna's mother brought him bread, he put it in front of the idol, and shutting his eyes, sat down hard by. He waited long in hope that the idol would eat, but on finding that it would not, became sad and distressed. He repeatedly clasped his hands in supplication, and when that form of inducement proved unavailing, began to ply the idol with boyish flatteries. At last, when all failed, he threw the bread into the tank, by which he meant to clearly show the idol that if it did not eat it, he would not eat it himself. Some days passed in this way, until Dhanna was well nigh dead from weakness produced by thirst and hunger. At last the Brahmin, anxious to confer a blessing on the youthful saint, appeared to him and urged him to satisfy his appetite. Dhanna did so and revived to pursue his devotions with even greater fervour than before. The Brahmin again paid Dhanna a visit, and on seeing his progress towards spiritual perfection, prostrated himself before him and shed tears of love. By Dhanna's contemplation, worship, and repetition of the Name, God was gladdened, and the Brahmin, through Dhanna's devotion, obtained, it was said, the object of his desires, both in this world and the next. Dhanna was supernaturally directed to go to Banaras and receive the spell of initiation from Ramanand. He accordingly did so. Ramanand, on seeing his purity of heart and devotion, recognized him as a great saint and apostle, and duly initiated him as a disciple. In due time, Ramanand, having enjoined the service of the saints on him as a special duty, dismissed him with every token of love and respect, and Dhanna, on reaching his home, duly followed his spiritual guide's injunctions. One day, as Dhanna was taking wheat to sow, he met some holy men who urged their necessities. Accordingly, he bestowed his seed wheat on them. God, on seeing Dhanna's charity to his saints, said, "He who casteth corn in the ground expecteth a return several times greater. Now Dhanna putteth corn into the mouths of my saints, so I must give him 1,000-fold return." Dhanna's field accordingly flourished so much better than the fields of his neighbours, that it became the subject of general congratulation. Dhanna thought the congratulations were merely jeers and jests, until one day he paid a visit to his field. Then he found that what people had been saying was really true. He became absorbed in the love of God, and redoubled his devotion to Him and His saints. His land is still called Dhanna Bhagat Ka Khet, or Saint Dhanna's field. It is said that the black stone of his youthful worship was subsequently embedded in one of the walls of his temple. Nabhaji concludes his account of Dhanna with the following invocation: O God, Indar, how prudent and wise art thou who madest thy thunderbolt out of the bones of Dadhich, king of the Rikhis. Why hast thou not lifted up and taken away this wretched heart of mine, which is millions of times harder than adamant, since it is not in the slightest degree softened on reading the story of Dhanna and hearing of God's kindness, love, and affection for His saints? Though Dhanna began life as an idolater, it is clear from the following hymn that he became in riper years a worshipper of the one God, and renounced all superstitious practices. Asa. In Gobind, Gobind, Gobind was Namdev's heart absorbed. A calico printer worth half a dam became worth a lakh. Abandoning weaving and stretching thread, Kabir devoted his love to God's feet. Though a weaver of low family, he obtained untold virtues. Rav Das, who used to remove dead cattle, abandoned worldly affairs, became distinguished, and in the company of the saints obtained a sight of God. Sain, barber, and village drudge, well known in every house, in whose heart the supreme God dwelt, is numbered among the saints. Having heard all this, I, a yat, applied myself to God's service. I have met God in person, and great is the good fortune of Dhanna. The following hymns of Dhanna afford abundant additional evidence that he, by further study and meditation, embraced a purer form of worship than that of his early youth. After a confessedly sinful life, Dhanna met the Guru, who united him with God. Wandering and roaming, many births have passed away. My body, mind, and fortune remain not constant. Attached to and stained with the sins of covetousness and lust, I have forgotten God, the diamond. The fruit of sin is sweet to the demented mind. It knoweth not excellent meditation. My love, turning in a different direction from virtue, increaseth, and I again weave the web of birth and death. I did not know the way of recognizing him who dwelleth in the heart. I burned in the fire of worldly love and fell into death's noose. I collected so many fruits of sin and filled my heart with them, that I forgot God, the Supreme Being. When the Guru caused the wealth of divine knowledge to enter me, I meditated on God and accepted in my heart that He was one. I have embraced the love and service of God and known comfort. I am satiated and satisfied, and have obtained salvation. He in whose heart God's light, which filleth creation, is contained, recognizeth God who cannot be deceived. Dhanna hath obtained God as his wealth. Meeting with saints, he hath become absorbed in Him. God is the universal preserver. O my heart, why thinkest thou not of the God of mercy? Why ignorest thou not all besides? Wert thou to run through the universe and the continents of the earth, it would not avail thee. Only what the Creator doeth cometh to pass. He who made the body with its 10 gates in the water of its mother's womb, nourisheth it and preserveth it in its fiery home. Such a Lord is ours. The female tortoise liveth in the water, its young remain on land. They have no mother's wings to shelter them, and no milk to drink. Yet God, the all-pervading, the primal joy, the delightful, feedeth them. Understand this in thy heart. A worm is embedded in a stone, and there is no exit for it. Saith Dhanna, God filleth it. O my soul, fear not. Dhanna, in order to maintain himself while engaged in his devotions, prays for the means of subsistence. Dhanna, sorry, O God, I thine afflicted servant come to thee. Thou arrangest the affairs of those who perform thy service. Dal, flour, and ghee, I beg of thee, so shall my heart be ever happy. Shoes and good clothes, the 7 sorts of corn, I beg of thee. Milch cows and buffaloes I beg. A good Turkestani mare and a good wife, the slave Dhanna beggeth of thee. End of section 10. Section 11 of the Sikh Religion, Sacred Writings and Authors, Volume 6 by Max Arthur Macauliffe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 11. Pipa. Pipa, born in the year A.D. 1425, was king of a state called Garangar. He possessed every spiritual excellence and conferred happiness and saintship on the human race. Pipa had been at first a worshipper of Durga, the consort of Shiv. Some holy men came to his capital, and he, with his usual generosity and devotion, ministered to all their wants. They then prepared food, offered it to God, and prayed that the king might become a saint. At night he had a vision in which a holy man who took an interest in his welfare appeared to him and said, "How foolish thou art, who turnest away from God, and yet askest for pardon." From that moment he desired nothing but the service of God. All the things of this world appeared to him to have no reality. It is said that the goddess subsequently appeared to him. Pipa prostrated himself before her and asked her how he could serve God. She told him to go and take Ramanand as his spiritual guide. After this highly disinterested advice, the goddess disappeared. Pipa manifested such a passionate desire to see Ramanand that his friends apprehended he would lose his reason. At last he went to Banaras, where he had heard Ramanand resided. The great Swami, on hearing of Pipa's arrival, expressed his surprise and sent him a message. "My house is a place for faqirs. What business have kings here?" On Ramanand's refusal to receive him, Pipa returned home and bestowed his wealth on the poor. He again appeared before Ramanand and said he had now become a faqir. Ramanand, in order to test his sincerity, told him to throw himself into a well. Without further reflection, Pipa proceeded to do so, but Ramanand's disciples restrained him. They brought him back to Ramanand, who, on being satisfied of his humility, forthwith made him a disciple and bestowed saintship on him. He then gave him permission to return to his own country and continue to serve saints. Ramanand promised to go in company with other saints to visit him after a year of probation. Pipa departed, served holy men, and worshipped God with increased fervour. After a year he wrote to Ramanand and reminded him of his promise to sanctify Gagarangar with a visit. Ramanand set out with his 40 chosen disciples, including Rav Das and the renowned Kabir. Pipa, having taken a palki for his guru, met the party outside the city. He prostrated himself before Ramanand and each of the disciples and bestowed on the poor a large amount of money and the remnant of his property as a thanksgiving on that joyful occasion. He took the whole company to his palace and bestowed such service on them that he quickly received the great spiritual reward of salvation during life. After some time, Ramanand conceived a desire to visit the country of Dwaraka on the western coast of Kathiawar. Pipa, on hearing this, became distressed at losing the companionship of his holy guide. Ramanand, on seeing the king's heartfelt love, said he could make his choice either to remain where he was or become a mendicant of his order and accompany him. Upon this, Pipa abdicated his sovereignty and joined Ramanand and his party. His queens prepared to share his poverty and his pilgrimage to Dwaraka. Pipa tried to dissuade them by pointing out the hardships of travel and sojourn in forests and solitude, but they would not be convinced. He then told them to take off their jewels and regal attire and put on patched clothes, and they might thus accompany him if they pleased. The mention of the detrimental alteration of costume was more efficacious than any expostulation. All his queens, save one, immediately returned home. The youngest, whose name was Sita, the best beloved of her husband, doffed the becoming attire of her graceful youth and put on, as her husband had suggested, the coarse blanket of a mendicant. Ramanand, Pipa, and Sita duly arrived in Dwaraka. Ramanand merely desired to see the temples there, and, this being done, declared his intention of returning to Benares. But Pipa wished to settle in Dwaraka and obtained Ramanand's permission to do so. He and his consort abode there in the society of holy men and made great progress towards spiritual perfection. When the sanctity of Pipa and his faithful consort became known, a great crowd assembled to do them homage. Wearied with the attentions they received from the people, Sita pointed out to her spouse that in order to save themselves from inconvenience and preserve their humility, it would be expedient for them to go to a strange country. They accordingly departed for other places of pilgrimage. When they had proceeded 6 stages, they encountered Afghan troops. The soldiers, finding Sita fair to look upon, appropriated her for themselves. In this difficulty she remembered God, and with fervent prayer supplicated his assistance. He rescued her from the Afghans and restored her rejoicing to her husband. Pipa asked her if she would not even then go home, seeing that troubles arose on every side on her account. She replied, "Great king, what trouble hath caused any interruption to thy devotion, or hath been removed by any contrivance of thine? It was all the work of God. Thou and I have proof and perfect assurance of this. To admonish me now, notwithstanding all that hath occurred, is not in accordance with the devotion of a husband or a saint." Pipa was pleased with her constancy. They became reconciled, altered their route, and continued their pilgrimage. Pipa and his consort visited a holy man whose name was Chidhar. He and his wife, though highly pleased to see them, had nothing wherewithal to show them hospitality. In this plight, Chidhar's wife's petticoat was sold to provide food for the guests. It was the only article of dress she possessed, and she had then to conceal herself in her room. When the food was cooked and the guests sat down to dinner, Pipa requested Chidhar to bring his wife to join them. Chidhar bade them take their dinner, and his wife would eat their leavings. Upon this, Pipa told Sita to go and fetch her. Sita went and found her hiding in her room. On inquiring the cause, Chidhar's wife said it was not by wearing clothes heavenly bliss was obtained, but the first and most proper duty of all was to contemplate God and serve his saints. Sita divined what had occurred and arrived at the conclusion that her own devotion and service were as nothing in comparison with what she had just witnessed. Half the clothes she wore she gave to Chidhar's wife and brought her forth from her hiding place. They then all dined together. Pipa and Sita then took leave of Chidhar and his wife, and after great hardships and privations arrived at the city of Toda near Tank on the northwestern frontier of India. One day on going to bathe, Pipa found an earthen vessel full of gold coins, but did not touch them. He mentioned the matter at night to his wife, and she said it was better not to go to the same bathing place again. Some thieves who had overheard their conversation went thither and found a venomous serpent coiled up in the vessel. They said to themselves that the newly arrived fakir had designed to kill them by speaking of gold coin instead of a serpent in the vessel. They then decided that they would have the fakir himself bitten by the serpent. They accordingly dug out the vessel, took it with its contents, and threw it into Pipa's house. But the original contents had not changed for the holy man. He found it still filled with gold coins as before. Pipa, believing this treasure to have been obtained by divine favour, spent all the money within 3 days in rejoicings in honour of God and in feeding and serving his saints. Sur Sen, king of that country, hearing Pipa's name and devotion, went to see him, and falling at his feet, prayed him to instruct him and make him a holy man. Pipa remonstrated with him, and even attempted to dissuade him from adopting the life of a hermit. However, on seeing him determined, Pipa told him to relinquish all he possessed. The king immediately obeyed this order, and placed his wealth at the disposal of the saint. After this trial, Pipa gave him the spell of initiation, and made him his disciple. Sir Sen's queen went veiled to Pipa to remonstrate against separation from her lord. Pipa restored her to Sir Sen, and assured him that he could lead a religious life even in the married state, and added that it was unnecessary for women to veil themselves in the presence of holy men, probably the first effort in modern times in India to abolish the tyranny of the Parda. In time an unfortunate difference arose between Sir Sen and Pipa, which was rendered more acute by intrigues of the court Brahmans, and Sir Sen threw off his spiritual allegiance to his royal guest. Pipa upon this reflected that it was the Guru who frees men from sin and its consequences, and when a man throws off his allegiance to his Guru, what hope is there for him? He feared that the king would lose both this world and the next, so he resolved to save him. He accordingly proceeded to the king's palace and caused himself to be announced. The king sent word that he was busy with his devotions and could not see the visitor. Upon this, Pipa said the king was a great fool, for while pretending to be performing his devotions, he was thinking of obtaining new footwear for himself. When these words were repeated to Sir Sen, he, knowing that Pipa had divined his thoughts, at once went to him, and throwing himself at his feet, said, "I am unworthy and faithless. I did not know thy greatness. Be merciful and pardon me. I am extremely ashamed of all the suspicions and erroneous ideas I had formed regarding thee." Pipa replied, "O king, remember thy faith and love on the day thou becamest my disciple. According to all rules, thy love for God and his Guru ought to have increased. Instead of that, thou hast turned thy back on them and prepared thyself for hell. For the future, consider the saints of God as his image and serve them. In this way shalt thou easily obtain the advantages of both worlds." Pipa gave the king other instructions of similar character, which sank deep into his heart. He then returned to his old allegiance to Pipa, and began anew his religious life and his repetition of God's name. Pipa, on more occasions than can be related, showed a marked deference to the wishes of others. Once some holy men took a fancy to a dish of curds which they had seen with a milk woman, and asked Pipa to procure it for them. He caused the holy men to be served with curds daily, and cheerfully remunerated the milkwoman. There was a Brahman friend of Pipa who was a worshipper of Durga. Pipa prepared a religious feast in the Brahman's house, partook of the food himself, and induced the Brahman also to do so. Through the intercession of Pipa, it is related that Durga manifested herself to the Brahman. His heart became purified, and he began to worship God instead of an idol. A handsome woman who sold oil used to go about saying, "Buy my oil, buy my oil." Pipa said it would be more becoming to her lips to utter God's name. The woman became angry and replied that it was only usual to utter God's name when anybody died. On arriving at home, she found her husband dead. She became a believer, fell at Pipa's feet, and promised to utter with all her family the name of God. Upon this, it is said, Pipa restored her husband to life. Pipa procured a female buffalo to supply milk to his holy guests. The buffalo was stolen. Pipa took the buffalo's calf and followed the thieves, telling them to take the calf also, as otherwise the buffalo would be displeased and not give milk. The thieves repented and restored the stolen animal to her owner. Pipa on another occasion was taking home some money and a cart laden with wheat. Highway robbers stole the cart with its burden. Pipa offered them his money also, telling them that they would require it to purchase utensils with which to cook the wheat. These robbers also repented and restored Pipa his cart. Somebody killed a cow and was expelled from his caste for a crime so heinous in the eyes of the Hindus. Pipa, by inducing him to utter God's name and prepare a feast in God's honor, converted him from a sinner to a saint. His tribesmen, however, still refused to allow him to return to his brotherhood. Upon this, Pipa proved the glory of God's name from the Veds and the Shastars, and stated that whoever even once uttered it should be pardoned the mortal sins of hundreds of thousands of births. Consequently, how could the sin of cow killing remain attached to a man who uttered God's name hundreds and thousands of times? Everybody admitted the justice of this argument, and the cow killer was restored to his caste and public favour. A saint called Sri Rang invited Pipa by letter to visit him. Pipa accepted the invitation. On his arrival, he found Sri Rang engaged in idolatrous worship. He was putting on the idol's neck a garland of flowers, but it became entangled in the idol's diadem. At that moment he was informed of Pipa's arrival. He replied that he was occupied with divine service, and when it was completed he would go to receive his guest. Pipa replied, "What sort of service is he performing? He cannot put on a garland of flowers." On hearing this, Sri Rang ran to meet him. They embraced each other, and Pipa remained with his new friend for several days. Sri Rang was greatly edified on witnessing Sita's love and devotion, and applied himself with great fervour to imitate her example. Once, on the occasion of a famine, Pipa distributed such a quantity of eatables and drinkables that it appeared as if there had been no famine, and everybody's sufferings were relieved. The author of the Bhagat Mal states that there are numberless similar anecdotes of Pipa which transcend all conjecture and conception. There is therefore, the writer states, no difference between God and his saints, since the glory of Pipa might be attributed to God. The Marathi chronicler sums up the character of Pipa by saying that he was brave, liberal, learned, religious, self-restrained, and watchful. The following hymn of Pipa, intended to show that it is internal, not external worship, which is advantageous, is found in the Granth Sahib. Dhanna. In the body is God. The body is the temple of God. In the body are pilgrims and travellers. In the body are incense, lamps, sacrificial food. In the body are offerings of leaves. I have searched many regions, and it is only in the body I have found the 9 treasures. There is no coming and no going for me, since I have appealed to God. What is in the universe is found in the body. Whoever searcheth for it shall find it there. Pipa representeth God is the primal essence. When there is a true Guru, he will show him. End of section 11.
Section 12 of the Sikh Religion, Sacred Writings and Authors, Volume 6 by Max Arthur Macauliffe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 12. Sain. Sain was a disciple of Ramanand and consequently lived in the end of the 14th and the beginning of the 15th century of the Christian era. He was a barber at the court of Raja Ram, king of Rewa, then called Bandhavgarh. The tendency of the age was towards devotion and religious composition, and Sain found leisure in the midst of his duties to study the hymns of Ramanand, shape his life on the principles inculcated in them, and successfully imitate their spirit and devotional fervour. The accomplishments and duties of an Indian court barber at the time of Sain were and are still of a miscellaneous character. He is something of a surgeon and ordinarily a marriage or matchmaker. He oils the king's body, shampoos his limbs, pares his nails, shaves his face and head, if he be a Hindu, and clips his moustache, if he be a Mussulman, amuses him with gossip and tales, often plays the rebeck, and sings his own compositions, which deftly combine flattery of his master with social satire or pleasantry. God is said by the Hindu chronicler to have cherished Sain as a cow her calf.
He frequented the society of holy men and was very happy in their company. He performed for them all menial offices, for he believed that serving saints was equivalent to serving God himself. The Bhagat Mal contains a legend which at once illustrates Sain's devotion to saints and the estimation in which he was held for his piety. When going one day to perform his usual ministrations for King Raja Ram, he met some holy men on the way. He thought it was his first duty to attend to them. He took them with him and began to render them the customary services. With the greatest mental satisfaction to himself, he gave them consecrated and secular food to relieve their souls and bodies. In thus acting, Sain disregarded his duty to the king and braved his displeasure. The legend states that a holy man, by God's favour, in order to avert the king's wrath and save Sain from punishment, assumed his appearance, and having gone and performed the customary duties for the king, took his departure. Soon after, Sain arrived and began to apologize for his delay. The king said, "Thou hast only just gone after the usual services to me. Why apologize?" Sain replied, "I have not been here. Perhaps thy majesty sayeth so to excuse my absence." The Raja then knew that a special providence had intervened and performed for him the usual tonsorial duties. He was at once converted, fell at Sain's feet, worshipped him as his guru, and thus sought an asylum in God. It had, at any rate at the time of the composition of the Bhagat Mal, become an established custom that the successive kings of the house of Bandhavgarh should always be disciples of the descendants of Sain. They are now said to be followers of Kabir. The following hymn of Sain in the Dhanasari measure is found in the Granth Sahib. Having made an oblation of incense, lamps, and clarified butter, I go to offer them to Thee, O God. Hail to Thee, O God, hail! Ever hail to Thee, O sovereign God! Thy name is the best lamp, meditation thereon the purest wick. Thou alone art the bright one, O God. It is the saints of God who feel divine pleasure. They describe Thee as the all-pervading and the supreme joy. Thou, of fascinating form, O God, float us over the ocean of terror. Sain saith, worship the supreme joy. End of section 12. Section 13 of the Sikh Religion, Sacred Writings and Authors, Volume 6, by Max Arthur Macauliffe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 13. Kabir. There was a certain Brahman in Benares who remained continually in attendance on Ramanand. The Brahman had a daughter, a virgin widow, who desired to behold the object of her father's reverence and attentions. Her father took her one day to see the holy man. She was allowed to prostrate herself before him and touch his feet with her forehead. He, in ignorance of her status, prayed that she might be blessed with a son. When her father replied that she was a widow, Ramanand said that his words could not be recalled, and she should have a son. But no one should see any signs of her pregnancy, and no stigma should attach to her reputation. Her son should reform religion and save the world. She consequently conceived, and in due time a son was born to her on Monday, the day of the full moon, in the month of Jes, 1455 of the Vikramaditya era, corresponding to A.D. 1398. She exposed her child on a lake called Lahar Talo, a short distance from Benares. He was found by a Musalman weaver called Ali, who from living beside the water near was popularly known by the name of Niru, when he was taking home his wife from her parents' house. He saw the boy lying in the lake, it is said, on a blossoming water lily. The child had obviously been abandoned by an unmarried woman. Niru hastened to inform his wife Nima. They had no son of their own, and it was in their power to adopt him. Nima represented the gossip that would result, and the danger to their reputation and that of the whole tribe. On looking into the child's face, however, her determination gave way. He was fair to look on, and did not scream like other children, but on the contrary looked bright and cheerful. They took him up and bore him home. The Lahar Talo is a lake about 1.25 miles long and 1/8 of a mile broad. At the time of the author's visit in December, it was, except for some rushes here and there, covered with a russet weed on which aquatic birds alighted and sported. On the margin of the lake is a small temple sacred to Kabir. It is kept by some monks who pride themselves on their knowledge of Sanskrit literature. Hard by is the tomb of Nehru, Kabir's foster father. After the discovery of the child, a qazi was in due time called to give him a name. The Quran was opened and a lot was cast. The word Kabir, which means great in the Arabic language, was the first that presented itself. This name was accordingly given to the child. When Kabir arrived at an age to understand the nature of the doubts cast on his birth, he composed the following: I have just come from God. Mammon hath led the world astray. It hath not found the secret of my birth. I was not born, nor did I dwell in a womb. I have appeared a child as I am. A weaver found me near his hut in a lake at Banaras. I was not in heaven or in earth or in any country. My divine knowledge is endless. The Spirit which is manifested in His own world is my name. I have no bones, no blood, no skin. I have been manifested by the Word. I am beyond all body and endless, a superior being whom men call the immortal Kabir. It would appear that though the boy was adopted by Musalmans, he was subjected to Hindu influences from his earliest years. Banaras was and is the stronghold of Hinduism, and even its Mohammedan inhabitants are often strongly tinctured with the ancient religion of India. Moreover, it is said that Sain Hashtanand, a Hindu saint of the period, said to have been a disciple of Ramanand, saw the child at the time of his exposure in the tank, and it is most probable that he subsequently followed his fate and gave him religious instruction as opportunities offered. At a very early age, Kabir's religious education was far advanced. While playing with his companions, he used to repeat the name Ram or Hari, Hindu names of God. Musalmans said the child was an infidel. Kabir retorted that an infidel was he, one who struck any person without just cause, 2 who wore a religious garb to deceive the world, 3 who drank wine, 4 who stole, 5 who committed suicide, 6 who smoked tobacco, 7 who committed highway robbery, 8 who took life. These became Kabir's commandments. One day he put on the frontal mark and the sacrificial thread of the Hindus. A Brahmin called Mukand remonstrated and said that Kabir, having been brought up a Mohammedan and following moreover the trade of his foster father, had no concern with Hinduism and was not entitled to wear its distinguishing badge or symbols. Kabir replied with the following hymn: In my house is thread, I am continually weaving, while only one sacrificial thread is on thy neck. Thou readest only the Veds and the Gayatri, while God is in my heart. On my tongue dwelleth God, in mine eyes dwelleth God, and in my heart dwelleth God. When thou art examined, O mad Mukand, at death's door, what shalt thou say? I am the cow, thou the herdsman, lord of the earth, and guardian of man at every birth. Thou hast not taken me beyond the river to graze. What sort of master have I? Thou art a Brahman. I am a Banaras weaver. Understand my instruction. Thou beggest from lords and kings, while I meditate on God. Which of us is better? As Kabir grew up, his devotion, spiritual power, and miracles became famous. He deemed everything blasphemy which was opposed to the worship of God. He considered the practice of yoga, alms, fasting, and the feeding of Brahmans not only useless but improper without the repetition of God's name and love for Him. In reality, the special tenor of the Shastars is, according to Nabhaji's Bhagat Mal, that all the above-mentioned religious works are ciphers, and the name of God is, as it were, a numeral. The practice of yoga, feeding Brahmans, etc., are useless without the numeral of God's name. The meaning of the author of the Bhagat Mal is that all religious works should be performed for the acquisition of devotion and love of God, and not for objects of a temporal character. Kabir has written works which all religious denominations can accept, and which, if perused without bigotry, are advantageous for the salvation of all persons. Kabir was so steadfast in his utterance of God's name that in comparison with it he deemed worthless the rules of caste and the Hindu and Mohammedan religious observances. From Kabir's boyhood his mind was filled with intuitive knowledge, and his reasoning faculties were so acute that he vanquished the most learned men of his age, both Hindu and Musalman, in theological and ethical discussions. The Brahmans and the Mullahs contrived many expedients to silence him, but all their efforts were baffled. At last they decided that they would call him a Nagura, or person without a spiritual guide, and consequently an infidel, with the dubious moral character which that word in the estimation of the vulgar connotes, and that they would thus humble and shame him. Having heard of the Brahman's resolution and of Ramanand's fame, Kabir sought him out and became his disciple. When Kabir's foster parents found they could not restrain his Hindu proclivities, they determined to circumcise him. Upon this he uttered the following hymn: Whence have come the Hindus and Musalmans? Who hath put them on their different ways? Having thought and reflected in thy heart, answer this: Who shall obtain heaven, and who hell? O Qazi, what expoundest thou? Such readers and students as thou have failed, none of them have attained knowledge. Thou practisest circumcision for love of woman. I shall never believe in it, O brother. If God had desired to make me a Musalman, I should have been born circumcised. If a man become a Musalman by circumcision, what is to be done to a woman? Thou puttest not away thy wife, who is half thy body, wherefore thou remainest a Hindu. Give up thy books, O foolish man, and worship God. Thou practisest gross oppression. Kabir hath laid hold of the prop of God. The Musalmans have totally failed. When Kabir's mother found that his attention was directed to the worship of the God of the Hindus in opposition to the God of Islam, she raised loud complaints. Kabir paid no attention to her, but employed himself as usual in the repetition and remembrance of God's name. Kabir continued to follow his trade, but at the same time received and served holy men and mendicants. At this his mother was greatly distressed, and uttered the complaints versified in the first part of the following hymn: Thou art always rising early and bringing fresh utensils. Thy life hath gone in plastering cooking squares. Thou payest no attention to thy weaving. Thou art engrossed in the pleasure of saying, God, God. Who in our family hath ever uttered the name of Ram? Since this worthless son of ours began to wear a rosary, we have had no peace. Hear, wife of my eldest brother-in-law, hear, wife of my youngest brother-in-law, a wonderful thing hath occurred. This boy hath ruined our weaving business. Why is he not dead? Kabir replied as follows: The one God is the Lord of all happiness. The Guru hath granted me his name. He preserved the honour of the saint Prahlad and destroyed Harnakas with Narsin's nails. Prahlad abandoned the gods and ancestors of his house, and embraced the instruction of his Guru Narad. Saith Kabir, God is the destroyer of all sin. He saveth his saints. In Banaras, among opulent Hindus, sun-dried vessels are replaced daily. It is believed that the night renders them impure. Kabir was anxious to attract holy men, and followed the popular custom of daily renewing his cooking vessels and smearing his cooking places. The above hymn was written in Kabir's youth. One day he was selling a piece of cloth in the market place. He asked 5 double paise for it, but no one would give him more than 3. A broker came up, and seeing that Kabir was undervaluing his cloth, began to assist him in its sale. The broker asked, intending 12 purchasers, double paise. They, forming an idea of the value of the cloth from the price put upon it by the seller, offered 7 double paise, and at this sum a bargain was struck. Upon this Kabir uttered the following couplet: If I speak the truth, you beat me down. The world is pleased with falsehood. A sheet worth 5 double paise is sold for 7. Kabir kept his mind continually fixed on God, and worked sufficiently to maintain himself and his family. Another day, as he was standing in the market place selling cloth, a faqir came and begged for wherewithal to cover his nakedness. Kabir offered him half the cloth he had for sale. The faqir replied that that was not enough. Upon this Kabir gave him the whole. Kabir then reflected that his mother and family were waiting for the price of the cloth, and how could he return to them with empty hands? He therefore decided to conceal himself and not return home. His people became very anxious regarding him. Meantime God put it into the heart of a corn merchant to take oxloads of food of every description to Kabir's house, so that his family might not suffer during his absence. Kabir's mother strenuously resented the offering, and said, "My son will not take even a single grain of corn from any one. Who art thou who throwest such a quantity of provisions at my door?" The merchant, however, heeded her not, but leaving all the provisions, took his departure. 2 or 3 men then went in quest of Kabir and brought him home. When he saw the unexpected supplies and heard the circumstances, he knew it was all due to the kindness of God, and became highly pleased and grateful to the giver. He then sent for some saints and distributed what he had received among them. When the Brahmans of Banaras heard that Kabir had given hundreds of mans of corn to holy men, but not even one grain to themselves, they went in a body to his house and thus addressed him: "Weaver, thou hast become very proud of thy wealth, since, without any intimation to us, thou hast distributed provisions among low caste faqirs and Siddars. Leave this city at once and take up thy residence elsewhere." Kabir asked why he should leave the city. Had he broken into any one's house or committed highway robbery that they sought to exile him? The Brahmans replied that, since he had served and done honour to faqirs instead of themselves, it was an offence sufficient to merit expulsion from the city. "Say no more," they continued. "It is better for thee either to make us an offering or depart hence." Kabir replied that his house was all he had, and they could take possession of it. Thus saying, he escaped from them and again concealed himself in a distant forest. Upon this, some admirers of Kabir's sanctity and sympathizers with his troubles distributed among the Brahmans such an amount of money and provisions that the name and praises of Kabir resounded throughout the whole city, and the Brahmans were highly delighted and gratified on finding their stomachs filled to repletion. After that a holy man sought out Kabir and asked him why he spent his days in the forest. "Why goest thou not to thine own house? Whoever goeth to thy door obtaineth money and provisions, and shall there be nothing for thee?" Kabir then went home, and finding ample supplies for his family, was grateful for God's mercy and love. When the report of such good fortune and God's bounty was noised abroad, people went in great numbers to the saint. Finding his meditations interrupted by his visitors, he resorted to a singular expedient to blacken his own character and keep them at a distance. Pious people were scandalized, and said that, though Kabir had been a perfect saint, he must now be deemed a wicked man, unfit for the association of the virtuous. While Kabir's desire for seclusion was thus fully attained, and people ceased to throng round him in numbers, ignorant people uttered reproaches and satirized him. Kabir went in strange guise to the king's court, and sat down in the midst of the assembly. The king and his courtiers, seeing his strange behaviour, treated him despitefully, and ordered him out of their presence. The king, however, on reflection, was ashamed of his hasty order and want of consideration for such a saint, notwithstanding the strange guise he had adopted. The king then began to consider how his own sins could be pardoned. He put an axe on his shoulder and a bundle of firewood on his head, went barefooted with his queen into Kabir's presence, and fell down with great humility and modesty at the saint's feet. Kabir pardoned his discourtesy and showed him the way of devotion to God. The bigoted Emperor Sikandar Khan Lodi, son of Bahlol Lodi, visited Banaras in Sambat 1545, the year he ascended the throne. Owing to the dampness of the locality, he contracted a severe fever and ague. Kabir's enemies suggested that he should be called to cure the emperor. Their object was that Kabir should fail in his efforts and then be punished by the despot. To the dismay of his enemies, however, Kabir is said to have cured the monarch by simply presenting himself. The Musalmans, headed by Shaikh Taki and the unbelieving Brahmans, subsequently appeared before the emperor to make a complaint against Kabir. They represented that he had so led people astray all over the city that those who paid heed to what he said remained neither Hindus nor Musalmans. The emperor summoned Kabir. When he appeared, the courtiers told him to salute and make obeisance to the monarch in the usual manner of subjects. Kabir replied that he was not accustomed to courts and did not know how to make prostrations, nor had he any business with the emperor. He but knew the name of God, who was the support of his soul, and only sovereign of the world. The Emperor became enraged on hearing this, and forgetting his former obligation to Kabir, loaded him with chains and had him thrown into the river. It is related that Kabir, who had previously cut off the chains of sin, easily swam to shore, leaving his chains behind him. Unbelievers attributed this miracle to magic, so, setting some wood on fire, they threw the saint into it. By God's favour, the fire was completely extinguished, and Kabir's body emerged from it more handsome than before. When these means of destruction failed, a furious elephant was let loose on him. The elephant, however, not only did not approach Kabir, but fled on seeing him. Kabir composed the following on the occasion: They tied my arms and threw me like a ball. They beat an infuriated elephant on the head that he might trample on me, but he trumpeted and fled, saying, I am a sacrifice to that shape which appeared. Saith Kabir, O my God, thou art my strength. The Qazi ordered, Drive on the elephant, O driver, or I will make mincemeat of thee. Drive on the elephant, wound him. The elephant did not move, but kept his attention on God, and God took possession of his heart. Men asked, What crime hath the saint committed, that you have made a ball of him and thrown him to the elephant? The elephant, lifting up the ball, bowed to it. Even then the infatuated Qazi could not comprehend. 3 times he tried to kill me, but failed. Even then his hard heart would not be satisfied. Saith Kabir, O God, thou art my protector. Thy servant's soul is in the 4th state. When Kabir had successfully escaped from these ordeals, another charge was invented against him, namely, that he had been guilty of the blasphemy of calling himself God. This was deposed to by several witnesses, and the Emperor was induced to give it credence. He again summoned Kabir. On Kabir's arrival, the Emperor caused a cow to be slaughtered and ordered Kabir to reanimate her. Kabir stroked her with his hand and then made a noise with his lips as if driving her, upon which, it is related, the cow stood up and all her wounds and injuries were healed. When the Emperor saw the power of Kabir's devotion, it is said he fell at his feet and thus addressed him, I am thy servant and slave. Pardon my offences, that I may be saved from God's wrath. Ask what thou desirest, money, lands, and other things, and I will present them to thee. And do thou in return bestow such kindness on my poor circumstances, that I may be happy in this world and the next. Kabir replied that he had no concern with anything but the name of God. Gold and lands were all useless to him. Saying this, he went home. The saints of God were all overjoyed at his safety, but the Brahmans, irritated at their failure, began to contrive further means of annoyance. They dressed up several persons as holy men, and sent them to various dignitaries to invite them on behalf of Kabir to a banquet on a certain date. Guests came in crowds at the appointed time. Kabir, on discovering the trick that had been played, and knowing that on account of his poverty he was unequal to the entertainment of such a multitude, again fled, this time with the approbation of the saint Rav Das, to a neighbouring forest for concealment. But God did not wish that his saint should be made a laughing stock. He sent in the guise of Kabir a holy man, who performed the duties of host with such grace and dignity as was impossible for any ordinary mortal. As each party of visitors arrived, the holy man met them at the door, and performed for them all the rites of hospitality. He provided them with suitable apartments, washed their feet, and performed all necessary services. When all the guests had fared to their hearts' content, and the holy man obtained leisure from attendance on them, he sat down with each group and conversed with its members on sacred subjects. In this way the festival was prolonged for several days. After that he went to Kabir and gave him a full account of the entertainment. Kabir then went home overjoyed with God's love and kindness to him, and composed the following slok: Kabir, I did not do this, nor will I do it again, nor am I physically able to do it. How do I know what God may have done? Yet it was all Kabir. To this Kabir, in his thankfulness to God, added the following hymn: Endless salvation awaiteth him who hath such a master as God. O brother, say now that my trust is in thee, O God, what obligation am I under to any one else? Why should God, who beareth the load of the 3 worlds, not cherish me? Saith Kabir, I have obtained one piece of knowledge by reflection. If a mother will poison her child, who can restrain her? It is said that the entertainment took place on the spot where since has been built the Chara Kabir, a temple dedicated to Kabir. in which his writings are said to be preserved. There was a renowned Brahmin disputant called Pandit Sarwayit, who at his mother's advice went to Banaras with several ox-loads of books. He had heard of Kabir's fame and proceeded to visit him. On arriving at the Lahar Talo, he met Neru's daughter drawing water, and requested her to show him Kabir's place of residence. She said that it was on a lofty place, with a road so narrow that not even an ant could pass, much less the oxen he had brought with him. By her answer he felt sure that she knew where Kabir lived. He took a lotta of water from her and requested her to place it in front of Kabir. She did so, upon which Kabir put a needle into it and told her to carry the vessel back to Sarwayit. There is a proverb that truth is found at the bottom of a well. By the needle Kabir meant that truth was small, exquisitely polished, and underlay much unsubstantial matter. The Brahmans of Banaras, on hearing of Sarwayit's arrival, went to Ramanand and informed him that a pandit had come with whom nobody could cope. Ramanand was so little impressed with the pandit's great learning that he told them to go out into the street and bring in the first person they met, and he undertook that he would vanquish Sarwayit in argument. The Brahmans went forth into the street. Kabir happened to be the first they met, and they took him to Ramanand. Ramanand declared Kabir invincible, and the Brahmans accordingly put him forward as their spiritual champion. Sarwayit, on seeing him, inquired his caste, whereupon Kabir answered that he was a weaver. The haughty pandit turned up his nose and asked what a weaver was. Kabir replied as follows: No one knoweth the secret of the weaver. God hath woven the warp of the whole world. If thou listen to the Veds and Purans, thou shalt hear. I have stretched the warp so long, I have made the earth and firmament my workshop. I have set the moon and sun in alternate motion. Working my legs, I did one work. With such a weaver my heart is pleased. The weaver hath looked into his own heart, and there recognized God. Saith Kabir, I have broken up my workshop, and the weaver hath blended his thread with the thread of God. Sarwayit admitted himself defeated and begged Kabir to make him a disciple. Kabir modestly referred him to his guru Ramanand, who gave him the customary initiation. Tata and Jiva, two Brahmin brothers who lived in retirement on the bank of the river Narbada, doubting the spiritual perfection of their guru, planted a shoot of the Indian fig tree near their dwelling, and vowed that if it germinated when irrigated with the water in which a holy visitor had washed his feet, they would transfer their spiritual allegiance to such a visitor. Several reputed saints made pilgrimages to the locality, but it was only on Kabir's arrival that the desired result was attained. Upon this, Tata and Jiva had no difficulty in believing in Kabir's superhuman power. A young woman of beautiful and bewitching form was sent by Kabir's enemies to test his virtue, but she displayed all her attractions and fascinations in vain. God's image was so firmly seated in Kabir's heart that the charming damsel's wiles produced no effect on him. She therefore departed crestfallen and helpless. God was pleased on beholding the countenance and devotion of Kabir, and appeared to him in a vision. He placed his hand on Kabir's head and invited him to go bodily to heaven. Kabir, knowing that he had obtained complete deliverance, prepared himself to accept God's invitation. But to show his contempt for Hindu superstitions and to emphasize the power of devotion to God, he performed a very unusual act before his departure to the celestial realms. Kabir usually lived until the last year of his life at Banaras, the sacred city of Shiv, where alone, in the estimation of many Hindus, deliverance may be obtained. There is a town called Maghar beyond the Ganges, about 85 miles to the east of Ajahia and 15 miles to the west of Gorakhpur, in which, according to Brahmanical belief, those who die have no hope of ultimate beatitude. Kabir's biographer says that they who believe in the religious exercises prescribed in the Shastars migrate into the bodies of donkeys if they die in Maghar, while for those who are fortunate enough to perform the real worship of God, every country and every place is equal to thousands of cities like the Hindu Benares. Nay, such is the power of devotion that God's devotees who die in Maghar go to heaven. Kabir, on arriving in Maghar, took possession of a saint's cell he found on the margin of the river Ami. The river was then dry, but water has flowed in it ever since the day Kabir hallowed it with his presence. Kabir composed the following hymn at Maghar: I am as a fish out of water, because in a former life I performed no penance. Now say, O God, what shall be my condition? People tell me I had little sense to leave Banaras, that I wasted all my life in that city of Shiv. And now, when about to die, I have removed to Maghar. For many years I did penance at Banaras, but now that death is at hand, I have come to dwell in Maghar. I consider Maghar as good as Banaras. How shall he of scant devotion be saved? Saith Kabir, my Guru Ramanand, Ganesh, Shiv, and all men know that Kabir, when dying, uttered God's holy name. And also the following: Thou art my great mountain. O Lord, I have sought thy shelter. Thou shakest not, nor do I fall. Thou hast sheltered me, O God. Now and then and for evermore there is but Thou. By Thy favour I am ever happy. Relying on Thee, I have dwelt in Maghar. Thou hast quenched the fever of my body. I first obtained a sight of Thee in Banaras, and afterwards I went to live at Maghar. As Banaras, so is Maghar. I deem them both the same. I, a poor man, have obtained this wealth, on account of which the proud Pandits are bursting to death with envy. He who is proud suffereth that torture. There is none to deliver him therefrom. In this life he crieth bitterly under the torture, and after death he shall be burnt in a frightful hell. What is hell and what heaven? The wretched places. The saints have rejected them both. Through the favour of the Guru I pay no regard to any one. I have claimed God's throne and met Him. God and Kabir have become one. No one can distinguish between them. After Kabir's death, a quarrel arose between the Hindus and Mohammedans for the disposal of his body. Bir Sin Baghela, the king of Banaras, wished to cremate it, while Bijli Khan, the Nawab of Karak, desired to bury it. They fought over the matter until a voice come from heaven and separated the combatants. When the quarrel was adjusted, it was found that there was no corpse to dispose of. Fragrant flowers were found in its place. The Musalmans, however, made a grave, and the Hindus erected a shrine in friendly proximity, as if each party were in possession of Kabir's sacred remains. Kabir lived to such a great age, 119 years, 5 months, and 27 days, that there are several fabulous accounts of his duration of life. Indeed, some of his followers believe that he is still in existence. The following mnemonic lines, however, which are amply authenticated, show that Kabir went the way of all mortals. Pandrahi Sao Pakhatar Bike Kiya Maghar Kogan Magsar Sudi Ekadashi Rali Pan Men Pan. Kabir went to Maghar in the Sambat year 1575, AD 1518. On the 11th day of the bright half of the month of Maghar, his spirit blended with the spirit of the world. Nabhaji wrote on the circumstance: trusting to his devotion, Kabir relinquished his body in Maghar, and now rejoiceth in the lap of the immortal. The Dadu Panthas, or followers of the Saint Dadu, also corroborate the fact of Kabir's death at the time above stated, and in the town of Maghar. It is said that Kabir after some days rose from the dead, and appeared to a disciple called Ratan in Mathura, and gave him divine instruction. Kabir then and there met Dharm Das, whom he had previously appointed his successor, and made him more completely acquainted with the principles of his religion. He laid down 42 articles, which he called the pillars of faith, and having fully explained them to his disciples, finally departed to his eternal home. Besides Kabir's compositions preserved in the Granth Sahib, there is a long list of works attributed to him, the most famous of which is the Kabir Biyak. Many of his verses are repeated by wandering faqirs. On the subject of caste, Kabir wrote: "The courageous man who effaceth caste and pride shall prove a saint." On the subject of idolatry, he said: "If God be found by worshipping a stone, I will worship a mountain. Better than that stone is a handmill which grindeth corn for the world to eat." Many similar verses in the mouths of the populace in Upper India, and indeed all Kabir's compositions, show him to have been a daring and original thinker. It must be mentioned, however, that his writings are frequently of a mystical character, and much concentration of thought and knowledge of the spiritual and social condition of his age are necessary for their elucidation. The author has accepted the interpretation of Kabir's hymns from the Gyanis of the Panjab, but possibly the saint's followers in other parts of India may differ on some details. Kabir held the doctrine of Ahimsa, or the non-destruction of life, which extended even to that of flowers. The Sikh Gurus, on the contrary, allowed and even encouraged the use of animal flesh as food. The visitor to Kabir's temple in Banaras is shown what purports to be his picture. Dharm Das and Surat Gopal, another of his disciples, are represented kneeling at his feet in an attitude of supplication, while his son Kamal, who the Kabirpanthis believe was a child reanimated by him, is fanning him. The visitor may also see a picture of Kabir and Rav Das, a friend and fellow disciple and townsman of his. Rav Das is represented as a very attenuated old man, naked except for a red cloth round his middle, wearing a rosary in 2 folds round his neck, and beads on his wrists and arms. The saintly royal lady Yali, queen of Chittor, richly dressed, is offering him food on a platter. End of section 13.
Section 14 of the Sikh Religion, Sacred Writings and Authors, Volume 6, by Max Arthur Macauliffe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 14, Kabir's Hymns, Part 1. Sri Ra. Without God's assistance, men are lost in worldly love. 1. The mother thinketh that her son is growing big, but this she thinketh not, that day by day his life is decreasing. She calleth him her own, and fondleth him excessively, while the god of death looketh on and laugheth. So much hast thou, O God, eluded the world. How can it ever know thee, since Mammon hath bewitched it? Saith Kabir, abandon the pleasure of sin, for in such companionship thou must assuredly die. O mortal, repeat the name of the Lord. Put aside mention of others, so shalt thou pass over the terrible ocean of this world. If it please God, man feeleth divine love. The error of superstition departeth from within him. Divine knowledge is spontaneously produced, intelligence awakened, and by the favour of the Guru the heart is touched by God's love. In such companionship there is no death. Obey the Master's order, and thou shalt meet him. The following was addressed to a yogi who offered wine to Kabir. 2. Hear a wonderful thing, O Pandit. I cannot now describe Maya, who hath bewitched demigods, men, celestial heralds, and musicians, and girdled the 3 worlds. The sovereign God's lyre playeth without being struck, and he on whom he looketh with favour loveth its sound. I have made my brain a furnace, the breath of my left and right nostrils 2 stills, and my heart the golden vat, into which a very pure stream hath trickled. I have distilled the sweetest essence, and, what is without parallel, I have made suspension of my breath my wine cup. Say, is there any yogi in the 3 worlds who would be satisfied and not long for more? Such knowledge of the Supreme Being hath manifested itself. Saith Kabir, I am imbued with it. All the rest of the world is led astray in error, but my mind is intoxicated with God's elixir. Gauri. Devotion is the water which has quenched Kabir's burning thirst for God. 1. I have been on fire, and have now found the name of God as water to extinguish it. The name of God is the water which hath cooled my burning body. Men go to the forest to chasten their hearts, but without God they cannot find such water as will do so. The water of God's name hath saved his burning slave from the fire, which hath consumed demigods and men. In the terrible ocean there is an ocean of happiness. I continue to drink, but the water is not exhausted. Saith Kabir, worship God. God's name is the water which hath extinguished my thirst. yet Kabir's thirst for God increases. 2. O God, thirst for the water of thy name departeth not from me. Nay, for that water my ardour rageth the more. Thou art the ocean, I am a fish therein. I dwell in the water, I perish without it. Thou art the cage, I am thy parrot. What can the cat death do to me? Thou art a tree, I am the bird thereon. Unfortunate is he who seeth thee not. Thou art the true Guru, I am thy novice. Saith Kabir, meet me, O God, at the last moment. A thief, when hotly pressed, sought refuge in Kabir's house. It would have been foreign to Kabir's character to refuse shelter to any one who sought it. Moreover, he did not know the character of his guest, and accordingly gave him the usual permission to remain in his house. It happened that Kabir's daughter was then on a visit to him, and when he entertained the thief at the same time, the circumstance led to much unfavourable comment. Kabir addressed the following hymn to his detractors. 3. Since I recognized both the thief and my son-in-law as one, why are people distressed at it? If I am dishonoured and have lost my honour, let no one follow in my footsteps. If I am bad, the badness is confined to myself. I have no partnership or connection with any of you. You know nothing about honour or dishonour, but you shall know when your gilding is laid bare. Saith Kabir, that is honour which is acceptable to God. Forsaking all else, worship only Him. A satire on the ritualistic practices of the Hindus. 4. If union with God be obtained by going about naked, all the deer of the forest shall be saved. What mattereth it whether man goeth naked or weareth a deerskin, if he recognize not God in his heart? If perfection be obtained by shaving the head, why should not sheep obtain salvation? If, O brethren, the continent man is saved, why should not a eunuch obtain the supreme reward? Saith Kabir, hear, O my brethren, who hath obtained salvation without God's name. 5. They who bathe in the evening and in the morning are like frogs in the water. When men have no love for God's name, they shall all go to the god of death. They who love their persons and deck themselves out in various guises feel not mercy even in their dreams. Many leading religious men call them quadrupeds and say that only holy men shall obtain happiness in this ocean of trouble. Saith Kabir, why perform so many ceremonies? Forsaking all other essences, quaff the great essence of God's name. God prefers before all temples the upright heart and pure. 6. What availeth devotion, what penance, what fasting and worship to him in whose heart there is worldly love? O man, apply thy heart to God. Thou shalt not obtain him by artifice. Put away covetousness and the example of others. Lay aside lust, wrath, and pride. By the religious practices of the superstitious boasting is increased. They join together and worship a stone. Saith Kabir, by devotion I have obtained the Lord. By becoming simple in heart I have met God. The name Brahman should only be applied to a holy man. 7. While dwelling in the womb, man hath not family or caste. All men have sprung from the seed of Brahm. Say, O Pandit, since when hast thou been a Brahman? Waste not thy life in calling thyself a Brahman. If thou art a Brahman, born of a Brahmani mother, why hast thou not come by some other way? How art thou a Brahman? How am I suitor? How am I of blood and you of milk? Saith Kabir, only he who meditateth on God is a Brahman in my estimation. All are men condemned alike to groan. 8. Man can never sleep comfortably in spiritual ignorance. The rich and the poor both weep alike. When man's tongue no longer uttereth God's name, he shall continue to bewail birth and death. When life departeth, say whose shall be man's wealth, which appeareth like the shadow of a tree. As the life of a musical instrument is contained in itself, how can any one know the secrets of the dead? As the swan presideth over the lake, so doth death over the body. Drink God's elixir, O Kabir. Without purification of the heart, pilgrimages are of no avail. 9.
The Lord of light, having created the races of men, infused light into them, which sometimes produceth glass ornaments and sometimes pearls. What abode is that which is called secure, where fear is dispelled and one abideth without fear? The heart is not satisfied with pilgrimages to the banks of sacred streams. Man remaineth entangled with good and bad acts. Demerits and merits are both the same. In thine own heart is God, the philosopher's stone. Abandon the hope of obtaining merits from anyone else. O Kabir, chide not the name of him who is without qualities. Enjoy thyself in intercourse with that Lord. Kabir desires not heaven but absorption in God. 10. The men who have no correct notion of the Supreme Being think of entering heaven by mere words. I know not where heaven is. Everybody saith he longeth to go there, but there is no satisfaction in such conversation. The heart is only satisfied when pride departeth. As long as man desireth to go to heaven, so long shall he find no dwelling at God's feet. Saith Kabir, to whom shall I tell this, that heaven is in the company of the saints? The body is perishable. 11. Man is born and groweth up, and when he hath grown up, he dieth. We see that the world passeth away in this wise. Diest thou not of shame, talking of thy house? At the last moment nothing is thine. With great efforts the body is cherished, but after death it is burned in the fire. The limbs to which thou appliest ground aloe wood, sandal, and fragrant soap shall all be burned with wood. Saith Kabir, hear me, O virtuous man. While the whole world looketh on, thy body shall be consumed. Since all must die, why mourn? There is no death for the holy. 12. When another dieth, why mournest thou? Do so if thou art to live thyself. I shall not die like the rest of the world. I have now met him who reanimateth. The body is perfumed with sandal. In such pleasures the primal joy is forgotten. There is one well and 5 water carriers. Even when the well rope is broken, the silly beings still draw water. Saith Kabir, I have gained one piece of wisdom by reflection. There is no more a well or water carriers for me. Kabir's transmigration. 13. I was in immobile and mobile creatures, in worms and in moths. I passed through many births of various kinds. In this way I occupied many bodies. But when, O God, I assumed human birth, I was a yogi, a yati, a penitent, a brahmachari, sometimes a king, an emperor, and sometimes a beggar. The apostates shall die, but the saints shall all live, and drink the elixir of God with their tongues. Saith Kabir, O God, have mercy on us. We have grown weary. Make us now whole. Deadly sins veiled under allegories. 14. Kabir hath beheld such wonderful things. Water churned by mistake for cream, a donkey grazing on a green crop, which on rising every morning killeth itself laughing and braying. A mad buffalo which could not be guided, gambolling as it grazed and falling into hell. A sheep ever sucking its lamb's milk. Saith Kabir, such sport hath been shown. By repeating God's name, my understanding hath become enlightened. Saith Kabir, I have obtained understanding from the Guru. Hymn number 15 is in Kabir's life. The body is false, God alone is true. 16. The limbs anointed with ground aloe wood, sandal, and fragrant soap shall be burnt with wood. What is there to be proud of in this body and in wealth? Both shall remain on earth and not go with the soul to the other world. They who sleep at night and work by day, who utter not God's name for a moment, who eat betel and stretch out their hands for more, shall at the hour of death be firmly bound as thieves. If under the Guru's instruction thou joyfully sing the praises of God, and utter the name of Him who filleth all creation, thou shalt be happy. He in whose heart God mercifully establisheth His name, giveth the odour and perfume of God a place in his heart. Saith Kabir, think, O blind man, God is true, all worldly occupations are false. The blissful peace of the holy. 17. Instead of death it is God who hath come for me. Sorrow hath been removed, and I have found a refuge in happiness. Mine enemies have turned into friends. The minds of the infidels have altered and become well disposed towards me. I have now obtained all comfort, and peace have come over me since I have known God. My body suffered millions of ills. They have now been converted into permanent happiness and composure. When man knoweth himself, he shall not suffer from illness or the three fevers. My mind hath now returned to the Eternal. When in life I was dead, it was then I knew God. Saith Kabir, I have now entered happiness and rest. I have no fear myself, and I inspire no fear in others. It is said that Krishan Das Bairagi asked Kabir, 18. When the body dieth, to what abode shall the pious man's soul go? Kabir, it shall unite with him who is beyond expression and indestructible. He who knoweth God understandeth this. As the dumb man, when pleased with sugar, must keep his pleasure to himself, such divine knowledge only God himself expoundeth. O man, arrest thy breath at the juncture of the nostrils. Appoint such a guru as shall render another unnecessary. Utter such a word as shall render another unnecessary. Embrace such divine knowledge as shall render any more unnecessary. So die that thou shalt not have to die again. Turn back the Ganges and unite it with the Yamna, and think that thou art bathing without water at their confluence. Be it thy duty to look on all men as equal. Reflect upon the real thing. What else is there to reflect on? Water, fire, wind, earth, and the firmament. If thou abide like these, thou shalt be near God. Saith Kabir, meditate on the Stainless One, and go to that place whence there shall be no returning. How Kabir found God. 19. God cannot be obtained even by offering one's weight in gold, but I have purchased him with my soul, and now that I recognize him as mine own, my mind is naturally at ease. Brahma, however much he talketh, hath not found God's limit, but by my devotion God came to me as I sat at home. Saith Kabir, I have cast off my wavering disposition. It is only in God's service I am now a sleeping partner. The holy cannot die, for they are saved by divine knowledge. 20. That death which terrifieth the whole world, the Guru's instruction hath set before me in a clear light. Now how shall I die, although my mind accepteth death? It is they who know not God who are always dying. Everybody talketh of dying. It is they who die in divine knowledge who are immortal. Saith Kabir, my mind is happy, doubt is dispelled, and supreme happiness abideth. Kabir's body is burning all over to meet God. It is useless to try to heal any particular part of it. 21. There is no special part of my body to which I may apply healing ointment. I have examined my body, but found no such place. He who feeleth pain knoweth it. The service of God is a barbed arrow. I consider all women to be alike. Who knoweth which shall be dear to the bridegroom? Saith Kabir, the husband, forsaking all other women, shall meet her on whose forehead such lot hath been written. It was believed that widows who immolated themselves on their husbands' pyres obtained salvation. Kabir traverses this belief. 23. How can a woman without chastity be a sati? O Pandit, see and consider this in thy heart. If a woman have no love for her husband, how can her husband's love for her increase? As long as there is worldly love, there can be no divine love. He who in his heart believeth mammon to be real shall not even in his dreams meet God. Kabir calleth her a happy wife who giveth up to God her body, soul, wealth, and household. Devotion to God is the only dispeller of the deadly sins. 24. The whole world is subject to the deadly sins. The deadly sins have ruined whole families. O man, where hast thou wrecked and sunk thy boat? Having broken with God, thou hast joined the deadly sins, in whose fire demigods and men burn. Water is near, but obese. Why not drink it, removing its scum? By contemplation, water fit for drinking issueth forth. That water alone is pure, saith Kabir. Only the holy who meditate on God are useful in the world. 25. Why was not the mother of the family barren, whose sons meditate not on divine knowledge? Why did not the wicked man, who hath performed no service for God, die at his birth? Many miscarriages have occurred. How is it he escaped? He liveth, it is true, but like a raven in the world. Saith Kabir, they who are beautiful and shapely shall become hunchbacked and deformed without God's name. Kabir's devotion to the saints. 26. I am ever a sacrifice to those who repeat the Master's name. He is pure who singeth the praises of the pure God. He is my brother and dear to my heart. I am the dust of the lotus feet of those whose hearts are filled with God. My caste, it is true, is that of weaver, but my heart is resigned. Kabir very tranquilly repeateth God's praises. Kabir thus addressed a Jogi who advised him to drink wine to concentrate his thoughts. 27. I collected much molasses and turned my body into firewood. Then wine trickled from the roof of the house of pleasure by means of the furnace of my heart. Describe him as intoxicated with the wine of divine love, who drinketh the sweetness of God's name and meditateth on divine knowledge. Since the server of the wine of divine love met me and gave it to me, my days and nights are passing away, intoxicated with pleasure. I carefully applied my thoughts to the Pure One, and then, saith Kabir, I obtained him the Fearless. A Yogi maintained that deliverance could not be obtained without chastening the heart, and that the heart could not be chastened without the practice of Yog. Kabir criticizes the statement. 28. Without devotion, the qualities of the heart cling to the heart. Who secureth perfection by merely chastening his heart? What holy man hath succeeded in chastening his heart? Say, who hath saved any one by merely chastening his heart? Every one thinketh in his heart that he is going to chasten it, but the heart is not chastened without devotion. Saith Kabir, let him who knoweth this secret worship in his heart God, the Lord of the three worlds. The following was addressed to an atheist who maintained the theory of spontaneous creation. 29. Who was the painter who painted the stars which appear in the sky? Say, O Pandit, to what is the sky attached? Fortunate is the wise man who knoweth this. The sun and moon diffuse light. God hath extended himself in everything. Saith Kabir, he shall know this in whose heart is God and in whose mouth is God. The evil wrought by the Simritis. 30. O my brethren, the Simriti is the daughter of the Veds. She hath brought a chain and a rope for men, and hath of herself imprisoned them in her capital. She hath flung the noose of worldly love and discharged the arrow of death. The former cannot be cut, and the latter cannot be broken. The Simriti hath become a serpent, eaten the world, and plundered the whole universe before my very eyes. But, saith Kabir, I have escaped from her by uttering God's name. The following was addressed to an admirer who had offered Kabir a horse. 31. Let me put a bit and bridle on my steed, and abandoning all else course him in heaven. Let me make self-reflection my saddle, and put my foot in the stirrup of divine love. Come, my steed, let me drive thee to heaven. If thou jib, I will strike thee with the whip of love. Saith Kabir, they are good riders who keep themselves aloof from the Veds and the books of the Musalmans. The following was written after witnessing a cremation. 32. I have seen fire applied to the mouth which used to eat the 5 nectars. Remove, O God, my one misery of abiding in the womb and being burned in its fire. The body is destroyed in various ways and manners. Some burn it and some bury it in the earth. Saith Kabir, O God, show me thy feet. Afterwards, why not send death? Kabir was engaged in his devotions when a hostile neighbour took the opportunity to set his house on fire. Kabir heard of it and returning home succeeded in extinguishing the flames. It is said that the hostile neighbour's house took fire from Kabir's and was totally consumed. The following hymn was composed on the occasion. 33. God himself is the fire, himself the wind. When the Master setteth fire to the house, who can save it? What if even my body burn when I am repeating God's name? My mind was absorbed in God's name. Whose house burneth and who suffereth loss? God playeth like an acrobat. Saith Kabir, utter 2 letters. As sure as I have a master, he will save me. Kabir thinks he has not performed sufficient worship. 34. I have not applied my mind to the science of union with God or contemplation of him. Without hate of the world I shall not escape from mammon. How shall I live if I have not God's name as my support? Saith Kabir, I have searched in heaven and have seen none equal to God. The following was written on seeing ravens sitting on a skull and feeding on its contents. 35. Ravens were cleaning their beaks on the skull, on which a turban had been once very daintily bound. Why be proud of this body and of wealth? Why dost thou not hold fast God's name? Saith Kabir, hear, O my man, this shall be thy condition at last. Kabir discourses on the soul. Gauri Ashtapadi. 36. Man prayeth for temporal happiness, but sorrow cometh to meet him. It pleaseth me not to pray for such happiness as shall bring sorrow. Man still intent on sin hopeth for happiness. How shall he find his dwelling in the Supreme God? The happiness which even Shiv and Brahma would dread, I suppose to be real. Even the four sons of Brahma, the Muni, Narad, and Shesnag, never found their minds stable in their bodies until they had given up hopes of such happiness. O my brethren, let any one inquire into the condition of the soul when it escapeth from the body, where shall it be? By the favour of the Guru, Jaidev and Namdev discovered that by love and devotion to God the soul shall not suffer transmigration. He whose doubts are dispelled knoweth the truth. This soul hath no shape or outline. By God's order it was created, and by understanding God's order it shall be absorbed in Him. If any one understand the secret of the soul, it shall only obtain divine happiness when absorbed in God. There is but one soul which occupieth all bodies. Kabir worshippeth that soul. God's name is the tree of life. 37. Of those who watch day and night to utter the one Name, how many have become perfect by the love they bore to God? Sidhs and their disciples and all the Munis have grown weary in their efforts without God's name. The one Name, like the tree of life, saveth mankind. They who are regenerated by God shall never alter. Saith Kabir, I have recognized God's name. The worship of the one God inculcated. Gauri and Sorath. 38. O shameless man, art thou not ashamed? Why dost thou forsake God and go to some one else? It becometh not him whose God is the Most High to go to a strange temple. That Lord pervadeth all space, is ever present and never distant. Say, O man, what is there not in his palace at whose feet Lakshmi taketh refuge? Every one speaketh of him. He is omnipotent, our own Lord and our benefactor. Saith Kabir, that man is perfect in the world in whose heart no other than God abideth. They who are absorbed in God feel not joy or sorrow for relations. 39. Who hath a son? Who hath a father? Who dieth? Who inflicteth pain? God is the illusionist who hath eluded the world. If separated from God, how shall I survive my mother? Who hath a husband? Who hath a wife? Reflect on this truth in thy heart. Saith Kabir, I have become reconciled with the illusionist. The illusion vanished when I recognized him. Kabir's satisfaction on feeling that he had obtained salvation. 40. The sovereign God hath now become my helper. Having cut away birth and death, I have obtained the supreme state. God hath united me with the guild of the saints and freed me from the 5 deadly sins. The ambrosial Name I repeat with my tongue. God hath made me His unbought slave. The true Guru did me a favour by rescuing me from the ocean of the world. I have begun to love God's lotus feet, and God ever and ever dwelleth in my heart. The sparks of the fire of worldly love have become extinguished, and my mind hath obtained resignation by the support of the Name. In sea and land the Lord God is fully contained. Wherever I look, there is the Searcher of hearts. It is He Himself who implanteth His service in my heart. God is obtained, my brethren, according to primal destiny. The man to whom He showeth favour succeedeth in his affairs. Kabir's Lord is the cherisher of the poor. The following was a remonstrance to a Brahman who had found impurity and caste defilement in almost everything. 41. There is impurity in water, there is impurity in land, there is impurity in whatever is born, there is impurity in birth, and again in death. God's subjects are ruined by this impurity. O Pandit, tell me who is pure. Explain to me such knowledge as thou hast on the subject, my friend. There is impurity in the eyes, there is impurity in the tongue, there is impurity in the ears. Standing or sitting, there is impurity. Impurity entereth the kitchen. Every one knoweth how to be caught in impurity, but few how to escape from it. Saith Kabir, no impurity attacheth to those who meditateth on God in their hearts. God is greater than any creature, and His saint than any place of pilgrimage. 42. Decide one controversy, O Ramanand. If thou desire any service from thy slave, is this soul or he to whom it is attached the greater? Is God or he who knoweth God the greater? Is Brahma or he who created him the greater? Are the Veds or the source whence they came the greater? Is the pilgrimage or God's saint the greater? Saith Kabir, I have been unhappy on this subject. The effects of the influx of divine knowledge. Kabir likens his mind to a hut. 43. Lo, My brethren, a storm of divine knowledge hath come. The screens of doubt have all been blown away, and even the ropes of mammon hath not been left. The two props of indecision have been thrown down, and the beam of worldly love hath been broken. The thatched roof of avarice hath fallen to the ground, and the vessel of evil inclinations hath burst. Saith Kabir, Thy slave, O Lord, hath become saturated by the rain which fell after the storm, and when next he saw the sun appear, his mind was illumined. The following was addressed to a Brahman. Kabir did not desire his followers to associate with infidels. 44. What shall one say to such people as neither hear God's praises nor sing His attributes, but who knock down the heavens by their boasting? They whom God hath excluded from His service should always be feared. They who give not a handful of water to the thirsty slander Him who brought down the Ganges. Sitting or standing crooked are their ways. They have ruined themselves and ruined others. They know nothing save evil converse. They obey not even Brahma's bidding. They have gone astray themselves and are leading others astray. They set fire to their houses and sleep in them. They laugh at others, though they have only one eye themselves. Kabir is ashamed on beholding them. A lecture against the Shrauds and idolatry of the Hindus. 45. Nobody obeyeth his parents when alive, yet he giveth them feasts when dead. Say, how shall the poor parents obtain what the ravens and the dogs have eaten? Let some one explain to me what Kushal means. The world dieth talking of Kushal. However shall Kushal be obtained? Men make goddesses and gods of clay, and offer them living sacrifices. As your lifeless gods, so your deceased, who ask not for what they want themselves. You kill living things, and you worship lifeless things. At the last moment great shall be your suffering. You know not the worth of God's name, and you shall be drowned in the sea of terror. You waver and know not the supreme God, wherefore you worship gods and goddesses. Saith Kabir, you have not thought of the unknowable, and have become entangled in the deadly sins. The holy obtain their great reward. 46. If while living thou be dead, while dead return to life by means of divine knowledge, and thus become absorbed in God. If thou abide pure amid impurity, thou shalt not again fall into the terrible ocean of the world. My God, such milk should be churned. Keep thy mind steadfast under the Guru's instruction. In this way shalt thou quaff nectar. The Guru's arrow hath pierced this adamantine age, and let in the light of God's word. The doubt which I felt through the power of ignorance, whether this world was a snake or a rope, is at an end. I have a permanent abode in God's house. The Guru, without putting an arrow on his bow, hath pierced this world, my brethren. In all directions the kite fluttereth in the wind, but its string is fixed in the love of God. My perturbed mind is absorbed in God. Duality and evil inclinations depart. Saith Kabir, I have seen the Fearless One by fixing my attention on His name. Rather than practice Jog, search for God through the Guru. 47. When I turned my thoughts towards God, I restrained my mind and my senses, and my attention became lovingly fixed on Him. O Bairagi, search for Him who neither cometh nor goeth, who neither dieth nor is born. My soul, turning away from sin, is absorbed in the universal soul. By favour of the Guru, I have now obtained a different understanding. Otherwise I should become estranged from God. What was near hath become distant. What was distant hath become near for him who accepteth God as He is. As sharbat made from sugar, only he who drinketh it knoweth its flavour. O thou devoid of qualities, is there any discriminating person to whom I may speak of thee? Saith Kabir, only he who applieth the spiritual fuse seeth the blast. Heaven described by negatives. 48. There with God is no rainy season, no ocean, no sunshine, no shade. There is no creation and no destruction, no life, no death, nor are sorrow and joy felt, nor is there either retirement or contemplation. A description of celestial rest would be impossible and peculiar to itself. There nothing is weighed in the balance, and nothing is exhausted. There is nothing light, nothing heavy. There are no nether or upper regions, neither night nor day. There is no water, wind, or fire. The true Guru is there contained. Inaccessible and inapprehensible, he dwelleth uninterruptedly in everything. He is found by the favour of the Guru. Saith Kabir, I am a sacrifice to my Guru. May I remain attached to his society. Human life under the allegory of an ox and his burden. 49. With merits and demerits an ox is purchased. Life appeareth as the capital. In this way a herd is purchased. Covetousness which filleth man's heart is as a sack on the ox's back. So potent a master is my God, who made the whole world dealers. Lust and wrath are both tax gatherers. The whims of the mind are highway robbers. The herd which spring from the five elements pay the tax and are saved. Saith Kabir, hear, O saints, this is now the state of things. One ox hath grown weary of travelling the steep road, and dropping his sack proceedeth on his journey. The world under the allegory of a well, human life under that of a well rope. 50. A woman hath 4 days in her father's house, she must then go to her father-in-law's. The blind, the stupid, and the silly know not this. The bride with her sarhi round her is ready to go. The guests arrive, her husband hath come to take her home. Who is that we see letting down the rope into the well? When the rope breaketh by the weight of the water pot, the water drawer departeth. If the Lord be compassionate and show mercy, woman shall settle her affairs. She is known as a happy wife who pondereth on the Guru's instructions. All men bound by their acts transmigrate. Attentively consider this. Why blame woman? What can the poor creature do? Without hope she departeth. She hath not the firmness of faith in her heart. Cling to the feet of God and flee to His asylum, O Kabir. It is the truly pious and not the Yogis or Hindu sectaries who shall be saved. 51. The Yogi says that Yog and nothing else is good and sweet. They who shave their bodies and the Ekshabdis say that they alone have obtained perfection. Without God thou art lost in error, O blind one. They to whom I go to release myself are themselves bound by many toils. You call yourselves pandits, virtuous, brave, generous, and assert that you alone are great. It is only when this pride of yours is forgotten that you shall be absorbed in Him from whom you sprang. Only He understandeth whom thou, O God, causest to understand. How can man obtain permanence without understanding? When the true Guru is found, darkness is dispelled. In this way the gem is obtained. Lay aside the sins of thy left hand and thy right. Take firm hold of God's feet. Saith Kabir, if a dumb man eat molasses, what can he say if questioned? The following was composed by Kabir on the death of a yogi. 52. Where there was something, there is nothing. Thy body of 5 elements is no more. What availeth thee now the suspension of thy breath in the left and right nostrils, and their junction? The string is broken, thy brain destroyed. Whither hath thy speech gone? I feel this anxiety night and day. Who will explain and ease my mind? Thy body is no longer in the world. Thy creative mind is no more. The joiner dwelleth ever separate from the world. Say, who else hath this power? If I try to join the elements of the body, I cannot join them. If I try to separate them, they will not be separated until they perish. Who hath a master? Who hath a servant? Who waiteth on any one else? Saith Kabir, my attention is directed to that place where God dwelleth night and day. His secret He Himself fully knoweth. He is ever imperishable. Kabir was advised to become a yogi. The following was his reply. 53. Meditation and remembrance of God are my 2 earrings, independence of the world my patched coat, dwelling in a silent cave my devotional posture, the abandonment of worldly desires my sect. My king, I am a yogi without temporal love. I repine not at death and separation. In the regions of the universe I find my horn. The whole world which I hold as ashes is my wallet. Riddance of the 3 qualities and release from the world are my contemplative attitude. I have made my heart and breath the 2 gourds of my lyre, and unbroken attention on God its frame. The strings are strong and break not. The lyre playeth spontaneously. On hearing it, the perfect are enraptured, and I no longer feel the swaying of worldly love. Saith Kabir, the soul which hath played in this way shall not be born again. The body under the allegory of a full piece of cloth. 54. Reason went to the soul to order a body to be woven. Let a full piece of 9 yards, 10 yards, and 21 yards be woven. Let there be 60 threads, 9 joinings, and 72 cross threads added. The weaver then cometh, leaving his last abode. Is not the body measured by yards, weighed by weight, and starched by 2½ seers of flour? If the body obtain not starch quickly, it will quarrel and destroy its abode. O man, how many days are there for thee to sit idly? When shalt thou, who art adverse to the Lord, again have the present opportunity? The vessels and the wetted bobbins shall fall to pieces, and the weaver depart in anger. Thread cometh not out of an empty bobbin, and the cloth will not remain wound around the beam. O wretched man, abide in the world, but renounce display. Kabir giveth thee this advice. The light of God has an affinity for the light of man. 55. Can one light which is absorbed in another be separated from it? May that man burst and die, in whose heart the name of God springeth not up. Dark and beautiful God, my soul is attached to thee. When a holy man is found, supernatural perfection is obtained. This is both union with God and worldly enjoyment. When two, the Guru and the disciple, meet by means of God's name, the disciple's business is accomplished. People think this is a song. It is a meditation on God, like the instruction given to men at Banaras when they are on the point of death. He who attentively heareth or singeth God's name, saith Kabir, shall certainly obtain the supreme state at last. Salvation can only be obtained by true devotion. 56. However great man's exertions without God's name, he shall be drowned in the terrible ocean and not cross over. Thou hast practised thy religious duties in great austerities, yet pride consumeth thy soul. Why hast thou forgotten the Lord, who is the giver of life and food? Human birth is a priceless diamond or ruby. Thou hast lost it for a cowrie. Not having thought of God in thy heart, thou sufferest from the thirst of covetousness and the hunger of error. The intoxication of pride deceiveth those who keep not the word of the Guru in their hearts. Sinful are they who are led away by pleasure, who are tempted by sensual delights, and who enjoy the savour of wine. They who by destiny keep the company of the saints float over like iron attached to timber. Through error I have wandered among human and lower births. I am now weary and overspent with travail. Saith Kabir, on meeting the Guru, I have felt great joy, and my love and devotion have saved me. End of Section 14, Part 1. Section 15 of the Sikh Religion, Sacred Writings and Authors, Volume 6 by Max Arthur Macauliffe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 15, Kabir's Hymns, Part 2. The Deceits of the World. 57. Like the semblance of a female elephant, O foolish man, the Lord of the world made this play. The elephant, impelled by the sweets of love, is captured, O foolish man, and his head hath to endure the goad. Flee from evil passions, attach thyself to God. Heed this advice, O foolish man. Why dost thou not, O foolish man, fearlessly worship God, and take possession of his ship? The monkey stretcheth out his hand, O foolish man, and taketh a handful of corn. He is anxious to escape, O foolish man, but he shall be made to dance at the door of every house. As the parrot is caught by a trap, O foolish man, so is man by worldly occupations. As the fleeting dye of the safflower, O foolish man, so hath this world been shown. There are many places for ablutions, O foolish man, and many gods to worship. Saith Kabir, thou shalt not be saved by means of these, O foolish man. Thou shalt be saved by the worship of God. A Raja offered temporal wealth to Kabir. The following was his reply. 58. Lay up for yourselves the wealth of God's name, which fire will not burn, which hot winds will not dry up, and which thieves will not approach. That wealth shall never depart. My wealth is God, the supporter of the earth. He is the real wealth. The pleasure obtained from the service of God is not to be found in regal state. Shiv and the four sons of Brahma, in their search for this wealth, abandoned the world. He in whose heart is God and on whose tongue is God falleth not into death's noose. The Guru's private wealth of divine knowledge and devotion is like water to the thirsty, like a prop to the fickle mind. The minds of those on whom he bestoweth it conceive good resolutions, and their doubts, entanglements, and fears depart. Saith Kabir, O you who are intoxicated with wealth, reflect in your hearts and understand this. In your mansions are hundreds of thousands and millions of horses and elephants. In mine is the one God. The love of worldly things leads men to damnation. 59. A monkey through greed will not let go the pulse in his hand. Man is responsible for acts done through greed. Without devotion to God, human life passeth in vain. Without association with the saints and worship of God, truth nowhere abideth. As the flowers of the desert bloom, and no one enjoyeth their odour, so men wander idly in many births, and death destroyeth them again and again. God hath given wealth, youth, sons, and women fair to view. By these man, prompted by the senses, becometh arrested and entangled. The body is a house of grass, life's end the fire which assaileth it on every side. Saith Kabir, to cross over the terrible ocean, I have taken the shelter of the true Guru. A brief account of the process of procreation. 60. There is dirty water and white earth. From this earth a puppet is made. I am nothing and I have nothing. My body, my wealth, all that is dear to me is Thine, O God. Into this earth breath is infused, and forcibly setteth the false contrivance in motion. Such and such a person may have accumulated 5 lakhs of treasure, but at last his pitcher bursteth. Saith Kabir, the sole foundation thou hast laid shall be destroyed in a moment, O thou proud one. By devotion to God through the Guru, Kabir has obtained salvation. 61. O my soul, repeat God's name, as did Dhru and Prahlad of old. O thou compassionate to the poor, my reliance is on thee. I have therefore embarked all my family on the Guru's raft. If it please God, he will have his order obeyed and cause his raft to float over. By the favour of the Guru, such knowledge hath filled me that all my transmigration is at an end. Saith Kabir, worship God in this world and next, everywhere it is He alone who knoweth. The soul, having obtained a human body, has obtained its last chance of salvation. 62. When man leaveth the womb and cometh into the world, as soon as the air toucheth him, he forgetteth his master. O my soul, sing God's praises. When thou didst penance, reversed in the womb, thou didst escape its fire. Having wandered through the 84 lakhs of existences, if thou stumble now, thou shalt find nor house nor home. Saith Kabir, worship God who is not seen coming or going, and who knoweth all things. Think not of heaven or hell, of prosperity or adversity. Leave everything to God. 63. Long not for a dwelling in heaven, and fear not to dwell in hell. What will be, will be. O my soul, hope not at all. Sing the praises of God, from whom the supreme reward is obtained. What is devotion? What penance and austerities? What fasting and ablutions? Unless thou know the way to love and serve God. Be not glad at the sight of prosperity, and grieve not at the sight of adversity. As is prosperity, so is adversity. What God proposeth shall be accomplished. Saith Kabir, through the saints I now know in my heart that the worshipper in whose heart God dwelleth performeth the best worship. Commit not sin for the sake of thy relations or others, and mourn not for them. 64. O my soul, thou hast no helper. Drag not the weight of others' sins behind thee. As a bird percheth on a tree, such is the world. I have drunk the elixir of God, by which other elixirs are forgotten. Since we are not permanent ourselves, why should we mourn the death of others? Whatever is born perisheth. Why should we be sorry and weep for that? When man becometh attached to holy men, he drinketh God's elixir, and is devoted to him from whom he hath sprung. Saith Kabir, I have thought of God in my heart. Resigning the world, remember Him. Kabir longs for God as a loving wife for her absent spouse. 65. Woman with her eyes filled with tears and heaving sighs awaiteth her Lord. Her heart is not happy. She retraceth not her steps in the hope of seeing Him. Why fliest thou not away, O black raven, so that I may quickly meet my beloved? Saith Kabir, perform God's service to obtain the dignity of eternal life. The name of God is the one support. Repeat it with thy tongue. There are many excellences in the body. God resides within it, and Kabir is delighted to behold Him. 66. There are many shrubs of sweet basil. Near and within them is the village of Barsana. The milkmaid Radha, on seeing Krishan's beauty, became enamoured. Leave me not, go not hither and thither. My heart is attached to thy feet. O holder of the bow, very fortunate is she who meeteth thee. Enchanting is Bindraban, where the fascinating Krishan grazed his kine. Since thou art my lord, O holder of the bow, Kabir, great is my name. Vain is the devotion of anchorets and idolaters. 67. How many wear the bark of trees as clothes? But what availeth it to dwell in the forest? What availeth it to man to offer incense to idols? What to drench his body with ablutions? O my soul, I know that thou shalt depart. O silly one, think of thy fall. Wheresoever I look, I see none but those who are entangled in worldly love. Men of divine knowledge and meditation, great preachers, are all engrossed in this world's affairs. Saith Kabir, without the name of the one God, this world is blinded by mammon. Fearlessly worship God. 68. O man, victim of mammon, abandon doubt, come forth and dance. Doth a hero dread the conflict of the battlefield? Doth a sati collect utensils when she is about to die? Cease to waver, O foolish man. Now that thou hast taken the red lead in thy hand, burn and die and obtain perfection. The world is ruined by being absorbed in lust, wrath, and mammon. Saith Kabir, forsake not the sovereign God, who is the highest of all the high. Kabir places himself altogether in God's power. 69. Thy commands are acceptable to men. I consider not their propriety. Thou art the river, thou art the pilot, from thee is salvation. O man, embrace the service of God, whether he be angry with thee or love thee. Thy name, O God, is my support, as a woman rejoiceth on beholding her son. Saith Kabir, I am the slave of thy house, preserve me or destroy me. A homily against the worship of Krishan. 70. Nand became very weary wandering through the wombs of the 84 lakhs of existences. Through his devotion, Krishan became incarnate. Great was the poor man's good fortune. You who say that God was the son of Nand, whose son was Nand, when the earth and the firmament and the 10 quarters of the world were not, then where was this Nand? He whose name is the Bright One falleth not into trouble and undergoeth not birth. Kabir's master is such a Lord as hath neither father nor mother. Kabir hails slander to preserve his humility and lead him to God. 71. Slander, slander me, ye people, slander. Slander is right pleasing to God's servant. Slander is my father, slander my mother. If I am slandered and store in my heart the wealth of God's name, I shall go to heaven. If I am slandered, my heart becometh pure. The slanderer washeth my clothes for me. He who slandereth me is my friend. My heart goeth out to the slanderer. He is the slanderer who preventeth my being slandered. The slanderer desireth long life for me. I bear love and affection to him who slandereth me. Slander effecteth my salvation. To God's servant Kabir, slander is the best thing. The slanderer is lost, I am saved. Kabir feels that he has parted with egoism and become absorbed in God. 72. O sovereign God, thou art very fearless. Thou art a raft to save the world, O God. When I was proud, thou wert not in me. Now that thou art in me, I am not proud. Now thou and I have become one. Seeing that we are both one, my mind is satisfied. When there is worldly wisdom, how can there be spiritual strength? Now I have spiritual wisdom, but no bodily strength. Saith Kabir, God hath taken away my worldly wisdom, and instead of it I have obtained perfection. The human body under the allegory of a house. 73. The Creator made the 6 mystical chambers into a house, and in it He put a peerless thing. Without delay He made divine knowledge its key, spiritual ignorance its lock, and life its watchman. Now, my brother, let thy mind remain awake. Through carelessness thou hast lost thy human life. Thy house is being robbed by thieves. Thy 5 senses stand as sentinels at the gate, but they cannot be trusted. Carefully think of God, and thou shalt obtain the light of divine knowledge. If woman go astray through only heeding the body of 9 apertures, she shall not obtain the peerless thing, God's name. Saith Kabir, thieves may plunder the body of 9 apertures. God's spirit dwelleth in the 10th. Kabir obtained perfection and complete faith on meeting the Guru. 74. O mother, I know none beside God. My soul dwelleth in that God whose praises Shiv and the sons of Brahma sing. On meeting the Guru, enlightenment and divine knowledge entered my heart, and I meditated on God in my brain. The disease of the deadly sins, fear, and worldly entanglements fled away, and my soul knew happiness in itself. Imbued with devotion, I know and obey the one God, and think of none beside. Having abandoned the pride of my heart, my soul is perfumed with the perfume of sandal. God dwelleth in him who has sung and meditated on his praises. Very fortunate are they in whose heart he dwelleth, and distinguished is the destiny recorded on their foreheads. I have destroyed Maya, divine knowledge is kindled in my heart, and I have become absorbed in the one God. Saith Kabir, on meeting the Guru, I have felt great comfort. My mind hath ceased to wander and is happy. Kabir's acrostic. 1. Everything connected with the three worlds is contained in the 52 letters. These letters shall perish, but he who is beyond letters is not in them. 2. Where there is speech, there letters are used. Where there is no speech, there no mind abideth. God is contained both where there is speech and where there is not. Nobody appeareth like unto him. 3. If I obtain God, what shall I say? And if I say anything, what kindness do I show God? Who is diffused through the three worlds as well as in the tiny seed of the banyan tree. 4. For him who hath obtained God, and knoweth to some extent God's secret, the difference between God and himself hath disappeared. God's secret penetrated my heart when it turned away from the world, and I have obtained him who is indestructible and impenetrable. 5. The Musalmans accept the Tariqat, the Hindus the Veds and Purans, but for me the books of both religions are useless. A man ought to study divine knowledge to some extent to instruct his heart. 6. I know the one God who was in the beginning. I do not believe in what can be written and erased. Whoever beholdeth the one God becometh as God, and shall not pass away. 7. K. When the rays of divine knowledge fall on the lotus of the heart, it closeth not even at the rising of the moon, and if man obtained the sweetness of that flower, he would grow mute in describing it, yea, to whom could he explain it? 8. K.H. My mind hath entered God's cave. It leaveth it not to wander in every direction. He who, knowing the Master, practiseth resignation shall become imperishable and obtain the imperishable dignity. 9. G. They who understand the Guru's instruction lend their ears to nothing else. He who graspeth the ungraspable, and having grasped him, keepeth him in his brain, shall abide wealthless as a bird, and wander nowhere. 10. G.H. God's dwelling is in every heart. Even though the heart break, God is never thereby diminished. When man findeth the way to God in his heart, why should he leave that way and follow a difficult one? 11. N.G. Grasp the love of God, dismiss doubts. Even though thou see no way to God, flee not away. This is the highest cleverness. 12. Ch. God painted the great picture of the world. Dismiss that picture and think of the painter. This painted picture is an abode of strife. Dismiss the picture and keep thy mind on the painter. 13. Ch. God the Lord of the umbrella is near. Why dost thou not abandon desires and be happy? O man, I admonish thee every moment. Why dost thou leave God and entangle thyself with the world? 14. J. If a man burn his body alive and deface his youth, he shall find the right way. When man burneth the wealth of this and the next world, he shall then proceed and obtain God's bright light. 15. J.H. Thou art entangled with the world, and knowest not how to disentangle thyself. Thou shrinkest back and art not accepted of God. Why talk nonsense, trying to convince others? Since thou stirrest up controversy, controversy thou shalt have. 16. N.Y. Since God dwelleth near thee in thy heart, why leave him and go far to find him? Him for whom thou searchest the world, thou shalt find near thee. 17. T. The difficult way to God is in man's heart. Why open not the doors of thine understanding and repair to his court? There shalt thou behold the immovable one, and thou shalt not move elsewhere. Thou shalt remain attached to God, and thy heart shalt be glad. 18. Th. Keep the world, which is a deceitful mirage, at a distance. I have with difficulty rendered my mind patient. The cheat which cheated and devoured the whole world, I have myself cheated, and my mind is now at ease. 19. D. When the fear of God is produced, all other fears depart. All other fears are absorbed in that fear. If man reject the fear of God, then he hath fear of man. When he no longer feareth man, the fears of his heart flee away. 20. D.H. Search for God near thee. Why search elsewhere? While searching for him elsewhere, life departeth. When I ascended the mountain to search for him, and returned home disappointed. I found him in the fortress which he himself had made. 21. In the life of him is accounted happy who, though surrounded in the battlefield, standeth fast like a man, who doth not quail or retreat, but killeth the opposing chief, upon which his army fleeth away. 22. T. The world is unfordable, it cannot be forded. My soul is absorbed in the Lord of the three worlds. If the Lord of the three worlds enter into my heart, my soul shall blend with him, and I shall find the true one. 23. Th. The unfathomable cannot be fathomed. God is unfathomable. This body shall not abide forever. Though man's span of life be brief, he beginneth to build many a mansion, but can mansions be supported without pillars? 24. D. Everything we see is perishable. Meditate on him who is unseen. When thou appliest the key of divine knowledge to the 10th gate, thou shalt then behold the merciful one. 25. Dh. Everything is settled when the soul blendeth with God, who dwelleth in earth and heaven. When the soul leaving earth goeth to heaven, the soul and God shall meet, and happiness be obtained. 26. N. Man's nights and days pass away waiting for God. His eyes grow bloodshot by such waiting. When man findeth God after long waiting, he who waiteth is blended with him who is waited for. 27. P. The boundless one hath no bounds. I am gladdened with the supreme light. I have controlled the five senses and relinquished all idea of demerits and merits. 28. Ph. Fruit is produced without the blossom. If any one looked at a section of that fruit and reflected on it, he would not contract duality. That section of fruit shall destroy all bodies. 29b. Blend drop with drop. When drop is blended with drop, both cannot be separated. That man, becoming God's servant, embrace his service, and he, becoming a friend, will take care of his servant. 30bh. Remove the difference between thyself and God, and thou shalt be united with him. Then shall thy fear be shattered, and thou shalt gain confidence. Him whom I thought without me, I now find within me. When I found this secret, I recognized the Lord of the world. 31m. He who graspeth the first principle shall be happy at heart. He who is in this secret knoweth his own mind. Let no one delay to attach his heart to God. He who obtaineth the true one shall be immersed in delight. 32m. Man's business is with his heart. He who chasteneth it obtaineth perfection. Kabir communeth with his heart. I have found nothing like thee, O my heart. 33. This heart is power. This mind is God. This heart is the life of the five elements of the body. If man restrain his heart and remain in a state of exaltation, he can tell the secrets of the three worlds. 34. Why? If thou know anything, destroy thine evil propensities, and conquer the citadel of the body. Thou who art surrounded by foes in battle, and fleest not away, shalt be called a hero. 35. R. He knoweth the real pleasure, who spurneth the pleasures of this world. Having spurned the pleasures of the world, he recognizeth the real pleasure. When he abandoneth the former, he obtaineth the latter, and when he quaffeth the latter, the former please him not. 36l. O man, so apply thy heart to God, that thou mayest not go elsewhere, but obtain the primal true one. If thou heartily love him, thou shalt obtain him, and obtaining him, become absorbed in his feet. 37w. Every moment remember God. Remember God, and defeat shall not come to thee. I am a sacrifice to those who sing the praises of the sons of God. He who meeteth God shall obtain all truth. 38w. Know God. By knowing him thou shalt become as he. When the soul and God are blended, no one can distinguish them. 39s. Carefully strive to know him. Restrain every thought which allureth the heart. When love for God springeth up, there is mental happiness, and the Lord of the three worlds will fill thy heart. 40kh. He who searcheth for God shall not return. He who searcheth and knoweth God by meditation shall cross over the terrible ocean without delay. 41sh. She who dispelleth all doubts of her spouse's affection for her shall adorn his bed. She resigneth a little comfort and obtaineth the highest gratification. Then is she justly styled a wife, and he a husband. 42h. God existeth, but the spiritually ignorant know not of his existence. From the moment man knoweth that God existeth, his heart is satisfied. God certainly doth exist if any one could see him, but in that case God alone would exist, and man exist not at all. 43. Everybody goeth about saying, I will take this, and I will take that. They therefore feel great sorrow when they are disappointed. He who fixeth his attention on God shall obtain all happiness, and his sorrows shall depart. 44. KSH. How many have pined away and perished? But despite such destruction, man will not even now think of God. If any one even now know that the world is fleeting, and restrain his heart, he shall obtain an abiding place with him from whom he is separated. 45. The Pandits have in another way joined the 52 letters, but they cannot recognize one letter. Kabir uttereth the word of the True One. He is a Pandit who abideth without fear. To join letters is the business of the Pandits. To meditate on God is the business of the holy man. Saith Kabir, man will understand which to do according to his intelligence. Kabir's calendar is arranged according to lunar days. The lunar month has 30 days. 15 of them are called Shuddhi, the light half, and the other 15 Wadi, the dark half of the month. In this composition, however, 16 days are counted. Kabir's lunar days. 1. There are 15 lunar days and 7 weekdays. Saith Kabir, they have no limits. The strivers and Sidhs who know their secrets are creators and gods themselves. 2. On the day when there is no moon, remove worldly desires, remember God, the searcher of hearts. So shalt thou even in life obtain the gate of salvation and the real word of the Fearless One, which is the essence of everything. He who loveth God's lotus feet and is night and day watchful in his praises becometh pure in heart by the favour of the saints. 1. On the first day of the moon, meditate on the Beloved. He who cannot be lessened and who hath no equal sporteth in the heart. He who is absorbed in the primal God shall never suffer the pain of death. 2. On the second day, know that there are 2 parts of the body, Maya and God, who are contained in everything. God doth not increase or diminish. He is unknowable, spotless, and changeless. 3. On the third day, let man apply his mind to God in the 3 states of waking, dreaming, and sleeping. Thus shall he obtain the root of joy and the supreme delight. In the company of the saints ariseth the faith in man that God's light is ever within and without him. 4. On the 4th day, restrain thy fickle mind. Never associate with lust and anger. God is all in all, in sea and land. He repeateth his own praises. 5. On the 5th day, know that the world was extended from the 5 elements, and that the pursuit of gold and women form its occupation. Whoever quaffeth the nectar of God's love shall not again feel the pains of old age and death. 6. On the 6th day, the mind and the senses run in 6 directions. The mind will not be restrained without the love of God. Efface duality and hold fast endurance. Endure not the torture of absurd religious ceremonies. 7. On the 7th day, know that the word is true, and the Supreme Spirit will hold thee accepted. So shall thy doubts and troubles be effaced, and thou shalt obtain happiness in the celestial sea. 8. On the 8th day, know that the body is made of 8 ingredients. In it is the unknowable, the king of great treasures. The Guru, who is versed in divine knowledge, discloseth the secret how man may turn away from the world and remain absorbed in the infrangible and the indivisible. 9. On the 9th day, keep watch over the 9 gates and restrain thy flowing desires. Forget all covetousness and worldly love, and thou shalt eat the immortal fruit and live through all ages. 10. On the 10th day, joy prevaileth in the 10 directions. Doubts are dispelled, and God is found. God is light, the essence of all things, incomparable, pure, without a stain. Where he dwelleth is neither shade nor sunshine. 11. On the 11th day, if man run in one direction, he shall not again suffer the pain of birth. His heart shall become cool and pure, and God, whom men say is distant, he shall find near. 12. On the 12th day, let 12 suns arise for thee, and day and night trumpets shall play spontaneous music. Thou shalt behold the Father of the 3 worlds. A miracle shall be wrought for thee, and from man thou shalt become God. 13. On the 13th day, they who repeat the name of the Inaccessible escape transmigration. Know that God is equally diffused below and above. God is neither low nor high. In him is neither honor nor dishonor. He is equally contained in all things. 14. On the 14th day, remember that God filleth the 14 worlds, and that he dwelleth in every hair of man's body. Meditate on truth and patience, and recite the legend of divine knowledge. 15. On the day of the full moon, the moon is full in the heavens, and there is gentle light diffused from its beams. God is firmly fixed in the beginning, the middle, and the end of all things. Kabir is absorbed in the ocean of happiness. Kabir's weekdays. Sing God's praises all the days of the week. On meeting the Guru, thou shalt obtain God's secret. 1. On Sunday begin God's service. Restrain the desires in the temple of thy body. Let man day and night keep his attention on the infrangible One, and the lute shall tranquilly play spontaneous music. 2. On Monday nectar trickleth from the moon. When tasted, it is a speedy antidote to all poison. He who drinketh it shall become intoxicated. Let thy mouth remain closed to idle converse. 3. On Tuesday learn what thou really art. Know how to guard against thine evil passions. Leave not the God who is in thine own home to wander abroad. If thou do, he will be exceeding wroth. 4. On Wednesday let man enlighten his understanding, so that God's dwelling may be in the lotus of his heart. Let him on meeting his Guru consider both his soul and God is the same, and set erect the inverted lotus of his heart. 5. On Thursday let him throw his evil passions into the river, and consider the three gods of the Hindus the same. Why doth he not day and night wash away his sins at the junction where the three rivers meet? 6. On Friday, by the practice of endurance, man shall attain his object. By struggling with himself daily and carefully restraining all his five senses, he shall never fall into duality. 7. On Saturday, if man keep strong within him the wick of God's light which shineth in his heart, he shall be illumined without and within, and all his sins shall be erased. 8. Know that as long as man hath duality in his heart, he shall not attain God's court. Let him love the omnipresent God, and then, saith Kabir, his heart shall be pure. Asa. The first 3 lines of the following were addressed by Kabir to his Guru Ramanand. The remainder of the hymn contains Ramanand's replies and instruction. 1. Touching my Guru's feet, I bow and ask him why the soul was made, why man was born, and why he shall perish. Tell and explain to me. O Divine One, show mercy to me and put me in the way of escaping from worldly entanglements and the fear of transmigration. The pain of transmigration resulteth from deeds done, and happiness cometh when the soul is released from it. Man bursteth not the entanglements of worldly love, and therefore is not absorbed in God. He knoweth nothing of the rank of nirvana, and so his fears are not dispelled. The soul is not born, though men think it is. It is free from birth and death. When the idea of birth and death departeth from man's mind, he shall forever be absorbed in God. As the reflection of an object in a vessel of water blendeth with the object when the vessel is broken, so saith Kabir, through virtue doubts flee away, and the soul is absorbed in God. The following is a satire on the Brahmins of Banaras. 2. They wear loincloths 3½ yards long, and sacrificial threads of 3 strands. They carry rosaries on their necks, and glittering brass utensils in their hands. They should not be called saints of God, but cheats of Banaras. Such saints are not pleasing to me. They gulp down trees with their branches. They scrub their vessels and put them on fires whose wood hath been washed. They dig up the earth, make 2 fireplaces, and eat up men whole. Those sinners ever wander in evil deeds, yet they call themselves aparas. Ever and ever they wander about in their pride and ruin all their families. Man is attached to what God hath attached him, and his acts correspond. Saith Kabir, he who meeteth the true Guru shall not be born again. Thanksgiving to God the Father. 3. The Father gave me this consolation. He made me a comfortable bed and put ambrosia into my mouth. Why should I forget that Father? When I go to the next world, I shall not lose my game. My mother is dead, and I am quite happy. I do not put on a beggar's coat. I feel not the frost. I am a sacrifice to that Father who begot me, who put an end to my companionship with the 5 deadly sins, who enabled me to subdue and trample on them. When I remember God, my soul and body are happy. My Father is the great Lord of the earth. To that Father how shall I go? When I met the true Guru, he showed me the way. The Father of the world then became dear to my mind. I am thy son, thou art my father. We both live in the same place. Saith Kabir, God's slave knoweth the one God. By the Guru's favour, I know everything. The central idea of the following is the worship of Maya. She is represented in a hideous and repulsive guise, her nose having been cut off for her infidelity. The first 2 lines of the hymn describe tantric ceremonies. 4. Into one vessel they put a slaughtered cock, and another they fill with liquor. 5 Jogis sit round, and the noseless queen in the midst. The bell of the noseless one resoundeth in both worlds. But some discriminating person cut off thy nose, O Maya. The noseless one hath her dwelling everywhere. She killeth every one, and looketh out for more. I am, saith she, the sister and niece of all. I am the handmaiden of him who weddeth me. My husband is very wise, and calleth himself a saint. He standeth continually over me. No one else cometh near me. It was I, saith Kabir, who cut off her nose and her ears, and assaulted and expelled her, because, though dear to the 3 worlds, she was an enemy of the saints. All must die at last. God's name is their only salvation. 5. Yogis, celibates, penitents, anchorets, they who wander on many pilgrimages, they who pluck out and shave their hair, they who practice silence, and they who wear matted locks, must all die at last. Wherefore worship God. What can the Jamna do for those whose tongues love God's name? They who know the Shastars, the Veds, astrology, and various languages, who know written and spoken incantations, and all medical science, must die at last. They who enjoy empires, umbrellas, thrones, many beautiful women, betel, camphor, and highly fragrant sandal, must die at last. The Veds, Purans, and Simritris, I have all searched, but there is no salvation anywhere in them. Saith Kabir, so repeat God's name, that transmigration may be at an end. Kabir was asked whether the world is real or unreal. The following hymn was his reply. His meaning is that the world is unreal, like the impossibilities mentioned. 6. Can an elephant be a rebeck player, or an ox a drummer? Can a raven play the cymbals? Can an ass put on a dancer's skirt and dance? Can a buffalo perform worship? Can Raja Ram cook cakes of ice? Can any man in his senses eat them? Can a lion seated in his den prepare betel? Can a mammoth rat serve it when made up? Can a mouse sing a song of rejoicing from house to house? Can a tortoise blow a shell? Can a barren woman's son go to wed and build a mansion in the sky? Can he marry a fair and beautiful virgin? Can the hare and the lion sing their eulogies? Saith Kabir, hear, O saints, hath an ant eaten a mountain? Can the tortoise say, I want fire? Can the gnat proclaim God's word? The following was addressed to a yogi who maintained the superiority of his sect and the advantages of its external accessories. 7. I have one wallet which containeth 72 chambers and one door. In the whole world he alone is a yogi. Who craveth for God in the earth containing 9 regions, that yogi shall obtain the 9 treasures. Who lifteth his soul from below to heaven? Who maketh divine knowledge his patched coat, meditation his needle? Who twisteth the thread of the word and putteth it therein? Who maketh the 5 elements his deerskin jacket, and walketh in the way of his guru? Who maketh mercy his fire shovel, his body his firewood, and applieth to it the light of knowledge? Who loveth God within his heart, and ever sitteth in the attitude of contemplation? All the yogi's craft consisteth in the name of God, to whom belong the body and soul. Saith Kabir, if God be merciful, he will give man a true mark. Trust to God alone, and not to thy relations. 9. As long as the oil and the wick are in the lamp, everything is visible. When the oil is spent and the wick goeth out, the chamber is dark. O madman, when thy lamp is out, no one will keep thee even for a ghauri. Therefore repeat the name of God. Who hath a mother? Who hath a father? What man hath a wife? When the vessel bursteth, no one asketh about thee. It is all, take him out, take him out. Thy mother sitteth and weepeth on the threshold. Thy brother taketh away thy beer. Thy wife openeth the plaits of her hair and weepeth. The soul departeth alone. Saith Kabir, hear, ye saints, regarding this terrible ocean. The slave man suffereth torture, and the Lord of death retireth not from him, O God. The body under the allegory of a churn, from which salvation is obtained through the word. 10. Sanak and Sanan, sons of Brahma, never found God's limits. Nor did Brahma himself, though he spent his life reading the Veds. Churn God's churn, my brethren. Gently churn it, that the butter may not be lost. Make thy body the churn, thy heart the churning staff. Into the churn put the word instead of milk. Make hearty meditation on God thy churning. Pour the Guru's favour into it as thy cold water. Saith Kabir, he on whom the king looketh with favour, and who clingeth to his name, shall gain the shore. When the deadly sins are subdued, man arrives at a knowledge of the one God and obtains salvation. 11. When the wick of pride is dry, and the oil of worldly love is spent, when the drum of boasting is not heard, and the mind is fast asleep, when the fire of avarice is out, and the smoke of desires no longer issueth, then shall man know that one God is everywhere contained, and that there is no second. When the strings are broken, the rebeck no longer playeth. Man hath ruined his affairs by error. When man obtaineth understanding, he shall forget preaching, ranting, arguing, and intoning. Saith Kabir, the highest dignity shall not be far from those who crush their deadly sins. If Kabir commits sin, he hopes that God will pardon him, as a mother pardons her child when he prays for forgiveness. 12. A mother beareth not in mind all the faults her son committeth. O God, I am thy child. Why destroyest thou not my demerits? If a son in great anger rush at his mother, even then she beareth it not in mind. Since I have fallen into the prison of anxiety, how shall I be saved without God's name? O God, ever cleanse my mind and body, and Kabir will tranquilly sing thy praises. 13. My pilgrimage is to the bank of the Gomti, where dwelleth the yellow-robed priest. Bravo, bravo! How sweetly he singeth God's name, delighteth my soul. Narad and Saraswati wait on him, and near him sits Lady Lakshmi as his handmaiden. With my rosary on my neck and God on my tongue, I repeat his 1,000 names and salute him. Saith Kabir, I sing God's praises and instruct both Hindus and Musalmans. Kabir deprecated the destruction of life in any form for idol worship. 14. Thou cuttest leaves, O flower girl. In every leaf there is life. The stone for which thou gatherest the leaves is lifeless. Thou art in error, O flower girl, in this. The true Guru is a living God. Brahma is in the leaves, Vishnu in the branches, and Shiv in the flowers. Thou destroyest 3 gods in our presence. Whom dost thou worship? The sculptor carving the stone turned it into an idol, and in doing so put his foot upon its breast. If it were a real god, it would have destroyed him. Men cook rice, dal, lapasi, pancakes, kasar. The Brahman feasters feast on these things and put ashes into the idol's mouth. The flower girl is in error and leadeth the world astray, but I go not astray. Saith Kabir, God hath mercifully preserved me from error. The stages of man. 15. 12 years pass away in childhood. Man performeth no penance even to the age of 20. Until 30 he worshippeth not God. He repenteth when old age cometh upon him. His life hath passed in talking about his property. His arms, strong as the sea, have dried up. He with his own hands constructeth a fence for a tank that hath dried up, and a hedge for a reaped field. When the thief cometh, he quickly taketh what the fool hath preserved as his own. When the feet, head, and hands begin to totter, and water floweth copiously from the eyes, when words come indistinctly from the tongue, dost thou then, sir, hope to perform religious works? If God be merciful, and thou love him, thou shalt obtain his name as thy prophet. By the favour of the Guru thou shalt obtain the wealth of God, which shall go with thee as thou departest. Saith Kabir, hear, O ye good people, ye shall not take other wealth with you. When the supreme God's summons cometh, ye shall depart, leaving your wealth and homes. The inequality of life, due to man's own acts, and not to God's caprice. 16. To one man God hath given silks and satins and nawar bed. Others have not even a ragged coat or straw in their houses to lie on. Indulge not in envy and bickering, O my soul. Do good deeds and gain their reward. Out of the same earth the potter mouldeth vessels, but painteth different designs on them. Into one vessel is put strings of pearls, and into another filth. God gave the miser wealth to keep, but the blockhead calleth it his own. When death's mace toucheth his head, it shall be decided in a moment whose wealth it is. God's slave is the highest saint. He obeyeth God's order and obtaineth happiness. He accepteth as true what pleaseth God, and God's will he treasureth in his heart. Saith Kabir, hear, O good people, to call things one's own is untrue. Death, breaking the cage, taketh away the bird. Its wires and strings are then relaxed. The following is a remonstrance to a Qazi who desired that Kabir should perform the usual Muhammadan fasts and ceremonies. 17. I am God's poor slave. Royal state is pleasing to thee. The supreme God, the Lord of religions, never ordained tyranny. O Qazi, nothing is done by mere talk. It is not by fasting and repeating prayers and the creed that one goeth to heaven. The inner veil of the temple of Makkah is in man's heart, if the truth be known. just decisions should be thy prayers. Knowledge of God, the inscrutable one, thy creed, the subjugation of thine evil passions, the spreading of the prayer carpet, then shouldst thou know what religion is. Recognize thy master and fear him in thy heart. Despise and destroy thy mental pride. As thou deemest thyself, so deem others. Then shalt thou become a partner in heaven. Matter is one, but hath assumed divers shapes. In the midst of all recognize God. Saith Kabir, thou hast abandoned heaven and attached thyself to hell. The following was composed on the occasion of Kabir's visit to the house of a Jogi friend whom he found dead. 18. Not a drop now trickleth from the citadel of thy brain. Where is the music that filled it? The great saint hath departed with the name of the supreme Brahm, the supreme God. O Father, whither hath departed the soul which dwelt with thy body, which revelled in divine knowledge, expounded and preached? Whither hath the player gone who played the drum of thy body? Thy tales, thy words, thy divine instruction are no longer heard. All thy vital energy hath been drawn away. Thine ears have become deaf, the vigor of thine organs hath declined, thy feet have failed, thy hands are relaxed, no word issueth from thy lips. The five enemies, robbers all, which wander according to their own will, have grown weary. The elephant, thy mind, hath grown weary. The heart, which beat by the force of thy soul, the wire puller, hath grown weary. Thou art dead, and 10 breaths which kept thee together have escaped. Thou hast left thy friends and relations. Saith Kabir, he who meditateth on God bursteth his bonds even while alive. Mammon under the guise of a serpent. 19. Nothing is potent against the serpent, which deceived Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiv. The serpent, having completely subdued the world, hath entered pure water. By the Guru's favour I have seen her coming, who hath stung the 3 worlds, and guarded myself against her. O my brethren, why call out, Serpent, serpent? He who knoweth the True One hath destroyed the serpent. No one else is free from her attack. When the serpent is vanquished, what can death do to man? This serpent is God's creature. She is weak. What can she do? As long, however, as she abideth with man, his soul shall abide in bodies. By the favour of the Guru, Kabir hath easily escaped from her. Throw not pearls before swine. 20. What availeth it to read the Simritis to a dog? What to sing God's praises to an infidel? Continue to repeat God's name. Speak not to the infidel even by mistake. What availeth it to give a raven valuable camphor to eat? What to give milk to a viper? Discrimination and understanding are obtained in the company of the saints. By the touch of the philosopher's stone, iron becometh gold. The dog of an infidel acteth in everything as he is caused to act. His acts are in accordance with his original destiny. Wert thou to take nectar and water the nim tree with it, saith Kabir, its natural bitter qualities would not depart. End of Kabir's Hymns, Part 2. Section 16 of the Sikh Religion, Sacred Writings and Authors, Volume 6, by Max Arthur Macauliffe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 16, Kabir's Hymns, Part 3. Worldly greatness secures not salvation. 21. There is no trace of Rawan or his line, though Ceylon was his fortress and the ocean its moat. What shall I pray for? Nothing remaineth stable. While I look on, the world passeth away. Though Rawan had a lakh of sons and a lakh and a quarter of grandsons, yet at last he had neither lamp nor wick in his house. The sun and moon used to heat his kitchen, the fire to wash his clothes. He who through the Guru's instruction putteth God's name in his heart shall remain permanent and be released from transmigration. Saith Kabir, hear, O ye people, without the name of God there is no salvation. A mystical hymn with its interpretation. 22. Hear these wonderful things, my brethren. First a son was born, and afterwards his mother. The Guru worshipped his disciples' feet. I have seen a lion herding kine, a fish out of water give birth upon a tree. I have seen a cat taking away a dog, the branches of a tree below, its roots above, and its trunk bearing fruit and blossom, a buffalo on horseback going to graze a horse, an ox on his way while his burden arrived at home before him. Saith Kabir, he who understandeth this hymn shall know everything on repeating God's name. The soul's toil to obtain a human body shall all be lost if God be not remembered. 23. God maketh the body from seed, and placeth it in the pit of fire. For 10 months he keepeth it in the mother's womb. Worldly love attacheth to it on emerging. O mortal, why attaching thyself to covetousness losest thou the jewel of thy life? In former births thou didst not sow the seed in this world. From childhood thou hast grown to old age. What was to be hath been. When death cometh and catcheth thee by the toplock, why then weep? Thou hopest for longer life, while he waiteth for thy last breath. The world is a game, O Kabir, carefully throw the dice. Kabir was invited to a marriage feast. He said his own marriage was being celebrated and he could not go elsewhere. The following is a description of it. 24. I turned my body into a dyer's vat, and then dyed my heart therein. The 5 virtues I made my marriage guests. With God I made my marriage circumambulations, my soul being dyed with his love. Sing, sing, ye brides women, the marriage song. The sovereign God hath come to my house as my husband. I made the bridal pavilion in the lotus of my heart, and divine knowledge the recitation of my lineage. I obtained God as my bridegroom, so great hath been my good fortune. Demigods, men, saints, and the 33 crores of gods in their chariots came as spectators. Saith Kabir, the one God, the divine male, hath wed and taken me with him. In the following again Kabir represents himself as a wedded woman. 25. I am plagued by my mother-in-law, beloved by my father-in-law. I dread the very name of my husband's eldest brother. O my friends and companions, my husband's sister hath seized me, and I burn by separation from my husband's youngest brother. My mind hath become insane, since I have forgotten God. How can I abide? I behold not with mine eyes him who enjoyeth me on the couch. To whom shall I tell my sorrow? My stepfather quarrelleth with me. My mother is ever intoxicated. As long as I remained with my elder brother, I was dear to my spouse. Saith Kabir, I have lost my life struggling with the 5 evil passions. Deceitful Maya hath led captive the whole world, but I have obtained immunity by repeating God's name. Mammon, a thieving courtesan. 27. Worldly life is like a dream, but believing the world to be real, I attached myself to it and abandoned the supreme treasure. O Father, I made love to the courtesan Mammon, and she stole from me the jewel of divine knowledge. With his eyes open the moth becometh entangled, the insect regardeth not the flame. So stupid man, attached to gold and women, heedeth not death's noose. Reflect, abandon sin, and God will save thee. Saith Kabir, such is the life of the world, he hath no equal. Kabir has found God and put an end to his transmigration. 28. Though I have assumed many shapes, this is my last. The strings and wires of the musical instrument are all worn out. I am now in the power of God's name. I shall not have again to dance to the tune of birth and death. Nor shall my heart accompany on the drum. I have taken and destroyed my bodily lust and anger. The pitcher of avarice hath burst. Lust's raiment hath grown old, and all my doubts are dispelled. I recognize one God in all creatures. Vain wranglings on this subject are at an end. Saith Kabir, when God was gracious unto me, I obtained him, the perfect one. The following was addressed to a Qazi. 29. Thou fastest to appease God, yet thou destroyest life to please thy palate. Thou regardest not others as thou dost thyself. Why pratest thou? O Qazi, thy one God is in thee, but thou beholdest him not by thought and reflection. Mad on religion, thou heedest not, wherefore thy life is of no account. Thy books tell thee that God is true, and that he is neither male nor female. Thou gainest nothing by thy reading and study, O madman, since thou regardest him not at heart. God is concealed in every heart. Reflect on this in thy mind. Kabir loudly proclaimeth, there is the same God for the Hindu as for the Mohammedan. God becomes not propitious by the mere wearing of religious garbs. 30. I decorated myself to meet my spouse, but God, the life and Lord of the world, met me not. God is my husband, I am his wife. He is big, I am little. The wife and her husband dwell together, but to cohabit is difficult. Blessed the woman who is pleasing to her husband. Saith Kabir, she shall not be born again. God under the allegory of a diamond. 31. When the soul meeteth God, the once fickle mind is easily absorbed in him. This diamond, God, filleth everything with light. I have found this by the instruction of the true Guru. The praise of God were an endless story. When a man becometh perfect, he recognizeth the diamond. Saith Kabir, I have seen such a diamond as filleth the world with its light. The concealed diamond became manifest when I met the Guru. He showed it to me. In the following allegory, Kabir refers to his early understanding as his first wife and to his conversion as his second wife. 32. My first wife was ugly, of low caste, and bad character, evil both in her father's house and mine. My present wife is handsome, sensible, of good character. I naturally took her to my heart. It turned out well that my first wife departed. May she whom I have now taken live for ever. Saith Kabir, when the young wife came, I ceased to cohabit with the old one. The young wife is with me now. The elder hath taken another husband. Kabir's mother addresses him in the first 4 lines of the following hymn. Kabir was married to Dhanna. The holy men who frequented the house called her Ramjania, or worshipper of God. But the name is also applied to courtesans dedicated to idols, and it was consequently offensive to Kabir's mother. She also complains that Kabir had devoted himself to religion and neglected his business. 33. My daughter-in-law was called Dhanna. They have now given her the name of Ramjania. These shaven fellows have ruined my family. They have set my son uttering the name of God. Saith Kabir, hear, O my mother, these shaven men have done away with my caste. The following is a lecture against the veiling of women. It was addressed to the second wife of Kamal, Kabir's son. 34. Stay, stay, my daughter-in-law, veil not thy face. At the last moment it will not avail thee. The 8th of Paisa. She who preceded thee used to veil her face. Follow not thou in her footsteps. The only advantage of veiling thy face is that for 5 or 10 days people will say, a good daughter-in-law hath come. Thy veil will only be real if thou sing God's praises and skip and dance in his service. Saith Kabir, O daughter-in-law, thou shalt be victorious when thou passest thy life in singing God's praises. Kabir's wife, Loy, refused to prepare a meal for a holy visitor, upon which Kabir manifested his displeasure. The following hymn, except the last 2 lines, is Loy's pleading for forgiveness. 35. Better would it be to be cut in twain with a saw than that thou shouldst turn thy back on me. Hear my entreaty and embrace me. I am a sacrifice unto thee. Turn thy face towards me, my beloved. Why killest thou me by turning thy back on me? Even though thou cut my body, I will not turn it away from thee. My body may perish, but I will not cease to love thee. There hath been no quarrel between thee and me. Thou art the same good husband, and I the same wife as before. Saith Kabir, hear, O Loy, I shall believe in thee no longer. The following was Kabir's reply to a Brahmin who had advised him to bathe in the sacred rivers of the Hindus. 37. He who is foul within will not go to heaven by bathing at a place of pilgrimage. Nothing is gained by pleasing men. God is not a simpleton. Worship the Lord, the only God. Serving the Guru is the true ablution. If salvation be obtained by bathing in water, the frogs which are continually bathing will obtain it. But as the frogs, so the pilgrims, they shall be born again and again. If a hardened sinner die in Banaras, he cannot escape hell. If a saint of God die in Haramba, he saith the whole multitude. Where there is neither day nor night, Veds nor Shastars, there dwelleth the Formless One. Saith Kabir, meditate on him, ye foolish denizens of the world. Gujari. The following was addressed to a Brahmin who Kabir supposed would be turned into an ox for his idleness and gluttony. The Hindus believe that they who live on others' wealth, without any exertion on their own parts, will become oxen, in which condition they will have to labor and suffer for their idleness in human lives. 1. With 4 legs, 2 horns, and a dumb mouth, how wilt thou sing God's praises? Standing or lying down, the stick will fall on thee. Then where wilt thou hide thy head? Without God thou shalt become somebody else's bullock. Thy nose shall be torn, thy shoulders maimed, and thou shalt eat worthless straw. All day shalt thou wander in the forest, but even then thy belly shall not be satisfied. Thou didst not listen to the advice of holy men, and thou shalt suffer for thine omissions. Overwhelmed with great superstition, thou shalt endure hardship and wander in many births. Thou hast lost thy precious life by forgetting God. When wilt thou again have such an opportunity? Thou shalt turn and revolve like an oilman's bullock round his press, and restless shalt thou pass the night. Saith Kabir, for not having repeated God's name, thou shalt smite thy head and repent. Kabir's mother was distressed at his conduct in relinquishing his trade and adopting a religious life. The following is a conversation between the mother and son on the subject. 2. Kabir's mother sobbeth and weepeth, O God, how shall these children live? Kabir hath given up all his weaving, and hath inscribed God's name on his body. Kabir replieth, while the thread was passing through the bobbin, I forgot my beloved God. My understanding is mean, my caste is that of weaver. I have gained the name of God as my prophet. Saith Kabir, hear, O my mother, the one God will provide for us and them. Sorath, all are lost without devotion. 1. The Hindus kill themselves worshipping idols. The Mussalmans make prostrations. The former are burned, the latter buried, but neither sect knoweth anything of thee, O God. O my soul, the world is stark blind. On all sides death's noose is thrown, but men see it not. Poets kill themselves reciting verses. The Kaparis kill themselves going to Kedarnath. Yogis kill themselves wearing matted hair, but they know nothing of thee, O God. Kings kill themselves amassing wealth and burying masses of gold. Pandits kill themselves reading the Veds, and women in gazing on their beauty. Without the name of God, all these are lost. Think and ponder upon this, O man. Without the name of God, who hath obtained salvation? Kabir giveth his admonition. The body is frail, yet it attaches itself to worldly things which desert it. 2. When the body is burnt, it becometh ashes. When it is not burnt, a host of worms eat it up. A soft clay vessel will break when water is put into it. Such is the nature of the body. Why, O brother, goest thou about puffing and blowing thyself out? How hast thou forgotten the 10 months thou didst remain inverted in the womb? As the bee collecteth honey with great zest, so the fool collecteth wealth. When a man is dead, they say, take him away, take him away. Why allow a ghost to remain? His wedded wife accompanieth him to the door, and after that his male friends. All the other members of his family go as far as the cremation ground. The soul departeth alone. Saith Kabir, hear, O mortals, they who have entangled themselves with the deceitful world are seized by death, and fall into the pit, like the parrot deceived by the trap. None may escape physical death, but it brings salvation to the holy. 3. Man hearing all the instructions of the Veds and the Purans desireth to perform religious ceremonies to overcome death. Death hath seized all people, even the wise. The Pandits too depart without hope. O man, thou hast not succeeded in thy sole object, since thou hast not worshipped the supreme God. Men have gone to the forests, practiced yoga, performed austerities, and lived on the tubers and roots they picked up. The nadis, the readers of the Veds, the Akshabdis, and the Monis are all enrolled in death's register. Loving service entereth not into man's heart. He pampereth his body and giveth it to death. He hypocritically singeth hymns, but what can he obtain from God? Death hath fallen on the whole world. In his register the skeptical theologian is recorded. Saith Kabir, they who know God's love and devotion to God are pure. The holy are completely saturated with God. 4. With both mine eyes I look, but I behold nothing save God. Mine eyes gaze affectionately on Him. There is now no other subject mentioned. My doubts have departed, my fear hath fled, since I applied my mind to God's name. When the actor beateth the drum, everybody cometh to see the show. When the actor collecteth the stage properties, he abideth alone in his happiness. Doubts are not dispelled by the use of words. Everybody continueth to talk. God filleth the heart of him to whom, through the Guru's instruction, he hath revealed himself. When the Guru bestoweth even a little kindness, bodies and minds are all absorbed in God. Saith Kabir, I am dyed with the dye of God, and have found the munificent life of the world. Man, under the allegory of a milkmaid, is won by the Guru from neglect of God. 5. The words of the sacred texts are as seas of milk. For that ocean, let the Guru be the churning staff. Be thou the churner of that milk. why shouldst thou be despoiled of thy butter? O damsel, why makest thou not God thy husband? He is the life of the world, and the support of the soul. The straight collar is on thy neck, and chains on thy feet. God hath sent thee wandering from birth to birth. Thou heedest not even yet, O damsel, thou art the wretched victim of death. It is God who acteth, and causeth men to act. What power hath the poor handmaiden, the damsel whom God awaketh, attendeth to the duties he assigneth her? O damsel, where hast thou obtained that wisdom by which thou hast erased the line of doubt? Kabir feeleth great delight, and by his Guru's favour his mind is happy. In reply to an inquiry, Kabir describes the happiness he obtained from humility and devotion. 6. When he without whom one cannot live is found, man's toil is productive. Men call it a good thing to live for ever, but there is no life without death. Where divine knowledge is discussed, what more remaineth to be said? As we look on, the things of this world pass away. As men rub and mix saffron and sandal, so man's soul is blended with God, and thus seeth the world without bodily eyes. Abandonment of the world as a father hath begotten divine knowledge as a son. Though placed in an unsubstantial city, I, a beggar, have found the giver. He hath given me so much that I cannot eat it. I cannot leave off eating or finish it, and I have ceased to go to strangers. The elect who know life to be death have obtained a mountain of happiness. Kabir hath obtained that wealth and effaced his pride on meeting God. The lamp of holiness, not the Veds and Purans, lights up man's heart. 7. What availeth reading, what studying, what hearing the Veds and Purans? What avail reading and listening if divine knowledge be not obtained? Thou repeatest not the name of God, O ignorant man. Every moment of what thinkest thou? A lamp is required in this darkness to find the one incomprehensible thing. The lamp hath lit up my heart, and I have found the incomprehensible thing. Saith Kabir, I now recognize him, and when I recognize him, my mind is happy. People do not believe that my mind is happy, but even if they do not, of what consequence is it? The following was addressed to a hypocritical Brahmin who advised Kabir to bathe at Hindu places of pilgrimage. 8. In thy heart is deception, in thy mouth religion. False man, why churnest thou water? What advantage is it to bathe the body, if there be filth in the heart? If the gourd be washed at the 68 places of pilgrimage, even then its bitterness will not depart. Thus saith Kabir deliberately, cause me to cross over the terrible ocean, O God. Men should not practice deceit for the advantages of relations. 9. With great deceit man acquireth other men's wealth, and taketh it, and lavisheth it on his son and wife. O my man, practice not deception even by mistake. At the last moment it is thine own soul that shall have to render an account. Every moment the body wasteth away, and old age warneth thee. Then no one will pour water into thy hands, saith Kabir. Thou shalt have no friend then. Why not repeat God's name in thy heart betimes? The Guru has shown man how to protect himself from ferocious animals to which the evil passions are compared. 10. O saints, my wandering mind hath obtained rest. I reckon that I have obtained my deserts. The Guru hath shown me the passage through which wild animals surreptitiously enter. I have closed the gates thereof, and spontaneous music playeth for me. The pitcher of my heart was filled with the water of sin. When I upturned it, the water was spilled. Saith Kabir, the man of God knoweth this, and knowing it, his mind is happy. Kabir once felt hungry and rebelled against God. 11. A hungry man cannot perform service. Take back this rosary of thine. I only ask for the dust of the saints' feet, since I owe not any man. O God, how shall I fare if I am shamed before thee? If thou give me naught of thine own accord, I will beg for it. I beg for 2 seers of flour, 1/4 of a seer of clarified butter and salt. I beg for half a seer of dal, which will feed me twice a day. I beg for a bed with 4 legs to it, a pillow and a mattress. I beg for a quilt over me, and then thy slave will cheerfully serve thee. I have never been covetous, thy name alone becometh me. Saith Kabir, my soul is happy, and when my soul is happy, then I recognize God. The gods of the Hindus are ignorant of the Creator. Dhanna. 1. Beings like Brahma's 4 sons, Shiv and Sheshnag, know not thy secret. Through association with the saints, God dwelleth in the heart. Beings like Hanuman and Garuda, Indar and Brahma know not, O God, thine attributes. The four Veds, the Simritis, and the Purans, Vishnu and Lakshmi know them not. Saith Kabir, he who toucheth God's feet and seeketh his shelter shall not wander in transmigration. Life gradually draws to a close. Man should practice devotion betimes. 2. Pahars are made up of Gauris, days of Pahars. Life draweth to a close, the body pineth away. Death wandereth about like a poacher in quest of game. Say, what shall man do to escape? The last day approacheth. Mother, father, brother, son, wife, say, whose are they? As long as the light of life remaineth in man's body, the brute knoweth not himself. He is anxious to obtain a long life, but he seeth not death, who is at hand. Saith Kabir, hear, O mortal, dismiss thy mental doubts. Repeat only the one name, O mortal, and seek the asylum of the one God. Salvation depends on the state of man's heart, not on the place of his death. 3. What is strange to him who knoweth something of the love and service of God? As water, when blended with water, separateth not again, so the weaver hath blended with God. O men of God, I am out of my senses. If Kabir leave his body at Banaras, what obligation is he under to God? Saith Kabir, hear, O people, let no one make a mistake. What difference is there between Banaras and the barren Maghar, if God be in the heart? Kabir requires nothing but God's name. 4. It is through insufficient devotion men go to the heavens of Indra and Shiv and are born again. What shall I pray for? Nothing is stable. Keep God's name in thy heart. Fame, power, wealth, and greatness help no one at the last moment. Say, who hath derived any happiness from son, wife, or wealth? Saith Kabir, nothing else availeth me. The name of God is sufficient wealth for my heart. Remember and love God. 5. Remember God, remember God, remember God, my brethren. Without remembering God's name, the majority of men shall be lost. Wife, son, body, house, and wealth confer happiness, but none of these shall be thine when the time of death arriveth. Ajamal, the elephant, and the courtesan committed sinful acts, yet they were saved by repeating God's name. My brethren, you have wandered in the wombs of pigs and dogs, and yet you are not ashamed. Why forsake the ambrosia of God's name and eat poison? Abandon doubt regarding acts which are prescribed as well as those which are forbidden, and take God's name. The slave Kabir saith, by the favour of the Guru, love God. Suhi Kabir calls on a worldly man to render an account of his life. 1. Having been born, what hast thou done? Thou hast never repeated God's name. Thou wilt now repeat his name. Of what thinkest thou? What preparation art thou making for death, O luckless one? Though through woe and weal thou hast brought up thy family, at the time of death thou shalt bear thy troubles alone. When death seizeth thee by the neck, thou shalt utter loud cries. Saith Kabir, why did I not remember God before? The condition of one who fears God. 2. My woman's heart palpitateth and trembleth. I know not how my spouse will treat me. The night hath passed away, let not the days also pass. The black flies have gone, the white cranes have now taken their place. As water will not remain in a frail vessel, so the soul departeth when the body hath faded. I adorn myself like a young virgin, but how can I enjoy dalliance without my spouse? My arm is pained from driving away the crows. Saith Kabir, this tale is at an end. A dialogue between the soul and the messengers of death. He who feels God's love needs have no apprehension. 3. Thy stewardship being ended, thou must give thine account when the cruel messengers of death come to take thee. They will ask thee what thou hast earned and where thou hast squandered it. They will say to thee, come quickly, thou art summoned to court. The warrant of God's court hath come for thee. Thou shalt implore them and say, I have to collect some outstandings in the village, and I shall adjust my accounts tonight. I will also pay you something for your expenses. At dawn we shall pray at an inn on the road. Blessed, blessed is he, and fortunate is his lot, who feeleth God's love by association with the saints. That man shall ever be happy in this world and the next. He hath won the priceless prize of human birth. He who while awake to the world is asleep to God hath lost that birth. The property and wealth he hath accumulated shall become another's. Saith Kabir, that man hath gone astray, who forgetting the bridegroom hath mixed himself up with things of clay. When avarice only departs with life, and there is no thought of God, human birth is in vain. 4. The eyes grow weary of seeing, the ears grow weary of hearing. This fair body groweth weary, when old age urgeth thee, while thy senses grow weary. The desire for wealth alone wearieth not. O foolish man, thou hast not obtained divine knowledge and meditation. Thou hast lost thy human birth in vain. O mortal, serve God as long as there is breath in thy body. Even though thy body perish, let not thy love for him perish. Dwell thou at his feet. He in whose heart God hath implanted his word hath ceased to thirst. Let the comprehension of God's will be the game of Shapur, and the conquest of thy heart the throwing of the dice. They who know and worship God shall not perish. Saith Kabir, they who know how to throw such dice shall never lose their game. Kabir has triumphed over his evil passions, his senses, and death itself. 5. There are 5 kings of one fortress. The whole 5 ask for revenue. I have not tilled land belonging to any of them. It would be hard on me to pay a tax for nothing. O God's people, the village accountant continually worried me, but I raised my arms aloft, complained to my Guru, and he saved me. 9 surveyors and 10 judges go on tour and will not allow the agriculturalists to live. They measure not with a full tape, and they take many bribes. The one being who is contained in the 72 chambers of the body hath written off my account. I have searched Dharmraj's office and find I owe him not an atom. Let no one revile the saints and God are one. Saith Kabir, I have obtained that Guru whose name is Babeko. Death triumphs over all except God's sincere worshippers. Balalwal 1. This world is like a show, none may remain here. Proceed the straight way, otherwise thou shalt be severely buffeted. Children, the old and the young, O my brethren, shall all be taken away by death. God hath made poor man like a mouse, death like a cat eateth him up. He payeth no regard to rich or poor. He destroyeth kings equally with their subjects, so mighty is death. They who please God become his worshippers, and theirs is a special case. They neither come nor go, they never die. God is with them. Know in your hearts that by forsaking son, wife, wealth, and property, which are perishable, saith Kabir, you shall meet the Lord. Hear this, O ye saints. Kabir is frenzied with devotion. 2. I am not skilled in book knowledge, nor do I understand controversy. I have grown mad reciting and hearing God's praises. O Father, I am mad. The whole world is sane. I am mad. I am ruined. Let not others be ruined likewise. I have not grown mad of mine own will. God hath made me mad. The true Guru hath dispelled my doubts. I am ruined and have lost my intellect. Let nobody be led astray in doubts like mine. He who knoweth not himself is mad. When one knoweth himself, he knoweth the one God. He who is not intoxicated with divine love in this human birth shall never be so. Saith Kabir, I am dyed with the dye of God. Kabir's self-abasement. 3. If a man leave his home for the forest region and gather tubers to live on, his sinful and evil mind even then abandoneth not misdeeds. How shall I be saved? How cross over the great terrible ocean? Preserve me, O God. I, thy slave, have come to thine asylum. The desire to gratify my evil passions forsaketh me not. Though I make many efforts to guard myself against them, I am entangled in them again and again. My life hath passed, youth and old age, no good have I done. This priceless human life attached itself to a cowrie, and became like it. Saith Kabir, O my God, thou art contained in everything. There is none so merciful as thou, none so sinful as I. The superiority of God's saint. 5. There is no king equal to God. All the kings of this world are only for 4 days. They make false display. Why should the slave of him who overshadoweth the 3 worlds waver? Who can lay hands on him when one cannot even speak with due respect before him? O thoughtless and foolish mind of mine, think upon God, and the unbeaten music of ecstasy shall play for thee. Saith Kabir, all my doubts and uncertainties are at an end. God hath favoured me as he did Dhru and Prahlad. Kabir depreciates himself. 6. Preserve me, O God, though I have offended thee. I have not practised humility, the duties of my religion, repetition of thy name, or worship. I am proud. I wear my turban on the side of my head. Believing this body immortal, I have pampered the frail and perishable vessel. I have forgotten him who made and favoured me, and I have attached myself to strangers. I am thy housebreaker, and not thy saint. I fall at thy feet for protection. Saith Kabir, hear this supplication. Send me not intelligence of death. An appeal to God. 7. O God, I stand wearied at thy court. Who but thee careth for me? Open thy door and show thyself unto me. Thou art my wealth, O Master. Thou art generous, thou art lavish. I hear with mine ears thy great praise. Of whom shall I beg? I see every one poor. From thee alone I obtain salvation. Thou didst confer endless favour on Jaidev, Namdev, and the Brahman Sudama. Saith Kabir, Thou art all powerful, Thou art generous, Thou bestowest the 4 blessings without delay. The following was addressed to a Jogi. 8. Thou dependest on a club, earrings, and patched coat. In error thou wanderest in a Jogi's garb. Put away thy devotional attitudes and thy suspension of breath. Abandon deception, and ever worship God, O fool. The wealth thou beggest for, the 3 worlds have enjoyed. Saith Kabir, God is the only Jogi in the world. Kabir mourns his lukewarmness and condemns all worldly things. 9. O sovereign of the world, Lord of the earth, Mammon hath caused me to forget thy feet. Even a little affection for thee is not felt by thy slave. What shall thy poor slave do? Curse on this body, curse on this wealth, curse on these worldly things. A double curse on this perishable intellect and understanding. O man, firmly restrain this worldly love. If thou subjugate it, thou shalt be saved. What availeth agriculture? What commerce? False is worldly pride. Saith Kabir, they who practice such things are ultimately ruined, and death cometh to them at last. The soul's dependence is on God, not on the perishable body. 10. The body is a lake in which a peerless lotus bloometh. The Supreme Being, who hath neither outline nor form, the primal light, is within it. O my soul, worship that God. Abandon doubt. God is the life of the world. The soul is not seen either coming or going, as is the body. Where the body is born, there it perisheth, like the leaves of the water lily. They who, knowing the world to be transitory, abandon it, are happy in the contemplation of God. Saith Kabir, worship God in thy heart. During life, Kabir was absorbed in God, as the sound of a bronze vessel is absorbed in it when broken. 11. Since my attention is fixed on God, I no longer suspect that I shall suffer transmigration. Even in life I am absorbed in the infinite. The Guru's instruction hath awakened me. The sound which is produced from bronze blendeth again with it. When the bronze is broken, O Pandit, where will the sound be? At the union of the 3 breaths in the brain, I have seen him who is awake in every heart. And now such understanding hath entered my heart that I have abandoned the world. When I knew myself, my light was blended with God's light. Saith Kabir, I now know God, and my mind is satisfied. The holy man will not waver, but be everywhere happy. 12. O God, why should that man waver in whose heart abide thy lotus feet? Believe that all happiness and the 9 treasures are his, who tranquilly repeateth God's praises. When God openeth the hard knot, man shall be wise enough to behold him in everything. He who ever avoideth worldly love and weigheth his heart in the scale of meditation shall be happy wherever he goeth. O Lord, and worldly love shall not sway him. Saith Kabir, my heart is happy since it hath been absorbed in God's love. An inquirer asked Kabir with whom one should converse. The following was his reply. Gond. 1. When thou meetest a saint, have some conversation with him. When thou meetest a man who is not a saint, remain silent. Kabir was asked again, O Father, if I speak, what shall I speak about? For instance, continue to repeat God's name. They who talk to saints confer advantage on others. They who talk to fools talk in vain. By incessant talking with them sin increaseth. If I speak not to them, what harm can the wretches do me? Saith Kabir, an empty vessel soundeth. When it is full, it never giveth forth the sound. Man's dead body is much more worthless than that of a beast, and consequently an object of contempt. 2. When a man dieth, he is of no use. When a beast dieth, he is of 10 uses. What do I know regarding my fate? What do I know, O sir? Man's bones burn like a heap of firewood. His hair burneth like a bundle of grass. Saith Kabir, man only awaketh when the club of death toucheth his head. God is everywhere, even in the acts which attach to the soul. 3. God abideth in the heaven above, in the earth beneath, and in every direction. The Supreme Being is ever the root of joy. The body may perish, but God shall not. I am anxious to know whence the soul cometh, and whither it goeth. 5 elements combined form the body. Out of what were the elements formed? Thou sayest that the soul is bound by its acts. Who gave life to the acts? The body is contained in God. God in the body. He is uninterruptedly in all things. Saith Kabir, I will not abandon God's name, come what may. The soul described by negatives. 5. Somebody asked Kabir, what is that whose limit hath never been found, which dwelleth within the temple of the body? Kabir replied, it is neither man nor demigod. It is not a yati or a worshipper of Shiv. It is not a yogi or an audhut. It hath no mother, nor is it any one's son. It is not a householder or an anchoret. It is not a king or a beggar. It hath neither a body nor a drop of blood. It is not a Brahman or a Khatri. It is not an ascetic or a shaikh. It is not born, nor is it observed to die. Whoever weepeth for its death shall lose his honour. By the favour of the Guru I have found the steep way. Birth and death have both been erased for me. Saith Kabir, this soul is a part of God, and its ink cannot be erased from paper. Kabir's wife thus addressed him on the neglect of his trade and his attentions to saints. 6. Thy threads are broken, thy sighs is at an end, thy reeds shine over the door, thy poor brush hath gone to pieces. May death light on this shaven fellow's head. This shaven fellow hath lost all his property. I am persecuted by those faqirs coming and going. Kabir now never speaketh of his beam or his shuttle. His mind is only concerned with the name of God. His daughter and sons have nothing to eat. Men with shaven heads are crammed night and day. 1 or 2 are in the house, and 1 or 2 on the way. We have only a pallet on the ground. They get a bed to sleep on. They rub their heads with satisfaction and carry books in their waistbands. We get parched pulse. They bread to eat. The shaven heads and my shaven-headed husband have become all one. Kabir replied, these shaven heads are the support of the drowning. Hear, O blind, misguided Lori, Kabir hath taken the protection of these shaven heads. When man dies, Mammon, who is described, weeps not for him. 7. When the husband dieth, his wife weepeth not. She findeth another protector, and when that protector also dieth, hell awaiteth him, though he have enjoyed pleasures here. One woman alone is dear to the world. She is the wife of all sentient beings. With a necklace on her neck, she looketh beautiful. She pleaseth the world, but is hateful as poison to the holy. Adorning herself, she either sitteth like an abandoned woman, or the wretch wandereth about accursed of the saints. When the saints flee from her, she pursueth them. But by the favour of the Guru, she feareth punishment. She is the body and soul of the infidel. Her dreadful witch's eye falleth on me. When the merciful holy Guru met me, I became well acquainted with her secrets. Saith Kabir, I have now turned her out, and she hath attached herself to the skirt of the world. A further description of Mammon. 8. The guest cometh and departeth hungry from the house which hath no wealth. The guest loseth patience, and the host is blamed because he hath not means to entertain him. Hail to the woman who hath turned the heads of very holy men and penitents high and low. She is a miser's daughter, rejecting God's worshippers. She sleepeth with everybody. At last, standing at the saint's door, she saith, I have sought your protection, save me. The woman is very beautiful. Her ornaments tinkle on her feet. As long as man is alive, she attacheth herself to him. When he dieth, she quickly departeth without waiting for her shoes. The woman hath conquered the 3 worlds. She hath made the 18 Purans, and the places of pilgrimage love her. She hath pierced the hearts of Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiv, and infatuated great kings and sovereigns. There are no bounds to the woman. She is in collusion with the 5 evil passions. Where the vessels of the 5 evil passions burst, saith Kabir, I was delivered thence by the favour of the Guru. Without a Guru, man must fall and perish. 9. If the rafters be taken from a house, the roof will fall. So without God's name, how can man be saved? As water will not remain without a vessel, so without a religious guide, man shall go to hell. Burn him who thinketh not on God, but whose mind is ever absorbed in the field of his body. As without a plowman, land cannot be tilled. As without a thread, jewels cannot be strung. And as without a loop, clothes cannot be fastened. So without a holy guide, man shall go to hell. As a child cannot be born without a father and mother, as clothes cannot be washed without water, as one cannot ride without an equipage, as without music there cannot be dancing, so without a Guru, man cannot reach God's court. As the bad woman leaving her husband looketh for another, thus eager should man be to obtain a Guru. Saith Kabir, do one thing, become holy, and thou shalt not die again. The following hymn was a reply to someone who had addressed vile abuse to Kabir and called him a pander, a dancer, a street walker, and a thief. 10. Is he a pander who chasteneth his heart? He who chasteneth his heart shall escape from death. The pander who thoroughly chasteneth his heart and applieth to it the touchstone of love shall obtain complete deliverance. Whom do you call a pander, O people? In everything that is spoken, discrimination should be used. Is he a dancer who danceth with his mind, who is not satisfied with falsehood, who is pleased with truth, and who beateth time with his heart in the presence of God? God, whose mind is pure, preserveth such a dancer. Is he a street walker who sweepeth the marketplace and lighteth up the 5 wicks? I accept as my Guru that street walker who embraceth the service of the Lord of the 9 continents. Is he a thief who is not envious, who uttereth God's name and curbeth his senses? Saith Kabir, blessings on my divine Guru, who possesseth all such qualities, and who is very handsome and clever. The following is an encomium on the staff of life. 11. Hail, O God, hail, O divine Guru, hail to the corn by which the hearts of the hungry rejoice. Hail to that saint who realizeth this, he shall meet God. Corn cometh from the primal being. Repeat God's name with the relish of corn. Praise his name, praise his corn. With water pleasant is its taste. He who abstaineth from corn shall lose his honour in the 3 worlds. She who abandoneth corn and practiseth hypocrisy is neither a wife nor a widow. They who publicly boast that they live on milk secretly eat a whole 5 seahs of corn. Without corn no one is happy. Abandon corn and ye shall not meet God. Saith Kabir, such is what I think. Blessings on that corn by which man loveth his God. End of section 16. Section 17 of the Sikh Religion, Sacred Writings and Authors, Volume 6 by Max Arthur Macauliffe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 17, Kabir's Hymns, Part 4. The following was addressed to a yogi who endeavored to induce Kabir to drink wine. Ramkali 1. Make thy body the vat, the Guru's instruction, thy molasses. Cut up avarice, lust, wrath, pride, and envy as thy kikar bark. Thus mixed thy yeast. Is there any saint in whose heart composure and happiness dwell, to whom I may offer my devotion and penance as commission for procuring me such wine? I will give my soul and body for 1 drop of the wine which that vat produceth. I have made the 14 worlds my furnace, and heated it with the fire of divine knowledge. I have sealed the still with the gentle sound of God's name, and plastered it with what yieldeth mental happiness. Pilgrimage, fasting, daily religious ceremonies, purifications, and austerities at eclipses of the sun and moon, I would pledge for that wine. Make meditation thy cup, God's ambrosial name the pure juice, and drink that elixir. From such a still a very pure trickling stream ever issueth, and the soul is delighted therewith. Saith Kabir, all other wines are insipid. This is the true elixir. On the same subject, 2. Make divine knowledge thy molasses, meditation thy basia flowers, and the fear of God in thy heart thy furnace. The drinker who is absorbed in God by means of the breath of the Sukhmana imbibeth such wine. O Yogi, my mind is intoxicated. When that wine ascendeth to the brain, man relisheth no other. There is then light in the 3 worlds. Joining God in the soul, I have prepared a furnace and drunk the excellent elixir. I have burnt lust and wrath as firewood, and escaped from worldliness. The light of divine knowledge appeared to me when I met my true Guru and obtained understanding. The slave Kabir is intoxicated with that wine and will never abstain therefrom. Kabir was likened to a Kotwal for his severity to the wicked, and to a dog for his barking. He accepted both imputations. 4. I honour the saints and I punish the wicked. This is my courthouse. I shampoo thy feet, O God, day and night. I turn my hair into a chari and wave it over thee. I am the dog at thy court. I bark in front of it, putting forward my snout. In a former birth I was thy servant. That position I cannot now resign. The gentle order of thy court was branded on my forehead. They who bear such brand fight bravely in battle. They who bear it not flee away. He who is holy knoweth how to serve God, and God putteth him into his treasury. In the house of the body is the chamber of the heart, which becometh the most precious chamber of all when filled with meditation on God. The Guru hath granted God's name, the real thing, to Kabir, saying, take it and guard it. Kabir hath offered it to the world, but only he who was so destined receiveth it. Abiding is the married state of her who hath found the immortal elixir. The Brahman trusts not to God, but to the Veds and the Gayatri, and hence he shall be lost. 5. Why shouldst thou, O Brahman, forget him from whose mouth the Veds and the Gayatri issued? Why shouldst not thou, O Pandit, utter the name of God, whose feet every one toucheth? O my Brahman, why not repeat God's name? If thou utter not his name, O Pandit, thou shalt be cast into hell. Thou callest thyself exalted, yet thou eatest in the houses of the low, and fillest thy belly by the exaction of alms. On the 14th and 15 days of the half month thou devisest tales and beggest, but even with a lamp in thy hand thou shalt fall into the pit. Thou art a Brahman, I am a weaver of Banaras. How can I be a match for thee? By repeating the name of God I have been saved, while thou, O Pandit, shalt be lost by trusting to the Veds. A mystic hymn in which God is represented under the allegory of a tree. 6. There is one tree, it hath endless branches and shoots, its blossoms and leaves are filled with nectar. This world is a garden of ambrosia. God, who is perfect, hath created it. The few holy men in whose hearts the light of God shineth know the story of my beloved sovereign God. One bumblebee, intoxicated with the juice of the flowers, hath fixed his mind within the 12 petals of the lotus of the heart. He, then raising his breath to the lotus of 16 petals in his brain, gaineth the ecstatic fruit thereof. Another tree was produced in the silent vacuum. It dried up the waters of the earth. Saith Kabir, I am a servant of those who have seen that tree. The following was addressed to a yogi. 7. Make silence thine earrings, mercy thy wallet, and meditation thy cup. Stitch thy body for thy patched coat, and make the Name thy support. O Yogi, practice such yog that thou mayest, while enjoying the world, perform thy devotion, penance, and austerities under the Guru's instruction. Make the knowledge of God the ashes thou smearest on thy body, and meditation thy horn. Abandoning the world, roam in the city of the body, and play thy heart as a kenguri. Plant the 5 virtues in thy heart, so that thy contemplation may be undisturbed by the world. Saith Kabir, hear, O saints, make honesty and mercy your garden. Kabir, in a fit of introspection and self-abasement, addressed himself. 8. For what object wast thou born in the world, and what advantage hast thou gained from thy human birth? Thou hast not applied thy mind even for a moment to God, the fulfiller of desires, the vessel to take thee across the terrible ocean. O God, such sinners are we, that we have never performed service for that Lord who gave us our souls and bodies. The passion to possess others' wealth, children, and wives, and to slander and calumniate others hath not forsaken us. We suffer transmigration again and again. This law is not broken. I have not wandered even for a moment to where the conversation of the saints of God is held. Libertines, thieves, panders, and drunkards, with them have I ever consorted. My possessions are lust, wrath, covetousness, pride, and envy. Mercy, honesty, and service to the Guru have not come to me even in my dreams. O God, compassionate to the poor, merciful, dear to the saints, remover of fear, prayeth Kabir, preserve thine afflicted slave, O God, and I will perform thy service. Remember God and do him homage. 9. Remember in thy heart the being by whose remembrance thou shalt obtain the gate of deliverance. Go to heaven and return not to this world. Play the trumpets in the house of the Fearless One, and the unbeaten strain shall ever fully resound for thee. Without remembering him, deliverance can never be obtained. Heartily bow before the being, by remembering whom none may refuse thee, who conferreth salvation, by which great loads of sin drop off, and thy transmigration is at an end. Remember him through whom thou enjoyest thyself, and an ever-burning lamp shall be placed within thee, the lamp which rendereth the world immortal, and expelleth the poison of lust and wrath. Twine and wear on thy neck the rosary of him, by remembering whom thy salvation shall be obtained. Wear that rosary, doff it not, and by the favour of the Guru thou shalt be saved. Remember the Beloved day and night, and thou shalt have no regard for men. Thou shalt sleep at home in silken bedclothes, and thy heart shall be gladdened by a pleasant couch. Ever remember God in thy heart, and sing his praises. By remembering him thy trouble shall depart, and Maya affect thee not. From the true Guru learn how to remember God. Remember him every day and night, standing or sitting, at every expiration and inspiration, waking or sleeping. Enjoy the sweets of remembering him. By remembering God thou shalt be united with him. Make the remembrance of God's name thy support. By remembering him no weight of sin shall oppress thee. Neither wrought nor spoken incantations can prevail with him. Saith Kabir, who hath no limit. The condition of him who has put his passions under subjection. 10. He who hath captivated the captivators shall obtain deliverance, and the Guru shall put out the fire of his passions. When I had thoroughly examined my heart, I made my ablutions within it. To dwell in God, the Lord of life, is the best thing. There is then no death, or birth, or decay. Turning away from mammon, I restrained my mind, and I entered the region of God. I have pierced the serpent's way, and assuredly met God. Worldly love and mammon no more affect me. The sun hath restrained the moon. When I completely stopped my breath, the lute played spontaneously. The preacher hath communicated this instruction. The hearer hath heard and treasured it in his heart. He who acteth according to it shall be saved. Saith Kabir, verily, God is a luminous diamond whose light fills creation. 11. The moon and sun are both forms of light. God the unequalled pervadeth their light. O wise man, meditate on God, in whose light creation is contained. Beholding God, the diamond, I prostrate myself before him. Saith Kabir, he is bright and yet invisible. Some Hindus asked Kabir to give them instruction, upon which he composed the following. 12. O world, be alert and wakeful. Even while awake, you are being robbed, my brethren. Even while the Veds, who are alert sentinels, look on, death will take you away. The fool, the blockhead, and the pagan think that the nim is a mango, and the mango a nim, that a ripe plantain tree is but a prickly bush, and that the fruit of the coconut is like the ripe fruit of the simel. God is the sugar which hath been spilled in the dust. It cannot be picked up by the elephant. Saith Kabir, renounce family, caste, and lineage, become an ant, and thou canst pick up and eat the sugar. A remonstrance to a Brahman for offering animal sacrifice to an idol. Maru 1. O Pandit, what folly meditatest thou? Thou shalt be ruined with all thy family for not having repeated God's name. O luckless man, what availeth thee to read the Veds and the Purans? It is like loading a donkey with sandal, whose perfume he valueth not. Thou knowest not how to repeat God's name. How shalt thou be saved? Thou takest life and deemest it religious? Tell me, my brother, what thou callest irreligious. Thou makest thyself out an excellent Muni. Whom callest thou a butcher? Mentally blind, thou knowest not thyself. What shalt thou cause others to know? Thou sellest knowledge for money. Thy life passeth in vain. Narad and Vyas declare, and thou mayest go and ask Shukdev also. Saith Kabir too, by uttering the name of God, ye shall be delivered. Otherwise ye shall perish, my brethren. It is the condition of the heart, not man's garb or place of residence, which produces happiness. 2. Unless you remove evil from your hearts, how shall you find God? By dwelling in the forest. They who deem their own homes equal to the forest are perfect among men. You shall obtain true happiness if you lovingly repeat the name of the life of the world. What avail wearing matted hair, smearing yourselves with ashes, and dwelling in caves? He who hath conquered his own heart hath conquered the world, because he is free from the deadly sins. All people use eyewash, but there is a difference in their blandishments. The eyes to which the surma of divine knowledge is applied are acceptable to God. Saith Kabir, I now know God. The Guru hath explained divine knowledge to me. I have met God who dwelleth in the heart. My mind shall now no more wander. The following was addressed to a Jogi whom Kabir found begging and boasting that he had obtained all spiritual wealth and perfection. 3. What hath he who hath obtained spiritual wealth and supernatural power to do with any one? What shall I say regarding thy language? I am much ashamed to speak to thee. He who hath obtained God wandereth not from door to door. This false world greatly burneth for wealth, in the hope of using it for a few days. Whosoever drinketh God's water shall not be thirsty again. He who knoweth God by the favour of the Guru abandoneth all worldly desires. When the heart is withdrawn from the world, the True One appeareth everywhere. The name of God saveth him who hath tasted its savour. Saith Kabir, I have become gold, my doubts have fled, and I have crossed the ocean. It was made a reproach to Kabir that he, being a weaver, dared preach to men of high caste. Upon this he preached equality of all men. 4. As the bubbles of the river are accounted water, and blend with the water of the ocean, so the man who looketh on all with an equal eye shall become pure and blend with the Infinite. Why should I return to this world? Transmigration taketh place by God's order. He who obeyeth it shall blend with Him. When this fabric of 5 elements perisheth, my wandering shall be at an end. Forswearing sects, I look on all as equal and meditate on the one name. I devote myself to and perform the duties which God assigned me. If God bestow mercy on me, I shall be absorbed in Him under the instruction of my Guru. He who in life is in death, and who from death returneth to life shall not be born again. Saith Kabir, he who is permeated with the Name fixeth his love on God. Kabir in a vision beheld God and rushed to embrace Him, but was repulsed. The following was composed on the occasion. 5. If thou repulse me, then show me the way of deliverance. One God in many forms, thou art contained in everything. Why dost thou now elude me? O God, whither dost thou take me for salvation? I ask thee where thou wilt give me salvation, and of what degree, seeing that by thy favour I have already obtained it. I called thee my future Saviour until I knew the reality. I have now become pure in heart, saith Kabir, and my mind is happy. Kabir is said to have uttered the following to a man whom he found committing an act of immorality. 6. Rawan had to leave the golden fortress and strongholds which he had made. O man, why actest thou as it pleaseth thyself? When death cometh and catcheth thee by the hair, only God's name will save thee. Death and life are the work of God. This deceitful world is only an entanglement. Saith Kabir, they who have the elixir of God in their hearts shall ultimately be saved. The body likened to a village, the soul to its headman, and the senses to its agriculturalists. 7. The body is a village. The soul placed therein is its headman. 5 husbandmen dwell in it. The senses, eyes, nose, ear, tongue, and touch, which obey not my orders. O father, I shall no longer dwell in this village. The accountants, called Chitter and Gupt, ask for an account of every moment of mine. So when Dharmraj calleth for my account, there will be a heavy balance against me. The 5 husbandmen will then have all fled, and the bailiffs will arrest the soul. Saith Kabir, hear, O holy men, settle your accounts on the field. Pardon for this once thy slave, so that he may not have to return to this terrible ocean. A Bairagi who had come from Dwaraka told Kabir he had seen God there, and he asked him to go there too, and he would also see God. Upon this the following colloquy occurred. 8. O Bairagi, no one hath seen the Fearless One. Can the Fearless One be obtained without fearing him? Certainly not. O Bairagi, if man were to see the Lord present, he would feel fear. He who obeyeth God's order is without fear. Certainly. O Bairagi, though all people are imbued with hypocrisy, practice it not thou before God? Certainly not. O Bairagi, men set not covetousness aside. Egoism hath destroyed the body. Certainly. O Bairagi, the fire of care hath burnt the body, but thou shalt escape from it, if thou deaden thy feelings. Certainly. Without a true guru, there can be no contempt of the world, O Bairagi, even though everybody desire it. Certainly. O Bairagi, if it be God's will, thou shalt meet the true guru, and shalt easily obtain God. Certainly. Saith Kabir, O Bairagi, address one prayer to God to take thee over the terrible ocean. Certainly. Krishan was one day going to visit Duryodhan, but he heard that Duryodhan was then holding court. Krishan, in order to avoid the regal ceremonial and entertainments connected therewith, remained the night with Vidur. Next day, when Krishan and Duryodhan met, the latter upbraided him in a friendly manner for not having gone straight to him. The following is Krishan's reply. 9. O king, who would go to thee? I have seen such affection on Vidur's part that the poor man pleaseth me. Beholding thine elephants, thou hast been lost in error and hast not recognized God. I consider Vidur's water as nectar in comparison with thy milk. I got vegetables without condiment, but to me they were equal to cur, and the night passed in Vidur's singing God's praises. Kabir's God is joyous and happy, and payeth no attention to anybody's caste. Sloks. The following 2 sloks in the Rag Maru are attributed to Kabir. The battle referred to is perhaps intended to represent man's struggle with his evil passions. These are the only lines in the Granth Sahib relating to war. When the drums sound aloud, the conspicuous warriors fall wounded. The brave have entered the battlefield. Now is the time for combat. Recognize him as a hero who fighteth for the love of his religion. He may die cut in pieces, but will never desert the battlefield. The following was a sharp remonstrance addressed to some men of high rank. 10. You have forgotten your religion, O madmen. You have forgotten your religion. You fill your bellies. You sleep like beasts. You have lost your human births. You have never associated with saints, but have adopted false occupations. You wander like dogs, pigs, and ravens. You deem yourselves great and others small. I have seen you going to hell in thought, word, and deed. The lustful, the wrathful, the deceitful, the dissemblers, and the idlers pass their time in doing evil and never remember God. Saith Kabir, fools, blockheads, and pagans reflect not. They know not God's name. How shall they be saved? Men should remember God and not be led astray by worldly pleasures. 11. Remember God, or thou shalt repent it. O sinful soul, thou practisest avarice, but thou shalt depart today or tomorrow. Through thine attachment to avarice and being led astray by mammon, thou hast wasted thy life. Be not proud of thy wealth and youth, they dissolve like paper. When death cometh and seizeth thee by the hair and knocketh thee down, on that day shalt thou be powerless. Thou hast not remembered God, or worshipped Him, or shown mercy to His creatures, therefore shalt thou be smitten on the mouth. When Dharmraj asketh for thine account, what face shalt thou show him? Saith Kabir, hear ye, good men, ye shall be saved in the company of the holy, the condition of him who has obtained salvation during life. Qadara 1. They who abandon praise as well as blame, who reject honour as well as dishonour, who consider iron and gold the same, are the image of God. Few, O Lord, are thy servants. They who abandon lust, wrath, covetousness, and worldly love, behold God's feet. What are called the qualities of impulse, ignorance, and goodness are all contained in thy Maya. Only they who understand the fourth degree have obtained the supreme position. They never entertained love for pilgrimages, fasting, or for the religious ceremonies, purifications, and austerities of the superstitious. By meditating on God, avarice, worldly love, and doubt depart. The darkness of the mansion in which the lamp of divine knowledge burneth is dispelled. Its owner abideth completely fearless, and his doubts have fled. Saith Kabir, I am his slave. The saint deals in holiness and is thus emancipated during life. 2. Some deal in bronze and copper, others in cloves and betel nut. The saints deal in God's name, that is my merchandise. O dealers in the name of God, the priceless diamond hath come to hand, and worldly thoughts have fled. They whom the True One attached to truth remain attached to it. Truth is their occupation. They dispatched a load of the true thing, and it reached God the storekeeper. God is Himself the gem, the jewel, and the precious stone. He is Himself the jeweler. He is in every direction immovable. He setteth everything in motion. He is a permanent dealer. O man, make thy heart the ox, meditation the road. Fill thy sack with divine knowledge, and load it on the ox. Saith Kabir, hear, O saints, my goods have arrived at their destination. The following was addressed to a yogi who fortified himself for his austerities by potations of wine. 3. O ignorant and stupid brawler, reverse thy breath and direct it to thy brain. Then turn thy brain into a furnace. Draw the nectareous stream, and thou shalt become divinely intoxicated. O brother, call upon God for assistance. O saints, ever drink this wine so difficult to obtain, and your thirst shall easily be quenched. In the fear of God is love. He who knoweth this shall obtain God's elixir, my brother. Ambrosia is in every heart. God giveth it to whomsoever He pleaseth. There is one city, it hath 9 gates. Restrain thy wandering mind from issuing by them. After the exercise of the Ira, Pingla, and Sukmana, the 10th gate openeth, and the mind becometh intoxicated. When the soul obtaineth the fully fearless dignity, suffering is at an end, saith Kabir deliberately. Turning from the way of the world, I have obtained this wine, a cup of which causeth divine intoxication. Religious instruction addressed to a dissolute fop. 4. Thou who art saturated with lust, wrath, and covetousness, knowest not the way of the one God. Thine eyes are burst, thou seest nothing, thou art drowned even without water. Why walkest thou so foppishly? Thou art a compound of bones, skin, and filth, and saturated with evil odour. Thou repeatest not God's name. In what doubts hast thou gone astray? Death is not far from thee. Whatever efforts thou makest to preserve thy body, shall it last when thy term of life is complete? Nothing resulteth from thine efforts. What can any mortal do? If it be God's will, man shall meet a true Guru and repeat the one Name. Thou livest in a house of sand and puffest out thy body, O simpleton. Saith Kabir, they, however clever, who remember not God are lost. The following was addressed to the same person. 5. Crooked thy turban, crooked thy gait, thou beginnest to eat betel. Thou hast naught to do with the love and service of God. Thou sayest, I have business in court. Thou hast forgotten God in thy pride. Ever gazing on thy gold and thy very beautiful women, thou deemest them permanent. Thy life passeth away in covetousness, falsehood, sin, and great arrogance. Saith Kabir, death will attack thee at last, O fool. Kabir reminds a worldly person of his death. 6. Having beaten thy drum for 4 days, thou shalt depart. With all thine earnings, thy ready money, and thy buried treasures, thou shalt take nothing with thee. Thy dear wife will sit and weep in the portico. Thy mother will go as far as the gate with thee. All thy friends and relations will accompany thee to the burning ground. But thy soul shall depart alone. Thou shalt not again behold thy sons, thy wealth, thy towns, and thy cities. Saith Kabir, why remember not God? Thy life is passing in vain. God's name is Kabir's sole property. Bhairo 1. The name of God is my wealth. I cannot tie it in a knot, or sell it for my livelihood. The name is my field, the name is my garden. I, thy slave, O God, perform thy service and seek thy protection. Thy name is my wealth, thy name my capital. I know none but thee. Thy name is my kindred, thy name my brethren, thy name my associates, who will assist me at the last moment. Saith Kabir, I am a slave to him whom God keepeth in the world, but who is indifferent to it. The following was addressed to a rich man who had offered Kabir money. 2. Naked thou camest, and naked shalt thou depart. None shall remain, not even kings or rulers. I have the sovereign God as my 9 treasures. Thou hast the love of property, women, and wealth. But they did not come with thee, nor shall they go with thee. What availeth thee to have elephants tied at thy gate? The fortress of Ceylon was made of gold, but what did the fool Rawan take with him? Saith Kabir, meditate some good acts. The gambler shall depart with empty hands. God alone is pure. 3. Impure is Brahma, impure is Indar, impure is the sun, and impure the moon. This world is defiled with impurity. Pure is God alone, who hath neither end nor limit. Impure are the gods of the worlds. Impure are nights, days, and months devoted to idolatry. Impure are pearls. Impure are diamonds. Impure are wind, fire, and water. Impure are Shiv, Shankar, and Mahesh. Impure are Siddhs, Sadiks, and those who wear religious garbs. Impure are yogis and yangams with their matted hair. Impure is the body with the soul. Saith Kabir, only those who know God are pure and acceptable. The following was addressed to a hypocritical Muhammadan priest who had advised Kabir to make a pilgrimage to Makkah. 4. Make thy mind thy Kaaba, thy body its enclosing temple, conscience its prime teacher. Then, O priest, call men to pray to that mosque which hath 10 gates. Sacrifice, wrath, doubt, and malice. Make patience thine utterance of the 5 prayers. The Hindus and the Mussalmans have the same Lord. What can the mullah, what can the shaikh do for man? Saith Kabir, I have become mad. Stealing my mind away from the world, I have become blended with God. Someone represented to Kabir that he was completely spoiled by his religious exercises. The following was his reply. 5. When a stream is lost in the Ganges, it becometh as the Ganges itself. Kabir is similarly lost in God by invoking Him. I have become as the True One and need not go elsewhere. The perfume of the sandal is communicated to other trees. They then become as the sandal itself. When the philosopher's stone is applied to copper, it becometh gold. So Kabir, having met the saints, hath become as God. The following was addressed to some Brahmins who had attributed Kabir's contempt for their religious ceremonies to madness. 6. You wear tilaks on your foreheads, carry rosaries in your hands, and put on sectarial dresses. People think that God is a plaything. If I am mad, O God, I am still thine. How can people know my secret? I gather no leaves, and I worship no idol. Without devotion to God, other worship is fruitless. I worship the true Guru, and ever propitiate him. For such service I shall obtain happiness in his court. People say Kabir is mad, but only God knoweth Kabir's secret. Kabir renounces both the Hindu and the Muhammadan priests. 7. Turning away from the world, I have forgotten both caste and lineage. My weaving is now in the infinite silence. I have now no quarrel with any one. I have given up both the pandits and the mullahs. I weave clothes and I wear them myself. Where I see no pride, there I sing God's praises. What the pandits and the mullahs prescribe for me, I have received no advantage from, and have abandoned. My heart being pure, I have seen the Lord. Kabir, having searched and searched himself, hath found God within him. Kabir, when reproached with his poverty, replied, 8. Nobody respecteth the poor man. He may make hundreds of thousands of efforts, but no one will heed him. If a poor man go to a rich man, the latter, though opposite him, will turn his back. If a rich man go to a poor man, the latter respecteth, yea, inviteth him. Yet the poor man and the rich man are brothers. God's design cannot be set aside. Saith Kabir, it is he who is poor, in whose heart the name abideth not. Worship God betimes. 9. When man serveth the Guru and worshippeth God, it is only then he really hath a human body. Even the demigods long for this body. Therefore, having obtained it, worship God. Forget him not. That is the advantage of human birth. Before the disease of old age hath come upon thee, before death has seized thy body, before thy voice hath grown weak, O man, worship God. If thou worship him not now, when wilt thou, my brother? When the end cometh, thou canst not do so. Whatever thou doest, it is best to do now. Otherwise thou shalt not be saved, and shalt afterwards repent. He is a worshipper whom God applieth to his worship. It is he who shall obtain the pure God. The doors of his understanding shall open to him by meeting the Guru, and he shall not return again by the way of the womb. This is thine opportunity, this thy time. Look into thy heart and reflect on this. Saith Kabir, O man, whether thou win or lose, I have many times called out to thee. In the following, Kabir appears to mean that God resides in the brain. 10. The best knowledge abideth in the city of Shiv. Having obtained it there, meditate upon God, and thou shalt know this world and the next. Why should I kill myself performing works of pride? My attention is fixed on the special place, the brain. The name of the sovereign God is my divine knowledge. He who hath closed his sphincter ani hath placed the moon above the sun. At the western gate the sun is hot. The breath then riseth to the brain from the spine. The western gate is closed by a rock. There is a window over that rock. Over the window is the 10th gate. Saith Kabir, he who dwelleth there hath neither end nor limit. Kabir gives his ideas of what a mullah, a qazi, and a superior of yogis ought to be. 11. He is a mullah who struggleth with his art, who by the instruction of the Guru contendeth with death, and crusheth death's pride. Salutation ever to that mullah. God is present. Why describe him as distant? If thou restrain thy pugnacity, thou shalt obtain the beautiful one. He is a qazi who pondereth on his body, who burneth it with divine fire, and alloweth not his seed to drop even in his dreams. For such a qazi there is no old age or death. He is an emperor who knoweth how to draw up his 2 breaths. Who recalleth his mind when it goeth abroad, who collecteth the army of breaths in his brain. Such a one is an emperor, and hath an umbrella over his head. The yogis cry out, Garak, Garak. The Hindus repeat Ram, Ram. The Mussalmans have Khuda, but Kabir's God is the all-pervading. The following hymn, which is a homily against idolatry, is said to have been composed by the 5th Guru from a theme of Kabir. 12. Vain is his devotion who saith, a stone is God. Idle shall be his labour who falleth at the feet of a stone. My God always speaketh. He bestoweth gifts on all living things. He who is blind knoweth not God, who is within him. He is led away by superstition, and entangleth others. A stone speaketh not, nor bestoweth gifts. Vain are the ceremonies of idolaters, and fruitless their service. Say what advantage can be gained by anointing a corpse with sandal? If any one roll a corpse in the dirt, what harm can it do the corpse? Saith Kabir, I proclaim with a loud voice, understand me, ye infidels and pagans. The love of other gods hath destroyed many homes. The saints of God are ever happy. The universal influence of Maya and the means of counteracting it. 13. The fishes in the water are led by Maya. The moths round the lamp are influenced by Maya. Through Maya the elephant feeleth lust. Creeping things and bumblebees perish through Maya. My brethren, Maya is so bewitching that she eludeth all living beings. Birds and beasts are imbued with Maya. She causeth great hardship to the honey bees. Horses and camels are saturated with Maya. The 84 Sidhs are the sport of Maya. The 6 Yatis are the slaves of Maya. So are the 9 Naths, the sun and the moon. Penitents and the supreme Rikis are lulled by Maya. In the power of Maya are Death and his 5 messengers. Dogs and jackals are imbued with Maya. So are monkeys, leopards, lions, cats, sheep, and foxes. Trees and tubers are subject to Maya. The demigods are saturated with Maya. So are the ocean, the firmament, and the earth. Saith Kabir, he who hath a belly is subject to Maya. But man shall be freed from her influence when he hath found a saint. Let man fix his attention on God and not on worldly things. 14. As long as man speaketh of things as his own, so long not one of his affairs shall prosper. When he ceaseth to speak of things as his own, then God shall come and adjust his affairs. To that end, O man, ponder on divine knowledge. Why rememberest thou not God, the destroyer of misery? As long as lions inhabit the forest, so long shall the forest not flourish. When the jackal eateth the lion, the whole forest bursteth out in bloom. They who think themselves victorious are lost, and they who think themselves defeated are saved. By the favour of the Guru they cross over. The slave Kabir admonisheth all men to fix their attention on God alone. A brief description of God's court to which Kabir craves admittance. 15. Who will introduce poor me to him who hath 7,000 commanders, a lakh and a quarter of prophets, 88 crores of men called sheikhs, and 56 crores of servants to amuse him? His court is afar off. Who can reach his private chamber? He hath 33 crores of playhouses. 84 lakhs of beings wander in them. He showed some favour to Father Adam and put him into paradise for a long time. The faces of those whose hearts are not right are pale, and their utterance is confounded. They forsake their books and work evil. They who attribute blame to God and are angry with him shall obtain the fruit of their acts. Thou art the giver, O Lord. I ever beg of thee. If thou refuse me, I am ruined. The slave Kabir is in thy sanctuary. Keep me, O merciful one, near thee. Kabir desires not heaven, but absorption in God. 16. Everybody saith he is going thither. I know not where heaven is. They who know not the secrets of their own hearts glibly talk of heaven. As long as man desireth heaven, he shall not dwell at God's feet. I know not where heaven's gate is, nor its moat, nor its plastered fortress. Saith Kabir, what more can I now say than that the society of saints is heaven? Kabir tells how he subdued his evil passions. 17. How shall I subdue this beautiful fortress, my brother, which hath double walls and triple moats, whose entrenchments are the 5 subtle elements, the 25 categories, worldly love, pride, jealousy, and very powerful Maya? I, who am poor, cannot obtain strength to take that fortress. What shall I do, O God? Lust is its folding doors, woe and weal its gatekeepers, demerits and merits its gates, anger, which is very quarrelsome, its commander, and the heart its rebel king. The defenders had dainties for their coats of mail, egoism for their helmets, and evil understanding for the bows they drew. Covetousness, which dwelleth in the quiver of the heart, became their arrows. Thus the fortress was impregnable. But I made divine love the fuse, meditation the howitzer, and divine knowledge the shells. I gently lit the fuse with the fire of God's name, and captured the fortress with one shot. I began to fight, assisted by truth and contentment, and battered both its doors. By the favor of the congregation of the saints and of the Guru, I made its king a prisoner. By dint of remembering God, I, a coward, have cut the noose of death. The slave Kabir hath scaled the fortress and secured an imperishable empire. The following refers to another persecution of Kabir. 18. The Ganges is a deity deep and profound. I, Kabir, was made to stand in it with chains on my feet. My spirits fell not. Why should my body fear? My mind was absorbed in God's lotus feet. My chains were broken by the ripples of the Ganges, and I found myself seated on a deer skin. Saith Kabir, I had no friend or companion but God the Protector, both by water and land. God and his residence. Ashtapadi 1. God constructed an inaccessible fortress for his residence, which he illumined with his light. The lightning playeth and pleasure reigneth where the youthful Lord God reposeth. If the soul love God's name, man shall be released from old age and death, and his doubt shall flee away. He whose mind loveth to consider whether a man's caste is high or low, chanteth the hymn of egoism. The sound of the unbeaten music is heard where the Lord God reposeth. He who fashioned continents and different countries, the three worlds, the three gods, and the three qualities, those styled inaccessible and invisible, dwelleth within the heart. None can find the limit or the secret of the sustainer of the earth. He shineth in the plantain blossom and in the sunshine, and hath taken his dwelling in the pollen of the lotus. God's spell is within the 12 petals of the heart, where the holy Lord of Lakshmi reposeth. The great God reacheth from the lower to the upper regions of the firmament. He illumineth the silent realm, where there is neither sun nor moon. He was in the beginning. He is without stain and happy. Know that he pervadeth the body as well as the universe. He batheth in Mansarovar. His password is Soham, I am he. He is not subject to merits or demerits, nor concerned with caste, with sunshine, or with shade. He is only found in the Guru's asylum. He who fixeth his attention on him, removeth it not, becometh released from transmigration, and absorbed in the infinite. He who knoweth God in his heart, and repeateth his name, becometh as he. Saith Kabir, that mortal shall be saved who fixeth in his heart God's light and spell. God, God's servants, and God's court. 2. Millions of suns shine for him. He hath millions of Shivs and Kailases. Millions of Durgas shampoo his limbs. Millions of Brahmas recite the Veds for him. If I beg, let me beg only of God. I have naught to do with any other God. Millions of moons form his lamps. 33 demigods cook his food. The 9 planets, multiplied millions of times, stand on duty in his court. Millions of Dharmrajas are his porters. Millions of winds from the 4 cardinal points fan him. Millions of Shasnags lay his bed. Millions of oceans are his water carriers. The 18 million loads of vegetables are his hair. Millions of storekeepers fill his storehouses. Millions of Lakshmis decorate him. He removeth many millions of demerits and merits. Millions of Indars wait on him. The 56 millions of clouds are his messengers. He is celebrated and unrivaled in every land. With his tresses loose and with terrible aspect he moveth. God playeth in millions of ways. There are millions of feasts at his court. Millions of celestial singers hail him. Millions of sciences all describe his attributes, but even then they cannot find his end. In his hair are millions of Bhawans and Rams, who outgeneral Rawan's army, and Krishans, who humbled the pride of Duryodhan, greatly extolled by 1,000 million Purans. Millions of Cupids cannot compete with him in beauty. He stealeth away the inmost heart. Saith Kabir, hear me, O God, grant me the fearless dignity, the gift I crave. The following was written under the grateful influence of early spring in the north of India. Basant 1. The earth bloometh. The firmament rejoiceth. Every heart is gladdened by God's light. The Lord God rejoiceth in endless ways. Whithersoever I look, there is he contained. The 4 Veds rejoice in worldliness. So do the Simritis with the books of the Musalmans. Shiv practicing Yog rejoiceth. Kabir's Lord bloometh equally in all things. Kabir accepts as saints Shukdev, Akrur, Hanuman, and Shiv, famous for their continence, and rejects the hypocritical Brahmins, yogis, sannyasis, and penitents of his time. 2. The Pandits grow proud, reciting the Purans, the yogis in practicing Yog, the sannyasis in saying there is no one like themselves. The penitents, even in their different penances, are all intoxicated with pride. None of them is awake. The thieves who rob houses are already with them. Shukdev and Akrur are awake. Hanuman with the tail is awake. Shiv is awake and worshippeth God's feet. In this Kal age, Namdev and Jaidev are awake. There are several forms of waking and sleeping. He who is awake under the Guru's instruction is the best. The most important duty of this body, saith Kabir, is to repeat God's name. To obtain salvation without a Guru would be impossible. 3. Hath a wife ever given birth to her husband? Hath a boy ever dandled his father? Hath a woman without breasts ever suckled? See, O people, the peculiarity of this Kal age. Hath a son ever taken his mother in marriage? Can a man without feet ever leap? Can a man without a mouth burst into laughter? Without sleep can man repose? Can one churn milk without a churn? Can a cow without an udder give milk? Can one accomplish a long journey without a road? So the way cannot be found without a true Guru, Kabir saith, and admonisheth all men. God saves his saints as he did Prahlad. 4. Prahlad was sent to school for instruction. He took several boys with him as his class fellows. He said to his teacher, "Why teach me worldly entanglements? Rather write on my tablet the name of God." "I will not, sir, abandon the name of God. I have no concern with any other instruction." His tutor's son, Sanda and Marka, went and reported the matter to Prahlad's father. He sent for Prahlad, telling them to run quickly to him. Then he addressed him, "Abandon the habit of repeating God's name. I will let thee go at once, if thou obey my words." Prahlad replied, "Why dost thou continually annoy me? I should be a sinner were I to abandon the one God, who made the water, the dry land, the hills, and the mountains. Throw me into the fire, or kill me, if it please thee." His father became angry, and drawing his sword said, "Show me that preserver of thine." Upon this, God expanding, came forth from a pillar, and killed Harnakas by tearing him with his nails. It was the Supreme Being, the God of gods, who appeared. For the sake of his saint, he became incarnate as the man lion. Saith Kabir, he whose limit cannot be seen, saved Prahlad several times. Kabir prays to be protected from lust. 5. Within this body and mind is the thief Cupid, who hath stolen my jewel of divine knowledge. I have no patron, O God, to whom I may make my complaint. Whom hath Cupid not ruined? Who am I that I should escape? O God, this terrible pain cannot be endured. What power hath my fickle mind against Cupid? Sanak, Sanandan, the sons of Brahma, Shiv, Shukdev, Vishnu, Brahma, and others know his power. The poets, the yogis, the wearers of matted hair, pass their lives guarding themselves against him. Thou, O God, art unfathomable. I cannot find thy depth. O God, Lord of the poor, to whom else may I tell my woes? Let the pain of birth and death subside, and grant me continence. Kabir singeth the praises of the ocean of happiness. The body under the allegory of a merchant. 6. There is one head of the firm, and 5 traders, who take with them spurious wares on 25 oxen. There are 10 bags and 9 poles to lift them. The body is bound by 72 ropes. I have nothing to do with that commerce by which my capital is lessened, and my interest ever increased. I have trafficked by joining the 7 threads. I have joined with them good acts and God's love. The 3 tax gatherers wrangle for their share, but I, a trader, put them aside and departed. The capital of the 5 traders is lost, their trade is ruined, and the oxen disperse in every direction. Saith Kabir, O man, thy business shall prosper, and thy doubts depart when thou art absorbed in God. A Brahman had censured Kabir for not having paid due attention to caste rules in eating. The following was his reply. 7. Thy mother was impure, thy father was also impure, and impure is the fruit they have borne. The unlucky people came impure, they departed and died impure. Tell me, O Pandit, what place is pure, where I may sit and take my food? My tongue is impure, what it saith is impure, the ears and eyes are all impure. The impurity of the senses departeth not, O thou who art burning with Brahmanical wrath. Fire is also impure, water is impure, and impure the place where thou sittest and cookest it. With an impure ladle it is served up, and impure are those who sit and eat it. Impure thy cow dung, impure thy cooking square, and impure the lines which mark it out. Saith Kabir, that man is pure who hath obtained true knowledge. Kabir's wife had ground corn and gone out without collecting the flour. Kabir, being left alone in the house, paid more attention to his devotion than to his housekeeping. A dog came and began to lick the flour on the hand mill. The following was addressed to the intruding animal. 8. Thy stride is like that of a cow. The hair over thy tail is shiny. Search for and eat anything in this house. Go not to another's house. Lick the hand mill. Eat the flour. Whither takest thou the towel of the hand mill? Thou gazest very intently on this safe. Take care that the stick fall not on thy back. Saith Kabir, thou hast fared well. Take care that no one throw a brick or a clod at thee. Kabir endeavours to recall man to a sense of his insignificance. Sarang 1. Why, O man, art thou proud of a small matter? With a store of only 10 mans of corn and 4 double pais in thy pocket, thou swaggerest along. Even if thou obtain greatness, yea, 100 villages, and have an income of 2 lakhs of rupees, thy authority shall only last for 4 days, like the green leaves of the forest. No one hath brought wealth with him, and no one shall take it away. Greater sovereigns than even Rawan departed in a moment. God's saints who worship him and repeat his name abide forever. They to whom God is merciful meet the society of the saints. Neither mother, father, wife, son, nor wealth shall go with thee at the last moment. Saith Kabir, worship God, O fool, or thy life shall pass away in vain. God's omnipotence. 2. O God, I know not the measure of thy regal authority. I am the handmaiden of thy saints. They who go laughing return weeping, and they who go weeping return laughing. What is inhabited becometh deserted, and what is deserted becometh inhabited. God turneth water into dry land he turneth into wells, and wells into mountains. He can raise man from earth to heaven, and when he hath ascended to heaven, dash him down. He can turn a beggar into a king, and a king into a beggar. He can turn an idiot into a pandit, and a pandit into an idiot. He can turn a woman into a man, and a man into a woman. Saith Kabir, God is beloved of the saints. Man should rely on God and practice humility. 3. Without God, what succor hath man? The love of parents, brethren, sons, and wife is all fleeting. Construct a raft for the other world. What reliance can be placed on wealth? What confidence can be reposed in this vessel, if it be chinked in the slightest? Thou shalt obtain the fruit of all religion and good works, if thou desire to become the dust of everybody's feet. Saith Kabir, hear, O saints, the mind is like the flying bird of the forest. Kabir's bliss in feeling that he is saved. Prabhati 1. My dread of transmigration is at an end, since God displayed his love for me. The light hath dawned, the darkness is dispelled. I have obtained the jewel God by meditation on him. When he conferreth happiness, sorrow fleeth away. The jewel of my heart is absorbed in God's love. Whatever occurreth is according to thy will, O God. He who understandeth this shall be easily absorbed in thee. Saith Kabir, all my sins have been blotted out, and my soul is absorbed in the life of the world. God is not confined as regards place to the mosque or the temple, or as regards time to any month or day. 2. If God dwell only in the mosque, to whom belongeth the rest of the country? They who are called Hindus say that God dwelleth in an idol. I see not the truth in either sect. O God, whether Allah or Ram, I live by thy name. O Lord, show kindness unto me. Hari dwelleth in the south, Allah hath his place in the west. Search in thy heart of hearts, there is his place and abode. The Brahmins yearly perform 24 fastings on the 11th day of the dark and light halves of the lunar month. The Musalmans fast in the month of Ramzan. The latter put aside 11 months of the year, and say that the treasure is in one alone. What availeth the Hindus to bathe at Jagannath in Urasa or Rasa? What the Musalmans to bow their heads in a mosque? With deception in their hearts they repeat prayers. What availeth them to go on a pilgrimage to Makkah? The men and women thou hast created, O God, are all in thy form. Kabir is a child of Ram and Allah, and accepteth all gurus and pirs. Saith Kabir, hear, O men and women, seek the sanctuary of the one God. O mortals, only repeat God's name, and then shall you be assuredly saved. In Kabir's presence, a Brahmin and a Muhammadan priest were reviling each other's sacred books. The Muhammadan expatiated on the merits of sacrifice. 4. Say not that the Hindu and Musalman books are false. False is he who reflecteth not on them. If you say that the one God is in everything, then why kill fowls? O priest, say, is this God's justice? Thy mental doubts forsake thee not. Thou seizest and bringest living things, and takest their lives, but thou merely killest their bodies of clay. Their souls return to the indestructible. Say, what hast thou killed? What avail thy purifications, thy rinsings of the mouth, and thy protestations in the mosque? If thou pray with deception in thy heart, what availeth thee thy pilgrimage to Makkah? Thou art impure, thou knowest not the Pure One, thou knowest not His secrets. Saith Kabir, thou hast missed heaven, and art satisfied with hell. Kabir offered to God the following oblation instead of incense, light, and the other accessories of Hindu worship. 5. Hear me, God of gods, Supreme Lord, primal and omnipresent. I offer my vespers unto thee. The Sidhs, even in deep meditation, have not discovered thy limits, but they continue to cling to thine asylum. Accept this oblation, O bright spirit. Worship the true Guru, my brethren. Brahma standeth and readeth the Veds, but the unseen is seen not by him. With divine knowledge as mine oil, and thy name my wick, I have made a lamp to illumine my body. I have lit the lamp with the light of the Lord of the world. He who knoweth how to do this knoweth the Omniscient. The unbeaten sounds of God who dwelleth with man are my 5 musical instruments. O thou formless and undisturbed, thy slave Kabir hath made thee this oblation. End of Section 17.